I hear all of you saying there's going to be a lewd stream tonight, and I have no idea where you're getting the impression that I am anything but wholesome. Tonight I'm running this stream by the books. No lewd. Not even a little.
Fun is hexin' cute.
Good to see you all. Welcome on in. I had borrowed this because I thought it would be nice. Good to see you.
Fun is so cute.
Hey chat, is that better? Oh my gosh, I gotta turn the music down, I'm sorry. There we go. Isn't that better for you? How's it going, Mommy? Oh, thank you, y'all. Oh my gosh. We'll see how long the music or the costume lasts. Because it's a little bit warm. And I'm not walking around a con. And also these, like, latex gloves are, well, you know. Absolutely not lewd, not even a little. Oh my. Goodness. Thank you all, though. This has been a heckin' year for me.
The latex gloves are for everyone's
Oh my gosh,
protection.
Jen.
Proper PPE.
Jen, thank you for the heckin' 3 months. Welcome back to the Court of Hearts, Your Majesty. Oh gosh, thank you. Who else do I need to thank? Heckin', Borbo, thank you for the bits. Rickard, thank you. Sophie, welcome back for 8 months, Your Majesty. Goodness gracious. It does look a bit heavy for indoor wear. I might lose, like, the cape, but we'll see. Hello, Arkran. How are you today? I figured today what my plan is to get into the game maybe about an hour or so. We'll talk about it. Oh my goodness, Kitty! Thank you so much for the gift subs! Oh my gosh! Welcome to the Court of Hearts, Lunkin and Black Raven. Goodness. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I figure I'll get into the game about an hour or two. And then, I'll like, open it up for guests so people can hop in. Oh my god. Goodness. Half Cape's got some power to it. I'm gonna see that Furry Jeopardy 2 winner art. Oh yeah, I do have that art. I'm gonna post it on Discord later, as soon as the art is posted on Twitter. That way, like, I could just post the Twitter
Kitty
link.
Megatron
Oh my
gifted a tier
heckin'
1
gracious.
sub to Quiltaz. They have given
Jono,
103
thank you for the
gift
2
subs
gift
in the
subs.
channel.
Jackawa, Alien, welcome to the Court of Hearts, Your Majesties. Kitty, thank you for the Elder Ghost Sub, and Quillataz. Heckin' welcome to the Court of Hearts. Gosh. Happy Spookoween. Happy Ghostoween. just Halloween. it's a spoopy time. Oh my gosh. I'm not really the best with wigs. Something happy spook day. Oh my gosh, you're just amazing, and thank you. The energy drink habit mentioned by... Oh yeah, I'll do like one of these a day. These are pretty good. Pretty good. They're a little pineapple-y. I don't know, they're like citrus flavored. I like them. Whatever the heck they taste like. Oh my gosh, Ameki. Oh my goodness gracious. Thank you so much for the heckin' 5 gift subs. Time... Yelnanu, Holistic, Flynn, and Kamiyaku, thank you so much for joining the Court of Hearts, Your Majesties. Oh my gosh. Heck. I super appreciate that. Heck. Oh my gosh. Yeah, but I had a bun. Heck. Hi, Zal. How are you? Oh yeah, this is my new 3D face rig. So, you know. Oh my gosh, Alicia! How are you today? Oh gosh. Y'all are lovely. It's very good to see you. I enjoy seeing all of you. What is the anime boy? Heck. Alright, I should probably start a game at some point. Also fun, clean your house. Oh, I don't do my brush. Heck. Does you know about the cam? We're gonna get a surprise cameo. She's coming home later. After dealing with trick-or-treaters, so it's certainly possible that she's gonna be, hanging out here too. The hype train is definitely borked. It's stuck at 0%, I think. Oh my gosh, Alicia, those are good emotes, holy heck. Yeah, Query, I had to borrow Yeens for the day, because it makes sense. Heck. It's not that messy.
Extra noses bounces on you, ooh, you're so warm. Ooh, couldn't help but notice your bones from across the floor. Noses your neck, you wait till Matilda, hee. Unzip your baggy ass pink too, baby, you're so musty. Take your home family and make me yours, and don't forget to stop and see me like my little baby tail. For your bulgy kisses and lickies your neck. I hope Daddy likes his nuzzles and wuzzles his chest. I be getting thirsty.
Had to go for the live version.
Heck. No, not a single lewd. Blem. Oh my gosh. Later on, I might switch costumes and just do like a bun outfit. Because I've got just like a suit jacket and my vest and my bow tie, and I've got a really good hat. Hang on a sec. Check this out. Okay. Oh gosh. Okay, I can't wear this like with the wig. Cause like it's cause I have my crown on, but like I made this one for a cosplay a while back, so I had like a whole White Rabbit outfit. Oh my gosh, Sadie Bubs! Heck, need some puns. Let me see. I need some Sadie puns. If there were 2 of you, we'd have Sadie Dubs. Ah, I got it. If you were an anime, you'd be Sadie Subs over Sadie Dubs. Oh my gosh, Tiabats, heck. Tiabats, thank you so much for the 5 gift subs. And welcome to the Court of Hearts, Alien, Cuttlefish, Zerz's, Gazebo, and Pendable, heck. Equinox? Oh gosh. Z-Bart. Let me see. Well, you redeemed 3,000 Z-Tarts for them. But welcome to the Z-Court of Hearts. Heck. Fun emotes. I need to get some more emotes, by the way. My crown is like falling right off. Can we have one Rocky Cam as a treat? He will be on here for sure. Don't you heckin' worry about that. Oh my gosh. Like, he'll be around. Don't you worry. He's actually got, I don't know if you can see it over here. He's got a little square scratch pad. That's like his favorite. So that's probably where he's gonna hang out for the stream. What he do? Oh my gosh. You get one with a teacup? Yes!
Hello cute bun, you are lovely and adorable, and I like your costume and your face.
Oh, thank you, Coalfire. Goodness. I'm really, like, embarrassed about my face and I don't like it. So, like, it's nice to hear that somebody does. Heck. Oh my gosh, y'all. Heckin'. Alright, let me fix my crown. And I'll be heckin'. Give me a sec. I need a mirror, so.
Noman99 gifted a tier 1 sub to Sadia Babs. They have given 6 gift
What
subs
did y'all
in
do
the
while I
channel.
was gone? Oh my gosh. Noman, thank you so much for the gift sub. Sadie Bubs, welcome to the Court of Hearts, Your Majesty. Heck. Okay. It's fixed. It's here now. It's gonna be here for the rest of the stream. We're all good. It's all good. Heckin'. Okay. I gotta learn how to walk in these heels. Like, they're a lot more than I'm used to. Yin told me to do chores in them to practice, but, lazy. Heck. Alright, hang on, my keyboard's like all the way over here. This is not my usual streaming setup. I'm usually sitting on like a pillow on the floor here. So I can have my camera on the table. To practice, of course. Yeah. Of course. They make me feel so tall, though. Oh, heck. Oh, do y'all want to see like my games collection? Do you want to see this? Okay. I got Here's my shelf with all my collector's editions, and then I got my PS4 games on the top 2 shelves, and then there's all my PS3 crap. Blood Honor, thank you. I will use Whip. And then I got like my 360 and PS2 stuff behind there. My little Sly Cooper. And then on the other side of my entertainment center, I've got all like my ponies. And there's like some more collector's editions. I got both of my like in Borderlands is up there. And all that. Oh my gosh. Yep. So this is my gaming room. Kind of. It's our living room. The kitchen's right over there. That's the tour. Oh, it's Mr. Bourne from the titular Blood Bourne, of course. I do have a derpy. Trixie's my favorite though, so I have most of hers. I have more of hers. Oh gosh. I don't know if I have anything else to show off. Alright. I'm losing the cape. Gonna be here, and then Rocky's probably gonna sit on it because it's black, and then he's gonna get his fur all over it because it's just.
Have you ever cosplayed much before?
Have you ever cosplayed much before? A little bit. I've got like a whole 9S outfit. I've got an Organization 13 coat. Like there's a few costumes that I've done before. Oh, 100. That sounds amazing. Oh.
Will Yin be seen?
Will Yin be seen? Possibly. She's gonna be out doing Halloween stuff until later, so. I know, so I'd love to see that. I'll post pictures in the Discord later. I've got a couple. I've got one with me where I met Pepsi Man.
Rocky must claim the cape.
Rocky must claim the cape. Mm-hmm. Oh, thank you. Alright, let me set up the stream.
Can't believe Bun is more than just a hand.
Rose, alright.
Hello.
Oh gosh! Hero Zero, oh, thank you. Oh my gosh. Can't believe Bun is more than just a hand. Yeah, I've got 2. Heck. Protagonist from Hotline Miami? Oh, that sounds fun!
Bun isn't really a cartoon rabbit.
How could this be?
How can this be? My world is collapsing in on itself.
I'm sorry. Oh.
Time to cosplay as Unicorn. That's super lucky 20 snug.
I think Jim Sterling's done that recently. I need to turn down. There it goes. It's done. I ripped and teared until it was done. I don't have any tea currently. I'm gonna finish this energy drink, and then I'll put the kettle on, maybe? We'll see. You're gonna be disappointed in my choice of cups, though, because I don't have, like, a little teacup. I've got this big, giant, like, huge mug from White Hen when that existed. Any content warning for this game we should know about? Whew. This game was banned in Europe, because it has some, like, undertones of like childhood abuse and blem. Compliment the Dark Souls whip? Oh god. I think the barbed whip can inflict bleed on non-armored enemies, and I mean that's a good status effect. So like, if you're going for a bleed build, it's an option. They've got range. Blum. 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 This game is banned in a lot of places. Yeah. I think a lot of the banning also had to do with like some of the lesbian undertones this game has, so I don't know if it was all. I don't know if all of it was blem. Yes. It's a love story between girls. That's what this game's about. Kind of. Sort of. Well, a little bit. Blem. Oh my gosh. Blem. When was this game released? It was released in 2006, which is like the tail end of the PlayStation 2 era. Like the PS3 had already come out by the time this like released. The soundtrack in this game is phenomenal. And I'm gonna let it play the opening cinematic first because there we go. I'm gonna let it play the opening cinematic because it is a trip. Oh, Poet, that's a great question, actually. So my PlayStation's still in the shop. So I'm emulating today. However, hang on. Okay. Get my headphone back in. There we go. Okay. Thanks, Sia. You look for the first. Heck, I hope I'm not disappointing, strange one. Okay. So, here's my copy of Rule of Rose. My disc and my manual. So I've got it. I should be playing it, but my PlayStation's in the shop. I'm sorry. So we're emulating. Is this like New Game Plus? Isn't it like rare and expensive? Yes. I bought it for $40. It was brand new. But I bought it in 2006, so... Hope you get it back soon. Yeah, me too. It's out for repairs. We'll see. That's fine. Oh, this game has plenty of doggo. You can definitely pet the doggo. The doggo does get, like, abused in places, though, so be aware of that. The doggo's good boy, but the bad guys in this game do not like dog. This game is not going for $600. I don't think it's selling for $600. I've seen it for, like, $200-300. I don't know. We'll see. Oh, thank you. Gosh, this soundtrack is so good. The music for this game is stellar. Just like Silent Hill, And a lot of those games, this game lives and dies on its sound design. Most of the best horror games do. But, like, ooh. Is this mocap animation? I think it's hand animated, but I'm not 100% on that. And yeah, this looks stellar for a PS2 game, but remember, it came out in 2006. So, hey Polar Blaze, how's it going? And yeah, this game is supposed to be deeply uncomfortable. Yeah. Gra! How you doing today? Oh my gosh. Yeah, the boots are my favorite part. I like these heels. These are fun. You can definitely pet the dog. The dog is a huge gameplay mechanic.
I absolutely love how you lean back and watch the cinematics. You look so snug.
Snugoo. Oh, well, thank you. Gosh. Who's your cosplay, by the way? I'm playing a character named Riddle Rosehearts from Disney's Twisted Wonderland, just like a visual novel game. I've never played it, but it was my aesthetic, so... Oh, heck. Oh my gosh. Hello, Jim. How are you? I see we had the same plan of wearing red wigs today. Oh my gosh. Hi, Raiders. It's great to see you today. Hello, I'm Bun. Welcome in. I usually am using face rig. Today I'm all dressed up. Oh my gosh, thank you. Heck. I'm wearing heels. Like the whole 9 yards, and we're playing Rule of Rose. Which is a bad game to play and a fun game to watch. So I hope you enjoy it. Gosh. Maniacal Toaster, thank you for the follow. And my fur and whiskers, Naomi Manalfa. Thank you so much for that follow, heck. Tequila Mockingbird, my fur and whiskers, thank you. This is the game that got banned in the UK. That is correct. And I'm still not 100% sure why. There's some weird stuff in here. But, like, not any weirder than any of the Silent Hill games? And I think... Do you have pronouns? I love that question. I usually use he, him for myself, but I'm good with anything. So feel free to use whatever you like. I find them all validating. This game really goes places in ways Silent Hill even doesn't. A little bit, yeah. I think it was the child abuse stuff. It's because the characters are like kids, I think, and also there's lesbians in it. I think that had something to do with it, but I'm not sure. Active Critizen! Thank you so much for the follow, my fur and whiskers. Gosh. Nanoic! Thank you for the follow. Gosh. I wonder why the UK banned this game. We may never know.
I wonder why UK banned this game. Subtle hints of the game. We may never know.
They're just gals being pals. Just girl things. Eskilled. Thank you so much for the follow. My goodness. Gal pals. Who painted the roses red? I don't know, but if you find out, you tell me, because I've got words for him.
gal pal.
Gal pals.
Huh? You look different today, Bun. Can't quite put my finger on it. Oh. New glasses? Probably new glasses. Wink, I got ya. If chat gets lewd because of Paige being on screen, it's our fault for not being able to control ourselves around a heckin' cutie.
It's my new 3D face rig.
What a great Halloween costume.
Oh, heck.
You look just like a live-action human. Lucky20A_WH.
Thank you, Bill. Well, I had to borrow Yeen's crop because I felt kind of powerful in this. I was like, yeah. Alright, I might as well start playing a game. Great human costume, Mark. What's your favorite tea? I like a lot of them. I don't know if I have
The band
much of
is
a
wild.
preference.
From the wiki, on March 7, 2007, a group of members of the European Parliament presented a motion for a European Parliament resolution on a ban on the sale and distribution in Europe of the game and the creation of a European Observatory on Childhood and Minors. Bun has been confirmed handsome wink.
Sent away
Oh no.
to a strange house.
Perfect.
The real test is to see if this summons the true Bun's man in the background. Bun is no longer baby. Bun wants power.
I crave violence. That reminds me, I need to turn up this game audio just a little bit, I think.
Play with me, Jennifer.
Is it quiet for you guys?
Read the story. Please read the story.
Is this too quiet for you guys?
What happens next?
It's a bit quiet still. Okay. Mm-hmm.
What's this?
Apparently people in Italy that made false claims and it was picked up. Huh.
Wait.
But yes, I believe this takes place in 1930. Kids are shits in this game. It's 100% true.
Where are you going?
Hi Luna, how are you? Heck. She's been evacuated to the country.
The Haunting Grounds, I think that's what it is called, has good mechanics for the dog as well. The dog in Rule of Rose was a last-minute addition to the game and I'm glad they put a dog in this. Makes more sense in my opinion. Lucky 20 snug.
Totally agree. Thank you, Kitty. And thank you, Allie. My goodness. I appreciate you. Heck. Alright, give me a sec. I'm gonna turn the volume on this a little bit. A little bit up. I gotta, like, exit out of it, though. So. No, not that high. Maybe about double.
Regarding the art style, from the wiki, the developers researched the behavior of children, monitoring a group of European and American children, and photographed references for the game's textures and models. For the motion capture, the team had Japanese children act. At the request of the developers, the group of children also expressed through drawings or written words what caused them to be happy or afraid. The company Shirogumi worked on the computer-generated imagery in cutscenes.
Huh. That's interesting. Gonna lurk in the back. Have a good lurk, Sophie. No worries.
Hi,
Oh my
Bun.
gosh, it's the
Looking
Fritz.
cute Paxidi blush.
Heckin', thank you. Oh my gosh. The little princess. Once upon a time, there was a precious little girl. Her friend, the Princess of the Red Rose, was always at her side. Then one day, her mummy and daddy died suddenly. Jeez Louise. Ameki, are you sure? Ameki, are you sure though? Oh my gosh. Ameki, thank you for the 20 gift subs. Oh wow. Oh. Oh gosh. Thank you.
Right. Extreme noses pounces on you. Ooh, you're so warm.
Couldn't help but notice your bolt from across the floor. Noses your necky wecky till the Matilda hee hee. Unzips your baggy ass pants, oh baby, you so must take me home, pet me and make me yours. And don't forget to stuff me, see me, wag my weird old baby tail off all your bulgy woggy, kiss you some lickies your neck. I hope daddy likes you, snuzzles and wuzzles your chest. If you getting thirsty.
Let's try this in live action.
Anemic, you can chase away all our new friends. Heck. The princess too disappeared, leaving the girl all alone. And then the poor little girl was sent away to a strange house. Blem. Heck. Oh my gosh. Suddenly the girl was all alone. Blim. Blim. And so the story begins.
And Elsie was halfway through buying the bits to do that when someone beat me to it.
Heck. A mysterious, unthinkable, filthy tale. Hi Cisco! How are you? Blim. Bloom. However, the young girl Jennifer had no choice but to surrender to the unsettling predicament. Oh, what an unlucky girl.
You may be shocked and concerned to discover that this is a furry stream. Sorry, new viewers, but Bun has already awakened your inner woo.
Spreading the pathowogen. Vlim. Vlim. Oh my gosh, thank you, Cisco. Cisco, you might be interested to know that I also have gloves to go with this that are all latexy, but I took them off because they're very warm. It's hard to use a controller with them. You're gonna spread the curse. To wait. You already afflicted.
Time to shower Bun with love and support Lucky 28 Lucky 28.
Oh my goodness gracious.
Thank you for being an awesome person and wonderful streamer. You and the community always make feel comfortable with being myself and others as well. Love you all and happy Halloween. Pega heart, pega heart, pega heart.
Kitty. Oh my gosh, thank you. Thank you for being here and being part of our community and just heckin' wonderful. Oh my gosh. Hi Sage, how are you today? Oh gosh. I forgot this doesn't have tank controls. Otherwise it plays exactly like Silent Hill.
We demand more blim.
Oh my goodness gracious. Nolman, you can have all the blim you want. Are you sure? Are you sure about that many bits? Blim. And them. Blim. Heck. Blim. Oh my goodness. Woodborg, how's it going today? Oh my gosh. Alright. Heckin'. Y'all beautiful. I definitely am. Oh my gosh, we need to get this show on the road or I'm never gonna finish this game. Oh, thank you, Posh. Heck. So this does not emulate the best. How are the heels holding up? Surprisingly well, actually. Like for cosplay shoes, they're pretty durable. I'm not the best at walking in them, but they're holding up real good. Oh no, this is a marathon stream, so I'm gonna try to beat this tonight. What's wrong with the game's emulation? Great question. Okay, so check out the way the camera moves. It, like, has this jerk forward. It's very weird. It's not like a smooth movement like the PS2 version is. I'm not sure. This is your usual setup. It looks cozy. It's close to
Gonna
it.
beat the game tonight? Now I get what the crop is for.
We're gonna give it a good beating tonight. Yeah. My usual setup is actually on the floor right here. We have like a big pillow, and I'll just sit on the floor here, and then put my camera on the table.
Be as distracting as possible.
And then Yeen usually sits on the couch here. Oh, and today I'm joined by my video game from Extra Credits, which is great. I love them. And FK from JJ Macfield and the Island of Memories. And I love FK. FK's a good one. Very good. What do you mean bottom? I've got top energy today. It's like bottom top energy. Game Push is cute. Error Discful. Thank you so much for the follow, my furred whiskers. Heck. I hear doggo noises. There's an old padlock on the door. However, it's not locked. This isn't like Silent Hill at all, then.
Bun stole Yeen's crop, so legally he's a top now.
Blue Magnet Stormcrow, you redeemed a pun? I didn't even see. I'm sorry. Heck. You know, if I had to hold you together, I'd probably use Glue Magnus Stormcrow.
Yeen is gone. Everyone jump on the couch.
There's not very many of you, so I'd say there's a few Magnus Stormcrows.
I have top energy today. A bottom.
These amazing Switch cases just launched. Ooh, thank you, Fritz. Sounds neat. Heck, y'all bullying me. Don't you bully me. Slip of paper is tied to the dog collar. I forgot to post on Twitter that I'm doing a stream today, but too late now. Name Brown is on the dog collar. Okay, so here's the coolest thing about the dog in this game is, you know, in Dead Space, if you click in like the right stick, and Isaac does the hand thing, and then it shows you a line that goes to like whatever your current destination is, and how everybody was like, oh, that's really handy and cool. I like that, right? That's what the dog is in this game. Except you can set him to, like, find you healing items instead. It's great. It's good. Yeah, it makes sense, like. It's Hallows. Okay, just a little bit then. Just a little bit. Only for Halloween. Alright, time to head to the Rose Garden. This sign's a little broke. Rule of Rose Garden. So yeah, the camera's a little jerky. There's like some weird texture stuffs in the emulation here, so I would rather be playing my PS2 copy, but my PS3's in the shop right now, so I'm just doing the computer version. Speaking of which, I hope that PlayStation gets fixed before we start streaming Oh my gosh. Blem. I hope my PlayStation gets fixed before we have to do Silent Hill 4. Because the PC version of that is fine. But... it's missing some stuff. Alright, this game doesn't get like... I don't know if this game gets like horrifying the way that like Silent Hill 3 does, but it maintains this really spooky atmosphere that I love. They found the new PC release is still missing stuff. It is, yes. Aw, thank you, Lunar. Oh my gosh.
Object said I shoved up my A gotcha. Honking stonking Halloween. Here's some change to start off next year's Halloween made outfit stream. Now, give us a full screened whirl. Lucky 20A.
Oh my gosh. Thank you, Cisco. Oh heck. Okay, I got you. I got you covered. Alright. Heckin'. Got more room over here. I hope that's okay. Heck. Oh my gosh. Y'all are way too sweet. You know that? Aww. Oh gosh. Okay, cooler kitty. I hope you're okay. Take care of yourself, alright? Getting tangled in my cords. Okay. Does anyone know how to get printer ink off fingers? A great question. No. No, I don't. Oh no, I need to... I wonder if I can hit that button from here. With these heels.
Bun, don't bully me, I'm not that bottom.
Yes!
Also Bun, does a graceful little twirl on command like a good bottom.
Claire. I don't need to take this. I don't need to take this from you. I don't like this. These are the worst fursuits I've ever seen. Children with bags over their heads are beating something with a stick. The unlucky girl was frightened and backed away from the gate. Like, it's good because it's showing us, like, nothing, but it's implying a lot. You can only afford partial, they're in high school. Okay, fair. I'm not shaming partial fursuits. Partial fursuits are great. That's probably the way I would go too. But like, made of paper? I don't know. Okay, if you look at the fence over here on the right, you might be able to see their little shit kid faces. As they duck behind the wall. Aw, Zal. Yeah, there's like these flickering textures in places on like the trees and
Until
stuff.
today it was speculation on my part. But now there's a webcam, it's confirmed. Bun is cute.
Heck. Oh my gosh. Texas, thank you. Gosh, and... I'm not being lewd. They're being lewd. I'm not being lewd. No one allowed without a pass. Let's see. You got this boarding pass, which has this cute fish on it, which is great. We're watching a Let's Play of this game and really hoping the protagonist stops being a weird pushover and starts putting these jerk kids where... Okay, she totally does, but not until like the last 10 minutes. One out here using up all the adorable, like it's Jim. Oh my gosh. Jim, I know you did like a heckin' long stream already, so like don't, like, no pressure. But I put out an open invitation if anyone wants to like come on stream and hang out and like read a creepypasta or something. I thought it might be fun. But like go relax first. Spooky pesto. Yes. Fettuccine Alfredo. I actually just had raviolis for like lunch. Sure, nice. Okay, just let me know whenever you want to pop on. Heckin' awesome. Oh right, I gotta use the thing. Lasagna, nope. Gosh. They think Jim Sterling is actually like really cute. Like I don't think they get called adorable enough. I agree with that. Jim's dress and like hair today was amazing. Ricini? Oh, that's good. Back onto the computer now. Oh, nice. Okay. Just give me a call on Discord then. Heck. I'll just make sure the Discord window's popped up, or I can get it. And then, oh gosh, I gotta change the thingy to the thingy. Oh. I got this. This one.
Oh no, Jim is coming. My brain is gonna melt at my ears from too much cutie at once.
Just an overload of cutie. Wait, I'm late to this party. My lucky button can't possibly be hacking blue, thank you. Oh my gosh. You're way too nice. Do I play with the mic too much? I think, like, I'm glad I bought this new mic that doesn't, like, make too much noise when I move it, because I play with it way too much. Blem. There it goes. Oh, Gimmel plays essential. Right. Blem. Into the meat hole that is golden light. I haven't watched that one yet. It's on the back burner. I really want to watch it. It looks good. Oh my gosh. Wait a minute. Look it's Grass Streams. In art style alone. Legend of Stray Dog. Stray Dog gives us sweets. Stray Dog sounds like a pretty upstanding doggo. He nom that candy. Aw, Theo, thank you. Heck.
I thought it said, give Jesus.
Give Jesus. Stray Dog is a comrade. Yee. Doggo devour Halloween candy and then throw toilet paper at Jerome. Doggo's just a party animal, you know? Fabulous. I hope the marathon stream goes well. Oh my gosh. Heck, thank you, William. Oh my goodness. Holy heck, it's a hexadrillion! Also, the anniversary of me coming out of trans? Heckin'! Oh my gosh, congrats! Hello?
Hello.
Hello, how are you, Jim?
I'm not too bad, not too bad. I'm a little sleepy, but I'm still drinking, so I thought, while the office is still cool, because the temperature regulation in here is awful, so while I'm still here and active, swing on by, because I've been meaning to for a while. I've been meaning to swing by one of the Silent Hill streams for the longest time.
Appreciate you. Heck. And yeah, you streamed for like 6 hours or so. I totally understand being tired after that.
Yeah, we went for a bit. We hosted the ultimate Halloween party. Everyone was there. Everyone.
I saw. I was lurking, but like, I really enjoyed watching Jack Nicholson, and who was such a baby.
Oh yeah, that
was. Oh my gosh.
He's almost unrecognizable until he starts talking.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that was. I'd not seen that film since 2001, something like that. So I spent the whole film thinking, "Oh my god, please don't let there be any forgotten racism." So that's one of the problems with any public domain film. You never know what's in it, which is why I need to vet them beforehand. But I was pretty sure that one was good. I didn't remember anything offensive in it, and it was fine. It was good. It's a great film. The original Little Shop of Horrors by Roger Corman, 1960. Yeah. It's its own special treat.
Roger Corman makes a good movie. Like, they're all low budget.
Heck yeah.
But they're all good. Like, solid films.
He sets out to make, like, the most straightforward, on-budget film he can. Mm-hmm. And he will keep making them until they're not popular. And then he'll find some new monster to make an entire franchise about. And it works. The guy is... like, he's a factory of trash film.
He delivers...
And good trash film.
He will always deliver, like, a quality, not great quality, but good quality film on time and on budget. Always.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. Yeah, if you just need a film about a dinosaur or an alien or a monster...
or the Fantastic Four...
or the Fantastic Four. You go to Roger and he will sort you out.
He will.
You won't love what he makes, but you'll really like it.
Yes. You know what? I still think Roger Corman made the best Fantastic Four film, though. Like, they haven't made a Fantastic Four film better than that yet.
Justin actually was on stream with me. He was... saying, like, praising the Roger Corman Fantastic Four film. I've not seen it in completion. Everything I've seen of it is wonderful.
It's a bunch of cheesy fun. If you enjoyed, like, the Adam West Batman or like the original Superman movies, it's lower budget but about the same enjoyability.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. And I kept saying after the Nolan films, they needed something like that. Like, give me a campy Batman like palette cleanser before going back into the other stuff. But they chased up grim with more grim.
100%. I always kind of hoped they would do at some point, and I know I've talked about it before, but like a Freakazoid film, like just have WB make a Freakazoid live action film where it's like live action, except when Dexter Douglas turns into Freakazoid, Freakazoid is 2D animated, like Roger Rabbit style. And then all the villains are really cheesy 90s like practical effects. So you have like the lobe and it's like a big brain prosthetic and stuff.
I'd bite off on that.
Yeah. It'd be too good. Oh look, a fluff has joined me. Oh. Oh my gosh. What a cat. Oh my gosh, Hiexu, thank you so much for the follow. Oh. So Jim, you've never played this game before, right?
No, it puzzles me why I never, because I had my eye on it for the longest time. I was buying game magazines still back then, and on the demo disc, on one of them, there was a trailer for this. I'm pretty sure it was this one. It was a trailer with a fellow with a creepy voice, just talking about this girl in suggestive, unsettling ways. It was a really evocative trailer, and so I was really interested in it. And then I think it just came out and eluded me. I just didn't know it came out, and then I didn't see hide nor hair of it again until I was with a friend and she was playing it.
Bun, Jim, and Rocky all together and
very
cozy. Goodbye everyone, I am RIP.
Yeah, very darkly suggestive, the particular moment she was playing.
Boy, is it. The whole game keeps this like constant tone of like tension and uncomfortableness. It's really good at just one-upping itself over and over again. Oh my gosh, did you take a swipe at me for what? I stopped petting him, he's mad.
Oh! Lambert 75361 says it was banned in the UK.
It was, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, because I was in the UK at the time, that makes sense.
Ah, okay. Yeah, this game goes places.
Coffee.
Unfortunately, similar to like Silent Hill 4, I think this game is like stellar, and I don't recommend playing it. The gameplay is like your basic attacks even are just it plays
She looks like she doesn't even care.
No. It plays very Silent Hill, except then there's these mandatory boss fights that are also like really, really difficult, like unacceptably, and long runs back to them from save points. So, it's a shame. And there's 2 endings, and the way to get them is really, really weird, because they give you a gun for the first time for the last boss of this game, and you can either equip it and shoot it once, which will kill the last boss, or you can wait for the boss to get tired out and go into this kneeling down state, and then you have to walk up to him and then select the gun and then select use, and you give him the gun and you get the good ending. And that's the only way to get it. And I don't know how you're supposed to figure that out.
No, like that's so obtuse and weird. I can't even come up with some joke about how it's reasonable. Like my mind's just blanked on that.
It's an eminently strange game. I love it. But yeah, I can't recommend anyone play it.
Yeah.
Unless you do it on New Game Plus, and then there's a bunch of one-hit kill weapons you can equip, and then do that.
So basically, when you're done with this, if you can just send me a copy of the save file, then I'll give this a go. No bother.
Yeah, I got you. Did he run up the stairs? I think that's where he went. Oh, there he is.
So,
These little shit kids. Yeah, I'll just mail you my memory
Can't
card.
believe just how
I'll pop
common a
it.
game like this was.
I'll pop it in the case, and then I'll just mail this out.
Oh, brilliant!
Yeah.
Yeah, sorted.
By the way, as far as game cases go, and this is a dumb subject to talk about, but as far as game cases go, PS2 cases are my absolute favorite. Like, they're my favorite game boxes because they're really, really sturdy, and they've got a little space for your memory card, and they often had like a really high quality instruction manual in there. Like, the little bit in the middle pushes down all the way, unlike the Xbox 360 cases, which will just crack the inside of your disc all the time. Like, just stellar cases.
Oh yeah, they cared back then.
Mm-hmm.
Things mattered.
The GameCube ones are pretty good too.
Well, not really. It was that sweet spot between arcades and DLC. So where games just came out and were games and were pretty complete and pretty good. It only lasted a few years.
Oh my gosh, Shia, hey. Alright, I'll see you, Coalfire. Thanks for stopping by. Heck. Oh gosh. Jim, I don't know if you want to, but I would be
I
quite
can fit
interested.
everything I need in that bun. I want to know, just in case.
Thank you, Shia. I think you still have on our Discord DMs that immediately change your character's gender thing.
Yeah.
I
do have that, yes.
You don't have to do any special voices or anything, but like, I would love to hear you read that sometime.
Right. Okay. Since you asked so nicely.
Oh, thank you, Jim. What a treat.
I have been a loyal follower of your page for almost half a year, and have been under the impression that your character, and specifically the rabbit, was a female. However, recent revelations have forced me to come into the open and make this account to commune with you. Witness my account upon seeing the gifts you have purchased for your boyfriend. An imperial pox on oneself for not reading context like with Manti. I realized that you were a homophile, which would in turn mean that your rabbit character is a male. I am incredibly displeased at this fact. Firstmost, Vor is generally known as a female-exclusive power. Female predators make up a large amount of all predator characters, and thus my assumption. Secondly, I have spent a grand time using your images for the sake of oneristic practices, and I am feeling extraordinary shame for having practiced onanism not only to someone of my male gender, but also to the art of a homophile. Thirdmost, your character and yourself is known in my view now as an outlier, something strange that must be corrected with imperative. Therefore, I am commanding you to change the gender of your character to female. I realize this command is one that you, as a homophile with limited reasoning skills, may not understand. Therefore, I shall present my reasons as to why you should do this. First, it shall put one of your most loyal watchers' fears, doubts, and turning night terrors to absolute rest. Secondly, your works would get significantly more views, as the audience for homophile and male predators is exceedingly dim and tiny. Thirdly, it would help to establish Vor as a female-exclusive power to your watchers, many of whom I now suspect to be nothing more than a homophile communist infiltrators. This would turn tides not only in the fandom, but in the world, as more people turn up to the right side. the right side. Consider my petition wisely, Lagomorph. I have an exceedingly sharp wit, and if you do not take this request lightly, then I shall be forced to debate you on this matter. And believe me, you do not want to debate me. I am unparalleled in intellect, reasoning, and wit, and have not been mind-changed on a point once, either by my kin or by people of the communist side. Tick-tock. Royston! Royston! I just roasted a homophile! I'm letting know that Vord is a female exclusive power! It's a sacred right
Bun
of
is a
mothers!
homophile,
I stand
communist
with
infiltrator.
JK!
Thank you, Jim.
Oh, you're welcome.
Oh, he's such a treasure. Oh my god. I'm dead. I'm dead. This killed me.
Encore. Encore.
I have never been
it's
mind
a stunning
changed.
piece of writing.
It's a masterpiece. A masterpiece of shit. But like, oh my goodness. Oh. 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 I feel like I just ran a mile, you know? Like it's been a journey, but P.S.
I mean, the writing on its own is just, it's an adventure.
Mm-hmm. I remember when I first sent that to you, and I was like, there's parts of this that make me think that this has to be, like, on purpose. This has to be a troll.
Yeah.
But at the same time...
You never know. I mean, I've had people, like, seriously send me screeds like this. Like, they genuinely think they're delivering some sort of Rorschach speech off a roof or something.
That's exactly what they have in mind, too. That's exactly what they have in
yeah.
mind. They think they're doing, like, a Joker in the interrogation room, or, like, yeah.
People have talked to me like they are a supervillain addressing Spider-Man or something.
But not like a fun supervillain, not like Mysterio, but like
No.
no. Oh my gosh.
Actually, the smug, self-satisfied, overly wordy way in which Mysterio presents himself. Yeah, I've met a few gamers TM like that.
I mean, yeah, alright. Thank you, Pidge.
It's just none of them have the spine to wear spandex, so I've always got that over them.
Or a fishbowl.
Or a fishbowl. I'll wear a fishbowl all day long. Actually, I won't wear my fishbowl all day long. It suffocates you.
Oh yeah, it seems a little uncomfortable.
Yeah, I need to take out all the
Sir,
stuffing that's
this
in
is a
it.
Denny's.
The person who made it just made all the smoked stuff by filling it with stuffing, and you can't see or breathe with it. So I need to just get some sort of, like, you know, spray or something and spray the inside and make it all cloudy.
Bun. Hello, you delightful person.
Because otherwise,
Love
it's a really
the
good,
costume.
really good helmet.
It looks great. But yeah, I feel like there's a lot of costume stuff that's just
Mysterio is
made
the
to
best
look
supervillain.
good more than it is to last any amount of time or be comfortable or
Yeah. I had that issue with some of my early
Fun
wrestling
targeted
gear.
gamers.
Like, it was really, it's
Gamers.
well-made
This
cosplay
time it's
stuff,
personnel.
but it was not wrestling gear. And when I had them, when I switched over to using the silver and gold, that the commander character I do now, my first suit was silver and gold. After the first full night of use, it was white and yellow. I could actually chart throughout the match I was managing, the colors just draining from it as it went on. I remember at one point just lifting my hand up, looking at it and thinking, that wasn't fucking yellow before.
That's I've had some people, because I like to gush about wrestling sometimes. Like, I'm not as knowledgeable about it as I would like to be.
Teleports behind a nothing personnel low.
I didn't watch WWE back in the day or anything like that. And I still haven't watched any of WWE.
WWE, I can't in good conscience support it.
Absolutely agree. But like, most people who talk about wrestling at least have a knowledge base of that, and I'm just like out of my element there, unfortunately.
Fun, cute, and also handsome, and also fun.
What? Because when I've watched, I've not really
you,
caught you. You've mentioned wrestling, but not much. If you don't mind, because obviously, if someone brings it up, I will bring it up all day long. What is it you watch in general?
So I got into it just a couple years ago when Lucha Underground came out. I was like an English program with lucha wrestling and time travel plots and like human sacrifice and decapitations. I'm like, I am all in on this. I watched all 4 seasons. They were fantastic. It was terribly mismanaged. The production was a shit show. But I absolutely loved it. I got into watching some of New Japan stuff. And I need to catch up with AEW, although that's also becoming kind of a shit show. And I've watched a couple of the like AAA stuff, so like Triple Mania. I try to catch, but I'm more into the lucha side of things than I am into like the a lot of the wrestling stuff, but.
I mean that's all good stuff. I mean you really do not need WWE for sure.
Not when like not when there's so many good alternatives out there.
Exactly. And the really indie stuff that's coming up now is just there are people I've been working with up here who are just going to do some transformative stuff, I think.
Oh yeah, like the indie scene for wrestling has been such a game changer this past decade even. Like the fact that AEW took off the way it did, like a lot of the local promotions are doing really well and getting to sign like bigger people, and a lot more people are just kind of speaking out and leaving WWE even though they're trying to keep their monopoly on everything.
Yeah, as best they can.
And I wouldn't
still
want
make
to
more money out of the ones they've got when they force them to Twitch stream and take all the revenue.
Oh god, yeah. Ugh. I can live without watching WWE for my entire life. The thing that I do want to watch and still can't in good conscience is NXT. Because I hear those takeovers are really good.
But when I was watching, they were excellent.
Because Triple H knows how to run a promotion. But oh, I got you, Battle Tank. I think I missed it. Point redemption. Oh my gosh.
When will Jim wrestle as Kefka from Final Fantasy for Promotions Halloween special?
Battle Tank redeemed a compliment and says, "Hey Bun, give a shout out to my man Master Onion, best rapper in Parappa and best song in the game. Punch, kick, it's all in the mind. You want to test me? I'm sure you'll find. I'm the teacher. I'm sure to beat you." Also, Jim, thank you for using part of their song in the WWE Shitty Mobile game vid.
It wasn't a mobile game. That's how shitty it was.
Oh my god.
That was on my PS4. It looks worse than mobile games. Like, I've seen the character designs in some of those crappy mobile games, and they're at least recognizable. I can look at a character in a mobile WWE game and know who they are. Whatever that Battlegrounds was thinking with some of those models, like, you wouldn't know who they were unless they're wearing the t-shirt with their name on it. They think like Baron Corbin looks like a melted Jason Statham.
Oh no.
Oh my, I looked up that copy pasta and there are more replies from this person. Holy moly.
There are, Phoebe.
And the Fiend Bray Wyatt has the same moveset as Mandy Rose because the movesets are shared so much. And then you've got Jake the Snake Roberts doing high-flying lucha moves. It's amazing. And he's on AEW now. And a bunch of other like prominently featured wrestlers in it were like recently fired or let go or what have you.
The thing that I don't understand about the wrestling games is like, who is the audience that wants a wrestling game that is like a sports game? Like, who is it that wants a wrestling game that takes itself as like a sport and doesn't have like.
Yeah.
Why don't they just go completely over the top with it? You're making a video game. You can have like, you know, like a pile driver that starts on fire on the way down. You can have like the Undertaker literally coming back from the dead or summoning zombies or shit. Like you could do anything.
Well, that's
it's a
the
video
point
game.
of Battlegrounds.
Mm-hmm.
Battlegrounds is supposed to be that. Like gameplay-wise, it's supposed to harken back to the more arcadey style wrestling games, like the SmackDown games, rather than the more sim-like ones they've done. And it's over the top. You know, wrestlers will jump like, you know, dozens of feet in the air and slam people down. You can throw there's a wrestling arena that's a bayou, and you can throw your opponent towards alligators, and they'll chew them up and spit them out. The problem is the game is just garbage.
I was going to say, conceptually, that sounds great.
I really wanted to like it because the idea is sound. You know, a more arcadey wrestling game with these cartoony characters and you know, alligator attacks. It's so simply, like they went too simplistic with it. And with only like 4 movesets shared across the entire roster, plus, you know, obligatory microtransaction crap.
Oh, good.
And just really limited gameplay. The thing's a mess.
You hate to see it.
Oh, yeah. Bray Wyatt and Mandy Rose should not play the same. How does that work?
Jim, have you heard about, I think I've gushed about this before, but like, have you heard about the DDT Iron Man Pro, Heavy Metalweight Pro Championship belt?
I don't think so.
There's a Japanese wrestling promotion called DDT, and it's like an acronym for like Dream something. I don't remember.
I'm aware of DDT. I've not really watched them, but I'm aware they're a thing.
Gotcha. The Iron Man Heavy Metalweight Pro Championship belt is my favorite title in wrestling because it's a 24/7 defense title that can be won by anyone or anything at any time. So like the first, like one of the earlier matches for the belt was like a ladder match where one of the ladders fell onto the title holder after the match for a 3 count.
Come in and fix all these problems. Frown.
How have I not seen that?
And so the ladder has won the belt and then successfully defended it in a fatal 4-way when the other 3 wrestlers were counted out of the ring. Like, oh, it's so good. Yeah, it's changed in the last like 20 years. It's changed hands, I think, like 1,500 times.
Yeah, WWE had a similar thing in the 2000s with the hardcore title. They had 24/7 rules on it and did all sorts of gimmicks. And last year, they brought it back, but without the hardcore stuff because, you know, PG, whatever. So it's now the 24/7 title. It's basically the same thing. That Grabowski character had it once. I think does he do football, baseball? I don't know. Some sort of bull. But anyway, he had it for a bit. The $1 Million Man bought it.
Of course. Once. Okay, that's fun. Sure.
Yeah,
fine. I get that.
They've done a couple fun things with it, but modern WWE being what
Past
they are, most of the time it's just,
a cat,
R-Truth's got
song,
it, he's going to run and be chased by an entire group of people who don't have any plot lines and will probably be fired soon.
Yeah. Yeah, that... Oh man, that belt, the longest title holder for the Iron Man Heavy Metalweight Pro Championship belt was an invisible wrestler who held it for a little over a year. And
the Invisible Man. I have heard of the Invisible Man.
There were 3 different invisible wrestlers they had. And 4 inflatable sex dolls dressed up as wrestlers that have won the title.
Yes, that's the stuff I have heard of from that particular arena of wrestling. Yeah, the invisible wrestler, the blow-up dolls. One of the reasons why the old wrestling manager Jim Cornette absolutely hates
The ladder
guys like
stuck
Kenny
it out until the
Omega
bell,
because he
or you could
wrestled the
say,
dolls.
until everyone had heard the final rung.
So a lot of old school wrestling people despise all that stuff. And I love it. I mean, that's part of what I wanted to get into it for.
It's
Like my
fantastic.
end game was to go to one of the companies that was hated the most for that, Chikara, and of course, you know, they're gone now. But if I ever do decide to actually set up my own wrestling promotion, I'm going to follow that Chikara Lucha Underground style model. Like more
yes,
spells
Three-Hole
and
Terry, greatest
weird things
inflatable
happening.
wrestler of his time.
I'm so in for that. Like, I'm here for the storylines. Like, and I want them to be like over the top and like ridiculous. I want time travel shenanigans. I want, you know.
Absolutely. Xerxes shouting out "Still Life" in the chat. I don't know if you're aware of that wrestler, Bun.
I'm not.
A Still Life with Apricots and Pears is their full name. They are my favorite wrestler of all time. I had the honor of ring announcing for them a couple weeks back. I just check out their stuff. It's amazing.
Let me write this down real quick.
Still Life is basically a living art exhibit. Oh yeah, the match I announced, Still Life was fighting Molly McCoy, smashed a painting canvas over her head, and then successfully auctioned that off to someone in the audience.
Still Life's gimmick is that of a living, breathing human work of art in the ring, a non-binary pro wrestler. Oh my goodness, I am here for this.
They're wonderful, absolutely wonderful people. I was supposed to work with them when I moved here to Philly before everything happened and the company we were supposed to do it all in shut down. So it's a dream of mine, like a goal of mine, to finally work with Still Life and do what we were supposed to have done.
Oh man,
because I think like they and I could do something just brilliant.
AAA has a show tomorrow on Facebook for some reason. Oh. Well, maybe I'll watch that. I like AAA. The only thing I don't like about the like a lot of the Mexican or the lucha like wrestling promotions is that they tend to have really corrupt referees, and that's like it's usually played for like a gag, but they're usually paid off. They're usually heels, and that's okay sometimes. I don't like it all the time though. Their audiences are amazing.
I mean the crooked referee gimmick is something that I like. It shouldn't be done too often. Sadie Bubs, if
you
you
should
want
become a
LGBTQ friendly wrestling,
you can call yourself.
do keep an eye on
the
what I
bottom
do.
and the joke is that you always get
a couple of weeks ago I hosted a wrestling event called the Polyam Cult. Well, it was at the time called Poly Cult Party. They've changed it to Polyam Cult Party now for future ones. But that was just wall-to-wall gay wrestling. It was great. The entire area was like painted in pan colors everywhere. MV Young, who hosted it, is his whole shtick is being poly and queer. And then there's Effie, big gay Effie. There's a like that's part of what's so exciting here.
Who's the one I saw recently? Is it Sunny Kiss?
Sunny Kiss is on AEW. Yeah, Sunny Kiss is great.
Fantastic. Like amazing technical wrestler. Oh my gosh.
I want to see Sunny be allowed to do more in AEW. They brought him in. I think he's excellent, but he's just not done much since. Like the last time he was on like TV, not like the YouTube show they do, he was flattened by Kenny Omega in seconds.
Oh gosh.
Now, certainly LGBTQ representation in wrestling has a long way to go when it comes to the mainstream stuff, but certainly the indie stuff here in the Northeast. I mean, hell, I was treated well enough in the indie companies in Mississippi and Alabama, of all bloody places. He treated me better than I know a company like WWE ever would have.
I'm not surprised. A lot of the like people that would have a problem, at least in the audience, with like LGBT stuff, are all watching WWE and nothing else.
I mean, when it comes to crowds, I've had stuff shouted at me, for sure.
Yeah.
Certainly with the way my character would rile people up as well. Like, there's once or twice I've been genuinely worried about physical repercussions at a show.
Oh gosh.
It's always been all right. I've had wrestlers actually have to like push me away because I will be too good at goading someone. And I'll get an inch in front of their face, and I want it to happen. I'm like, if this happens, it would be bloody brilliant. And then I'll just feel someone's hand just sort of pat me on the chest and then just push me away.
Oh gosh.
Yes. Well, that was actually my first official night pitch was when I yelled at an entire crowd of children to shut their goddamn mouths, which would have been fine outside of Mississippi. But in Mississippi, I got more heat for that than when Jeff Cobb shouted shit in front of the same crowd.
Oh,
and then ever
gosh.
since then, there's a wrestler in the South called Eric Silver, and every time I've ever seen him, the first thing he does is point at me and yell, "Shut your goddamn mouth!"
Jeff Cobb is a treasure, though.
He's great. I met him just the once that one night, and just let him know that the chicken he was eating went through my friend Justin.
I loved him in Lucha Underground. Like, his character in Lucha Underground is so good. If I remember correctly, he plays the monster Matanza Cueto. And he just has, like, these blue coveralls covered in blood. And, like, this Hannibal Lecter mask. Oh, it's so good. The big thing for wrestling for me...
Is it pure coincidence that Jim is a good heel and I want them to step on me?
Gosh,
Ferocious smug.
The big thing about... One of the big things about wrestling for me is that I hate kayfabe. I can't stand it. And, like, one of the things that I loved about Lucha is that you can have the same wrestler playing multiple characters. And then outside of that, and for a lot of the indie promotions, you can go outside of the wrestling ring and you can go on and find their Twitter and, like, just see them being normal people. And I want to know that even the heels are, like, decent people, because I don't want to know that they're just assholes for real.
It's something that interests me a lot. I could talk about it for days. The behavior, especially of heels, and how they present themselves. There are a lot. I won't say a lot. There are some people. It's becoming less popular who believe that if you're a heel, it's all on the table.
Yeah.
So long as it gets a rise out of people, you can say and do whatever you want. And that's just attractive for a lot of bad actors.
Let's have a little chat, shall we?
I think it still works in certain contexts. MJF in AEW never breaks away from the bit.
So that's how you
But
feel, is it?
everyone knows that's the deal. When AEW generally have him in meet and greets and stuff, when they do it, they like brief people before they meet him, like, this is the shtick. So in general, like, he made a kid cry once, apparently. They had been briefed, but it's something I couldn't do. As much as I love playing a heel, when someone comes up to me, like, on a personal level, I can't be an asshole to them. So the way I do it is, like, when a show's on, even if I'm meeting someone, like, during the break or something, I'll keep in character, but I will just play up the side of the character that likes being worshipped. So I will have fun with them, you know, saying they're fans or what have you. So I can still keep character, but I'm not being an arsehole to them. I'm, you know, just putting on a show for them, if anything.
It's a good compromise.
There are ways to maintain a character without just, like, ruining someone's night. or really scraping the bottom of the barrel and going racist with it, which some heels seem to think. It's so outside of any offense factor. It's just so gauche as well. And you get that with certain heels. They think that's their license to just do whatever. And I disagree. I disagree. I think there's certainly a right way to keep kayfabe up, but I think kayfabe should work the way a character like Borat works, where it's like we all know it's bollocks, and if someone doesn't, it's like more fool them. But we all buy into it and treat Borat in interviews and things like that like he's a real person.
Yes.
And I've always loved that idea. Like in the UK, there's Steve Coogan, who will be known to American viewers more for film roles, had a character called Alan Partridge, who's very popular in the UK as a fictional TV presenter. But when he was Alan Partridge, he was Alan Partridge. He'd be interviewed on real interview shows, like late night shows, as Alan Partridge. We all know it's Steve Coogan, but we're all buying into it. And that's how I feel wrestling kayfabe should be now. It's like, we all know the cat's out the bag. That doesn't mean we can't all play along.
Exactly. Yeah. Like when someone's in character,
Playing a confident character
they
who
should
loves
be in
bathing
character,
in
but I
place
like
but
to
still
know that
being
the
kind to
actor
fans.
playing them is
I can
not
get into
also
that.
a douche.
Yeah, for sure. Sure.
Like, I like where there's heel characters, like, specific, like, Lucha Underground is where I, first discovered this, where people like Mil Muertes, the man of 1,000 deaths, or Marty Martinez, who's like a greasy creep in the ring. And then you can go on their Twitter and you can see them playing with their dog, and it's adorable, and I love it. I'm just like, oh my gosh. Yeah, that's important to me. I don't know why. Oh my gosh, here's the best character in the game. When the girl examined the bucket, it pleaded.
I've never ever called anyone a muppet in my role as a wrestling personality. I tend to be a little more purple prosy with my insults. Call them terrestrial pedestrians or worthless mediocrities, or something like that.
Oh.
Something a little more flowery.
It's bucket night. I love bucket night. This should be the next Shovel Knight character.
Mmm.
I'm the bucket night keeper of promises.
Jennifer found bucket.
You know what I refer to, and I know that you know. However, you do not know at the moment, nor can you remember. Let us recall our memories together in order to remember our promise.
So this is us paying for Jim to call us names? Yes? No? No, we a smile.
I don't know if you can convince Jim to start insulting you in chat, but maybe if you ask really nicely, you can get him to blem.
We must protect this bucket.
Maybe.
Maybe. Who even knows? It's an unpredictable year.
Those scissors. Blem.
Blem.
Oh, that's a good one.
All right. I'm not a practiced blemmer.
What's great about this game is that it has a limited inventory like Resident Evil. But unlike Resident Evil, if you drop anything from anywhere, it drops into the item box. So at any time, you can just drop an item and it pops into the item box. And it's like the best quality of life thing. Blum. Oh god, that's so useful, right? So yeah, anytime you want, you can just drop your stuff. And then the dog in this game works just like the map system in Dead Space. You give him an item, and he brings you to the next story objective. It's fantastic.
At the time, survival horror wasn't exactly known for its quality of life considerations.
Believe me, that's where it like starts and ends.
From what I've seen so far, I can believe that, yeah. I mean, she runs like she was never vaccinated.
This is also the run speed. Fortunately, you don't have to hold down any buttons to run, which is nice.
I can't wait to
but
hang
this
out
is as
and
fast
help
as it
out
goes.
reading creepypastas. I have my own demon voice to show you. I bet I can Dr. Claw better than you.
Oh, that's exciting. Poor Dead Space. Dead Space is one of those series I would really like to see an HD remaster for.
Oh, heck yeah. I would love to see it on Switch. I mean, I would like to see all things on Switch, because I'm a bugger for a Switch, but I do miss playing them. I'll say that. I replayed Dead Space 2 last year on stream. That was fun.
It's a little more
But the first one I
actiony
still
than the
think is just
first, but yeah.
wonderful. Yeah, it's very much a sort of, almost a difference between Alien and Aliens in terms of action jump up.
That's a really
where
good way of
one
putting
was
it,
a
yeah.
horror and one was
Hmm.
And then Dead Space 3 and Alien 3, when it comes to executive meddling and the results, I mean, they both track as well.
It's true.
Mm-hmm.
When are we gonna get the Alien version of Prometheus? Or the Dead Space version of Prometheus?
Well, we've got to get through Dead Space Resurrection first.
Oh no.
Mm.
What would the alien?
Right, we'll get Winona Ryder in there.
What would the Alien versus
Winona
Predator
Ryder and Ron Perlman involved.
be? Like, who would we cross it over with, though? Because Dead Space is Alien,
That's
then
a
what's
good question.
Predator?
I think it's something that's comparable.
I don't know if there's any other, like, good horror series around that time.
Yeah, especially one with a singular entity or something.
Yeah. Blem. Dead Space versus Evil Within. I was thinking about that. Maybe.
What?
Dead Space versus Activision.
So Dead Space versus Evil Within could probably work, because it's like maybe Isaac Clarke has to go into his own mind to get the plans for the marker out or something. I don't know. Like, they did a lot of brain stuff in Dead Space too, so maybe. I don't know.
Could make it work.
Brains? I love brains.
Brains are so nice. I feel like my biggest disappointment with Dead Space is that, like, it would need to be a different game for this, but, like, the necromorphs are not very scary, is my, like, biggest issue with it. Is, like, there's too many of them, and they're too all over the place. And there's a ton of them that look the same. Like, I would rather have more of a The Thing, or, like, Event Horizon, where there's monsters, but they're all kind of unique, and they're all a much bigger deal.
Yeah, it's hard to kind of merge the needs of an action. Even the first Dead Space had an emphasis on
Are
action.
you meaning to tell me
which
you aren't a fan of
requires,
exploding
in this game's
babies?
case, a lot of enemies. And that requires a lot of reused character models. And when you're trying to do that idea of this roiling flesh body horror thing, I can see how that, once you start recognizing the necromorphs,
Right.
it does sort of undo that. Because,
did you know
you look
Isaac
at the
Clarke's
Thing, which was a
name
huge
is based on
inspiration.
Isaac
And the Thing
Asimov and Arthur C.
perhaps
Clarke?
never
Not
looks
many
the
people
same
know
in
that.
any single frame. Certainly not in any single shot.
Yeah.
It never looks the same.
And that's what keeps it, like, scary and surprising, you know?
Oh, yeah.
And I would love a video game that does that, and I don't think there's very many. Like, I feel like they could have done something closer to Alien Isolation, where there's the one alien that's kind of hounding you for a lot of it, but then you have a lot of like human enemies and also like the working Joes and things like that are a little more like there for action game fare, but then you're also being pursued by this like monstrosity. Something more in that vein maybe, but with like a couple different aliens. But even that couldn't keep that up for too long because they had to include that section at the end where like there's like dozens of aliens, so Isolation is such a good game, and then it just goes on for maybe 10 hours too long.
Yeah, it could have stood to have, had a little more brevity to it. But it's absolutely brilliant, and the Switch version it's just an engineering masterclass.
I don't own the Switch
way they got
version,
that thing to look as good as it does and run as good as it does on the Switch is it's remarkable.
I was surprised that they came out with like a PS3 and Xbox 360 version, and those looked fine too. Like, as far as I know, they ran just fine, which is astounding to me. It goes to show, like, just like a strong art direction can trump like technical prowess almost every time, you know.
Oh yeah, I mean, I make that argument all the time. Like, someone the other day asked me, like, you talk about how graphics aren't important, and you know there are certain games that shouldn't be endangered project-wise because the budget's been put all into graphics over everything else. But you also talk about why art, like you complain about things like art direction and stuff like that, and I had to explain how different those two
from
things
the Devil
are.
May Cry series.
I think one of the issues we have with some of these games that focus purely on like the graphical horsepower is they forget that to really make that stuff look good, you need to have some artistry as well. You can't just make everything look pretty for the sake of it. It'll look pretty, but it won't look impressive. Not unless there's some strong artistic vision directing what you're making.
Crisis.
Exactly.
Crisis looks like the most boring thing in the world.
Yeah, well, the first Crisis is absolute dreck. It's absolute piss. Crisis 2, on the other hand, the game that is not renowned for pushing the graphical boat out and is not really well known at all compared to the first one, is a fucking good game. Crisis 2 is a damn good game. And no one talks about it. It's completely forgotten. But I hate Crisis. I loved Crisis 2. Crisis 3 was okay.
You know what? I also got I might need to pick that up and play it sometime then. Cause I haven't. But I also haven't played and I picked up on your recommendation Singularity.
Dead Space vs. Titanfall 2.
Ooh.
So at some point I do want to do that. I don't know if it's worth doing a Tuesday stream about it, but like I don't know if it's bad enough because I don't think it's bad. But
yeah.
Wait, how did we get on board an airship? So we got locked in a box and then woke up on an airship. And now we're members of the Red Cran Aristocrats.
Crisis 1 was just a playable version of 3 Mark.
And in order to move up the ranks of our social hierarchy, we have to find a beautiful butterfly this month. It all makes sense. A dirigible.
I played Crisis again a couple, well, I guess months back at this point, when it came out on Switch, because I'm an idiot, because I've got no standards, and it's just as bad as I remember it. It's the thing about Crisis. I've played it more than twice in my life, and I don't know why. The thing about Crisis is it's always as bad as you remember it.
At
It's not
least there are
worse,
no
it's not
dragglers
better.
in this airship.
It's just
It's
as
always
bad.
exactly as bad as I remember it.
So 7 out of 10 then?
7 out of 10, yeah.
7 out of 10.
Yeah. Well, 7.5. It's not as bad as some 7 out of 10s I could buy.
Heck. I actually managed to get a Switch pretty recently. Like just 2 months ago, I think.
Oh, I love it.
I've been enjoying it so far. I'm not a big fan of the ZL and ZR buttons. They're a little, I don't know.
Right.
I'm just back, and what am I seeing?
Yeah, there's a lot of
Netflix
people swear by
adaptation
some
of
of the
Lucky Bunny?
third-party controlled stuff. Like I use the Joy-Cons mostly. Can't be bothered to get anything else. They work fine, you know.
Will your Switch get any Joy-Con stick drift? It doesn't have any yet, but I don't know.
I think if you bought it recently, I think newer ones have it mostly addressed.
It's one of the V2 models, so it's got like the extended
Lucky
battery
only
life and
managed
everything.
to get a Switch recently because he
I
was
think he should be
instinctively
fine.
looking for a Nintendo bottom.
Jen!
Then again, I know Drift was still from last year.
Heck. But yeah, so far I've mostly just picked up Mario Odyssey, which I really enjoyed. Like, I think that might be one
Mario
of the
Odyssey
best
is excellent.
Mario games I've ever
Yeah.
played.
Yeah, I think it's certainly the best Mario game I've ever played. And I've played over 3 of them.
I also picked up the Mario Collection, which is fine. It's mostly because I wanted to play Sunshine in widescreen, which is fine. It's fine. It's fine. And then I picked up Deadly Premonition 2, which I like some parts
Oh,
of
dear.
and has some heckin' problems elsewhere.
Yeah, once York started doing the accents, I was thinking to myself, oh, I don't know where this is going. And where it went wasn't great.
Like, the first one had some problems too, but like...
Yeah. The first one had some problems that you could address with maybe he was doing his best and didn't know any better. And then the sequel comes along and says, oh, yeah, we decided to eliminate any excuses you might have for the bullshit we're pulling.
Yeah, especially
dear.
after making J.J. Macfield. It's like...
Right. Well,
how?
from what I've seen, it's like he felt like that gave him a license to do what he wanted.
Ugh,
Which just...
I don't like that.
I mean, all I'll say is I do 2 lists at the end of every year, and that's on one of them.
What is the game save mechanic in Rule of Rose? Good question. So you talk to Bucket Knight, and Bucket Knight remembers your promise. That's it.
Kind of a charming mechanic. On the subject of Deadly Premonition, she opens doors like York.
Yeah.
In the first game, just that laboured, cautious opening.
It's almost Dark Soulsy, like, with how slow it is. Yeah.
She literally opened that like York in the first game. That opened the look left and right, and then the step.
Bucket Knight would team up with Shovel Knight and Shield Knight. You can't convince me otherwise.
Bucket Knight should be a Shovel Knight character, 100%. I really like Jennifer's, like, outfit. Like, her whole look is great. This game's got an aesthetic to it, which is awesome. Unfortunately, there's only one kind of, like, enemy creature, and there's lots of them. Technically, there's multiple, but not really. And...
Yeah, that's always a shame.
Because, like, graphically, it's
And
gorgeous.
again, the first Eddie Premonition had that.
Mm-hmm. The music is astounding. The story is vague but really interesting. And then the combat and gameplay are just so terrible that it's so hard to play. And it makes me feel like Silent Hill 4 all over again, you know?
Very upset by what I see with this dog.
Yep.
Was that a dog all hung up?
Yep. We gotta save him.
Who the heck tied up
I mean,
that
the
poor
way it was
doggo
hung,
there?
just so that I can get through this moment, I'm just going to pretend the dog's consenting and enjoying it.
Fair.
But that's the only way I'm going to be able to handle this without bursting into tears. I can't even see a digital dog get hurt.
I'm sorry, Jim. Heck.
Hey, all right. I've seen worse. It's the video game industry. They kill dogs by the bucket load. Oh, we need some emotional resonance. Get a dog in there and strangle it to death.
Ugh.
I mean, I'm not saying that the emotional language of video games is limited, but a currency of dead dogs doesn't spend all that well.
Someone put the Shiba in
There better be some way to hit or give that dog treats, or I am going to be very sad.
Nice one.
I promise we're gonna get the doggo down, and then we're gonna give him treats. It's wonderful. Awesome Possum, thank you for those 5 gift subs. Holy heck. Pansky, Vilecats first. Scribbling, welcome to the Court of Hearts, Your Majesties. Oh my gosh.
Thank you, Jim. I hate
Avery,
that
what's so
sadness
messed up about
fading
the game
garbage.
industry is The Last of Us 2 was the last thing on my mind when I was thinking about dead dogs in games. It has one. It just hadn't occurred to me among all of the other ones I'm thinking of.
Just
The
one?
treatment
God,
of the
the game
dog in
industry
this
loves to
game is
kill
why
dogs.
later on the dog perpetrates the events of the Silent Hill games.
The dog is like a huge part of the story of this game. It's very strange. This is a weird game. The plotline kind of... Oh, Buttdentures, happy Halloween! Oh my god.
I was so sad that I had to kill all those dogs the Nazis sent at me in Wolfenstein.
From what I remember about this game, there's like...
If Jim is gonna sit through this whole thing, some CWS may be in order. A dog. They look like a dog to you? Don't worry, it's just a joke.
Oh my god, this freaking crying kid. Okay, from what I remember of the plotline of this game, when Jennifer was younger, she was in an orphanage and fell in love with another girl, and then became really invested in her friend Doggo, and the other girl got so jealous, and like their friendship like broke up over it. And now Jennifer is trapped in a nightmare of her own making for the guilt of forgetting her childhood friend. These kids are all like members of the Red Cran aristocrats, and the queen of the Red Cran, or king of the Red Cran, is that girl from like her past. So all these shit kids just hate that dog.
Wow.
It's weird.
Mm-hmm. Some classic survival horror is what it is.
Boy, is a...
Mm-hmm. Back when games could just be complete bollocks.
Well then, I hate all those kids, then.
Yes, you should hate all those kids. They suck. We gotta dismantle the monarchy in this game, basically. That's what we're doing.
Ooh.
Have a good night, Jen. Go have a good nap. This is one of those weird games where it's like late enough in the PS2 era that it doesn't have tank controls, but it still has set camera angles, which is not my favorite. To be honest, I think there's a couple places where tank controls work.
Dog and me versus the whole ding dang world.
Filthy wretch.
Okay, well that's rude.
Charming lady.
Right? I can't recall where we're supposed to go to get those scissors back down. Jim, have you played any of the Fatal Frame games?
Here and there.
Oh.
Me and my
I've had the
waistcoat
misfortune of
don't
actually
have to
playing
take
the
this
crap
from you,
ones
lady.
more than anything else.
Oh, so like the Wii U ones? And...
Yeah, like I've played like demos and stuff of some earlier ones and loved them, but it was another series that I just never got to see very much back in the day. So I can say that I've mostly played the terrible Wii U one, and as if that wasn't bad enough, I've also played to a great degree the 3DS one.
Oh, I've got my copy of that on the shelf over here.
Called Fatal Frame or anything.
It's called Spirit Camera?
Spirit Camera, yeah.
Oh.
Absolute rubbish.
Oh, it was horrible. You can finish it in like an hour, and mostly it's just, here's some spooky Instagram filters. Like, okay.
I just need to grab a hold of a bunch of horror games I never got around to playing. There's not too many of them, but I'm doing myself a disservice not playing some of them.
They need to just HD remaster the Fatal Frame games. Like...
Oh, I'd be all over it.
Oh, a Switch port for those would be so good. Like, so good. But yeah, those games have like the best compromise for me between like tank controls and like 3D movement. Because the control stick is like camera relative, so if you press left, you move left relative to the camera, right? But square is your run button, and if you hold it down, your character just starts running straight forward. So you don't...
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So if you want to just go straight when the camera angle changes, just don't press anything on the control stick and just keep holding down the run button. Is great.
That's the best way to do it, yeah.
Mm-hmm. The only problem is they didn't quite figure out shooter mechanics in games yet, because it was one of those like mid to early PS2 games. So when you go when you go into first person, the right stick moves you and the left stick moves your camera. And it's like, no. Unacceptable.
They were reckless back then.
Mm-hmm.
It was the Wild West. They just do whatever they wanted and damn the consequences.
Right? Do you remember when L1 and R1 rotated your camera left and right?
Oh, Jesus. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. What a mess. Electric panel. That's not what we need. Okay, what we need is that secret room behind where we were tied up in the beginning. Which I think is towards the front of the ship. Which way's forward? Heck. Oh, when you press X to fire your gun? Oof.
Yeah.
I feel like the Metal Gear games weren't too bad about that, because it was like hold down to aim your gun and then let go quickly to fire and let go slowly to lower it. I don't know. Pressure sensitive buttons were nice.
Every game made before 2015 was garbage. And several years from now, that bar will change. And then it'll be after 2026. All of them before then would be garbage. That's just evolution, kids.
Control wise. Or just in general.
Today's advances are yesterday's insults. The better things are, the worse the past is. This is why we should never improve or strive, folks. Because things might not be as good as they are right now, but they will actually be worse if you make them better, because of course they will. They will literally have been worse
It's a
times.
Vulcan, baby.
Keep them, then you're living in the good times.
Oh my gosh. Can I also say, holy heck, when they first announced Cyberpunk, I was so excited. And every piece of news media
the days of PS1
since
camera controls. May they remain dead forever.
has just like dwindled that excitement down to absolutely nothing. I'm not even picking it up at this
I'm
point.
at the point now where I'm debating, like, covering it at all as a game. So far, like, everything new coming out of Ubisoft is in that, and I don't know if I've done that once before. There's one or two games I'll never ever even just say out loud. I wouldn't even give the developers the satisfaction. So I don't know what I'm doing with Cyberpunk yet, but I've gotten any excitement I would have had for it has just been completely eradicated.
Yeah.
Is there even any transhumanism in there?
I mean, even
Seems
if I do
to
end
not
up
be
doing like a
doing the
impressions
trans
video of it,
community any
I'll end up having
favors.
to do what I did with The Last of Us 2 and dedicating a significant portion of it to just reminding everyone what went into the making of the game.
It's not a bad idea. Oh my gosh. Okay. I think... Okay, I think the solution to this is I have to go examine Doggo.
Dragon Nexus, you'll see some details of my mood with the game as TM and their handling of recent Cyberpunk news on Monday. Don't you worry about it.
So I'm gonna go look at Doggo, so don't look at stream for like a minute. I'll let you know when it's over. Because it won't want me in the room with the skizzers yet.
Oh, doggy. Couldn't resist looking. Poor sad dog.
Poor Doggo.
I can't even see happy dogs without wanting to cry. Just on sight of a dog. I can't handle it.
Jim. Happy to see you happy with the new Boglands release.
I'm more of a cat person, although this one is a brat. He's just
like cats. I've no quarrel with cats. We tend to get on, or at the very least don't get in each other's way, unless they're Justin's cats. Pair of nightmares.
Okay. I need to get in that broom closet. Can't forget. I can't remember what I need to do to get in there. But yeah, like, when they first announced, like, having a, like, fiddly RPG with complicated stats and skills and number systems and, like, I was like, oh my gosh, finally, I'm so on board for this. And then, ugh.
Yeah.
Because, like, there's not a lot of other first-person, like, RPGs out there doing that anymore.
No. And they frustrate me. Never have I wanted to... I just want to like their stuff. Like, if it's something like when EA does some bullshit, I'm like, it's EA. I know what they are, but I mean, it's not like I shouldn't act as if CDPR were like great one day and then suddenly bad. Like they've had problems for a long time, but it's like they actively fight you trying to respect them every step of the way. Some new piece about them will come out and it's just more rubbish, and the army of defenders they have will continue to shield them from any blowback as resulting from their behavior whatsoever. I am doing as well as I can to keep a lid on my sheer frustration and anger.
Understandably.
Gaming community and discourse and the industry overall. I think I'm doing a good job of masking my contempt.
I agree.
But if people think I'm contemptuous on the Jimquisition, they don't. Oh, you don't know.
I have not seen a game company squander that much goodwill in that short a period of time since, like, Bethesda released Fallout 76.
Yeah. Well, the problem is,
Okay, to both
they
Jim
don't
and
care
Ben with this
because
one.
of
A
whose
friend of
goodwill
mine
is
is
being
saying they
spent.
want to take on a job at
It's
Trying Games.
not the people
They are
that
saying they
they've
could get
been like
$70,000 a
appealing
year.
to
I warned
directly
them
with
about
this
all this
quote
stuff I
unquote
heard from Jim,
pro-consumer
but the
outlet they
artist
have.
friend said,
Their
well,
whole,
I came here to
no
be
DRM on
risky,
God,
and I can't
no
survive on art
microtransactions
commissions
because
alone.
that's
I am
greedy.
worried for
Oh
them.
well, we'll sneak them into
Allow me,
the
Jim.
multiplayer
Fuck
aspect of
CD Projekt
Cyberpunk.
Red.
But by that point, they've built themselves as the pro-consumer hero, and the consumers that they've been pandering to don't want to see that go away. So now they're making excuses for it. Now it's gone from microtransactions in paid games are bullshit to, well, it's only the multiplayer portion, so
it's only
probably okay if
cosmetic.
they do it. It's like, my God, grow a spine, folks. CDPR is honestly no better behavior-wise than Electronic Arts when it comes to, well, Electronic Arts treats workers better from what I've picked up, from what I know about how companies operate. EA does not treat its staff as bad as the horror stories I've heard from CDPR.
I believe
And
that,
yet,
yeah.
CDPR are the good guys because, you know, no microtransactions in The Witcher 3. It's a shame, you know, especially since I've been unpersoned in several communities for talking about this stuff, when the criticisms I'm making aren't new. They're just being applied to a company they like now. And the turn I felt, the knives that came out, I'm not undisillusioned. However, this weird little manky baby that you're fighting is pretty awesome.
This is like the enemy in the game, and then there's more of them later, and they have different animal heads. That's the difference. But the combat in this game is hilariously terrible.
Oh, it looks... I mean, what is she doing?
This has to be on purpose. Like, the animation is definitely on purpose, but like...
Like, I can tell they want to try and, you know, be like, oh, you're in the shoes of a powerless character, but it's like she... Like, Prince Adam was more convincing as a hero.
Yeah, she spends the majority of this
Like
game just getting pushed
girl.
around by everyone.
An 8-year-old girl or an 8-year-old boy with that knife would do more damage than she is going to do with that paper-wristed flailing.
You know what? You bring that up as a joke, but now what I'm thinking is like... Because all the other girls in this game haven't aged since the last time that Jennifer remembered them. Even though they were like, that's the age they were. Jennifer was the same age as all them when she was in the orphanage. So maybe it's like her mind from back then, but in like her body's more grown up. But like, I don't know. It'd be weird if that's what they were going for.
Yeah. hell's that?
But she was too unlucky.
Huge noises outside. You can never tell whether someone's dropped something or the protests have escalated.
Jeez. Yeah, I'm in Detroit here, so we've had some excitement in places. Yeah. So big blood splats for such a tiny weapon. Yeah, you just use the fork, and then it's like. Where's Colonel Popcorn? Thank you so much for the follow, my fur and whiskers. Appreciate you. Call this a beautiful butterfly? Are you blind? Give me a beautiful, beautiful butterfly. Okay, so that butterfly wasn't good enough. I'm gonna find a new butterfly.
Happy Halloween.
Happy Halloween, possum. Gosh and heck. Have I ever told you the story of Bunsman? Like how that thing got made?
No.
We were playing Never Dead. And
Never did.
But where's the Halloween?
we were playing Never Dead, and there was a point in the game where I was just rolling around as a head with 2 legs attached to it, and just like rolling around. And somebody decided to draw my face rig as that horrible, horrible thing. Yeah, transfer him dead. Oh, what a treasure. And so the main character of Never Dead is, of course, Bryce Boltzmann. So that thing became known as Bryce Bunsman. And that's what he's been ever since.
Lovely. Okay, now Never Dead was a trip.
Oh my gosh. He
Never
definitely-
Dead. One of those beautiful
Bunsman is a
games
sweetheart.
when the camera's
He gives
taken
the
away
best
from you to
hugs.
play a cutscene. The enemies can still attack you, and you can come back from a cutscene absolutely wrecked.
Absolutely wrecked is 100% how I finished that game, yes.
Never did. Brilliant.
I can't
What
believe
a terrible game.
Was it Megadeth that did the opening theme for
I think it was
that?
negative. Yeah.
The best licensed music in a game since Korn did Silent Hill Downpour.
What an odd choice. Because I still maintain the actual soundtrack of Downpour is really good. But
There are points in
cool
it.
choice.
The licensed music is really on the nose, which
Oh,
I
the
don't
licensed music.
dislike, but it's like, oh.
It's the original stuff by, is it Daniel Licht?
I think so,
Who-
yeah.
I know he did the
Who took over
Dexter.
for Akira Yamaoka for like the first time. It's the first Silent Hill game that didn't have Yamaoka behind him. I think.
Yeah, and I thought, considering like that being the act to follow, I thought the soundtrack held its own, like the original scoring. The perp walk section at the beginning of the game when you're doing the perp walk, the music that plays alongside that, it's just I love that moment. It's, even though Downpour is far from the best Silent Hill game, that's one of my favorite moments of the series. That prison walk. It's just stylistically and aesthetically, it's just really well done. The rest of the game, that's a discussion. But that intro I thought was really nice.
I agree with that. Yeah. There's one music track that really bugs me when you're walking around town, and it's one of the more common ones, which has this violin that just goes. And it plays so often that it just needles me. I don't know why. Other than that, though, the original music for it is good. It's good.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I mean that tune I described was my my phone ringtone for a long time. I absolutely loved that track. And I like Downpour. I know it's not a particularly beloved game, and with good reason. Like any criticism about it is
Hey,
perfectly deserved.
I give it more crap than most people. So like like most people I talk
The
to
thing is
are
any
like
crap it gets
Downpour's
is
the best
better.
modern Silent Hill game, and I'm like, okay. Like I think I dislike it more than most people. I think most people have a pretty good opinion of it, actually. So scary. My favorite moment in Downpour, the dumbest moment in that game. Okay. One of the dumbest moments in that game, top 10, is that there's that door peek mechanic, you know, that it does, where like you have to push your way through the doors. Like, and you can do it slowly if you want, or you can like rush through. And it's a neat mechanic. It's supposed to build tension. You're like, oh, what's on the other side of the door? Could it be a thing? Is there going to be a monster in there? It's a good middle ground between like old Silent Hill loading screens and like just bursting through it.
Yeah.
So like I think the door mechanic can work pretty well because like it's taking the place of that slow tension buildup of the loading screens, which I respect. Now the problem is the first time you use it is on a chain link fence that you can see through. And it's like, okay, like why are you teaching me the mechanic in a situation where it's completely useless? Like,
And that might explain why I never really used it all that much.
It's just like little moments like that where like you could have done something just a little bit different and made it better.
Yeah. And it's a shame. Like I think Downpour's got the tools to have been an incredible game. I think it's got the raw goods. I just don't think enough was done with them. I liked the idea of repositioning, like where Silent Hill 2 examined guilt. I liked how that examined like rage and vengeance and everything, which is something of an overplayed story, but theme. But through Silent Hill, could have done some really interesting things that it didn't quite do, unfortunately.
I agree with that.
But like the idea of like you representing the, like, for want of a better word, the pyramid head to another character who's viewing you as their antagonist. There's a lot of potential there, and they didn't not try, and there's some really good imagery and stuff in there. But I think that's one of the issues with Downpour is a lot of it begins and ends with cool imagery.
A little bit, yeah. And the monster design is
That's my biggest issue with the game. The fact that all the monsters are like just guys. It's just some dude.
They look like they should be in the Suffering.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Poor dog. Don't worry, we saved
Actually,
dog.
I mean, hey,
dog is free.
I mean, I'll say the monster designs in the Suffering are miles ahead of the ones in Downpour.
In which one?
The Suffering.
Oh yeah. Well, in the Suffering, they had like a theme they were going with.
Yeah, all of the execution methods and stuff. Really cool. Like I never played the second one, unfortunately.
Ties That Bind. I think it was called.
Bind. One of the issues of having very little money back in the day. Loved the first game. Absolutely adored it. So that's another one I'll need to go back and play at some point. Or just end up watching a Let's Play at midnight.
Yeah, I heard it. I heard the second one wasn't as interesting as the first one, but it didn't look bad. So okay, Brown can go.
Yeah, I was very taken with the first. I want to say they had someone working on the monster design. Someone high up. I have a feeling I know who it is, but I don't want to say it out loud in case I'm wrong. Okay, yeah. Stan Winston didn't design, but he was involved in the process.
Okay, neat. What else has he done?
Stan Winston? What hasn't he done? His like Terminator, Alien.
Oh gosh. Okay.
Aliens. Yeah, like he was like one of the horror special effects guys, and they made a big deal of his involvement back in the day with the first one.
That makes sense.
They were really proud. Like they were promoting hard the monsters in that game, and they are like really interesting designs for sure.
So a cool thing this game does mechanically that like would be really nice in a Silent Hill or a Resident Evil is they give you this item, the biscuit tin. And biscuits are like health items. And if you have Brown sniff the biscuit tin, that he will run and find health items for you nearby. Like he will lead you to where health items are.
Nice.
So you don't have to worry about like running out of health because you can just follow Brown towards like the newest one. And you can also use it for obviously story items. He'll lead you to the next location for those. Hey Fiora! Oh my gosh.
The Blair Witch game from last year tried similar things. They heavily promoted the use of the dog to find things and follow and stuff.
I think when that came out, I didn't have like a powerful enough PC to run it. I should pick that up at some point.
It's okay. Like it's not great, but it's a solid little horror game.
I can forgive a lot in a horror game. Like, I love the genre so much that, like, I don't know.
Yummy 4 biscuits.
Yeah. And it's perfectly serviceable horror. A couple interesting moments. It does some cool things with, like, monsters and stuff, because it is a Blair Witch game. They don't want to try and show too much off.
Close to
so they do some interesting things to try and, like,
and
the way
Magic
Amnesia did to
Obscura.
try and get you to not look at monsters and stuff too much. And they do some clever stuff there. Overall, it's just it's not a hugely memorable game, but it's not a bad way to waste a couple of hours.
Understandably, yeah. I'm okay with that in the game.
You showing off Leggy to us now. Fun?
Heck. Yeah, there's a lot that I can forgive in a horror game, because, like, I love the genre a lot, and even stuff like Machine for Pigs, I enjoyed. Like,
Oh yeah.
it wasn't terrific, wasn't hugely memorable, but I had fun with it.
Had some good writing in it in terms of actual in-game writing. There was a lot of good background story fleshing out in that. It was just very literary, like evocative in that sense. I've always praised that game's name. I always bring up how good it is, and it carries through onto the game. I feel is just the things it describes and talks about is more interesting than the actual game itself.
Yes. In a lot of ways, yeah. Kind of similar to Soma, where like that game is just like has such fantastic ideas. And could use a little less gameplay.
Yep. I've got a list of games. I've been meaning to do a video on them for years. But I've got a list of games that I feel would be better with less game in them. Soma's one of them. No Man's Sky.
Yeah.
I could pick a Quantic Dream game at random.
Okay, tutorial's done. Phew. Now, what do these scissors let us find? Soma? Yeah, Soma... Was Soma also the same people that did, was that, what is it, Chinese Room? The team that did Machine for Pigs? I think it's the same people. But it's like an underwater existential horror.
Mm-hmm. And if they'd have taken out some of those like stealthy, spooky bits, I think it would have been a better game. Although I was told they added a mode that actually takes that out, so I might redo it at some point just to see if because that that would literally test my theory. Ice Pick Lodge.
Analog bun. Cannot compute.
Chinese Room only did Machine for Pigs. Ice Pick Lodge did the other two Amnesia games in Penumbra.
Soma is
Bun
frictional?
has a cute smile.
Okay.
I didn't know that.
Interesting. Alright, I think these ribbons are just items that are like, these are bonus items. I don't remember what they do. I think you can trade them for like stuff.
Idea. A Jim Sterling RPG where the goal is unionizing the game industry.
Okay, I'm going to shove off now.
Yeah.
Need to get some food inside me. It was lovely being on the stream.
Oh, Jim, you're welcome anytime. I really appreciate you being here. Heck.
You're very welcome. Okay, well, good luck with the rest of this.
Oh, thank you. You have a good night, okay?
And have a nice rest of the night. You take care.
Bye.
Bye.
Oh my gosh, Jim is so lovely. Heck. I'm gonna hop, like, in my Discord. I'm so sorry if I've missed any, like, if I've missed any point redemptions, if I miss any, like, bits or anything. I am totally listening. I just don't want to, like, interrupt my guests. So please excuse if I don't respond right away. Oh my gosh. No, Bill, heckin' no. Jim did like a 6-hour stream earlier, so like I expected him to be pretty sleepy. No worries. Oh, hello?
Oh, I was just already here. I didn't expect you to be here. I'm sorry. I'll leave.
Oh, no, Pidge, you could stay.
I'm only here for this joke.
Okay.
So I hop off.
Oh.
I'm not here to read anything, so I'm just gonna. I just thought like, oh, I can do this joke. I should hop in right now.
Pidge, I love you.
Love you too, fun. See you later.
Okay. Oh my gosh. Y'all are delightful, by the way. Just want you to know. Oh. Okay, Discord's open if any of our streamer friends have the stream guest role and want to hop in. Please feel free. Tonight I'm sorry that I'm not super paying attention to the game or like going through it because this is a really interesting game. It's super fascinating.
Okay,
but
I'm
also
going to get food, eat food,
like...
and pop in afterward.
No worries, Dalium. Have a good one. Oh gosh. Oh yeah, are you sure about that, Bun? Yeah, of course. Heck. Alright, we need to take Doggo here. And I think we have to find a new butterfly. So like I said, this is a little bit like, ooh, enjoy food then, I don't know. This is a little bit like in Dead Space, where you have like the map system, where, you can have your doggo do find on any item, and there's like find targets over there. So he'll, like, Brown will go searching for, stuff, based on what you're, like, searching for. Yuck. Welcome back, bitch.
Hello. I'm here to mod the stream, but also this.
I have to thank you for helping me out get the costume and everything. I think it turned out pretty okay.
Oh yes, of course, it looks great. I am so happy we were able to find a shipping solution, because when I looked at the first DHL thing, I was like, well, good news, I found one thing that might work. Bad news, it's like $350 for shipping.
Oh no!
Hello. Well, if other people are here to read the things, though, then I will hop out.
No, it's all good.
Now people can see who I am. Hello.
Hey Nova, how you doing?
Okay, it was showing my stupid Halloween nickname, so.
Aw, you're good. Heck. I think...
So I apologize for the poor quality of my microphone. It's like 10 years old at this point.
Brown's having a normal one over here. Hey, Tiabats or, Pidge, could somebody give Nova a shout out for me right quick? What's your whole Twitch name? I keep forgetting.
No, Errol Nathan. Also, give Cut Brown some slack. He's doing his best. He's a good boy.
He did. He's the best boy. And I'm pretty sure this is like a emulation thing, because I don't remember him doing this in the original.
It's a little weird watching the stream and having it be out of sync with hearing your voice because of the call, but I guess that's just a normal thing here. My god, what a good dog. I love him.
Brown, I can't get in this door. This is a 3-leaf clover door. There's no way in here. You silly. Gosh. So no. No, go ahead.
I'm just, his Pidge said in the stream chat that he's used to the delay. I am not. I've never done this before.
Well, welcome in. It's good to see you. Did you decide on a pasta to read?
I have 2 possible ones. I don't know which one you would prefer, if either, or if you have one.
Oh no, I'm open to suggestions. I didn't have anything specific in mind.
I'll read whatever, but I do have 2 on hand if no one has any recommendations. I've already got pulled up The Theater and Pale Luna.
Okay.
They're both video game themed creepypastas.
Would it be appropriate to tell us which games they are, or would it be funnier to find out?
They're both of the very specific subgenre of old game that nobody's ever heard of, that all known copies have been destroyed.
A Polybius.
Pretty much.
Gotcha.
Personally, between the 2, I think Pale Luna is better, but they're both pretty good.
Well, at the risk of going for the good one, it looks like chat's interested in Pale Luna, so...
All right, give me a sec. Just
Oh yeah, take your time.
I'm on push to talk for reasons. So give me a sec.
Gotta get your carbohydrates. All them creepy pastas. Creepy hydrates. Are like all the doors here locked? This map sucks, by the way. This is not a Silent Hill map. This is a bad map. Like, I cannot tell where I am in relation to the rest of the ship. For where I'm supposed to be going. Heck. I'm not. Oh my gosh. I stayed up till 5 a.m. last night watching the Silent Hill 3 stream, so I'll definitely fall asleep during
Bun,
this
use your
one.
newfound top powers to punish the map.
You bet. Oh, have a good rest, Jono. Gosh. Yeah, I could not sleep at all last night, because I was so nervous about today. Heck. Babuya, how you doing?
I just got up and my cat suit farted lucky 20 derp.
Oh gosh. No, Babuya, I'm cis male. But any pronouns are good. Okay, so we have the 2-leaf clover key now. Martha! Why'd you say that name? Martha! Okay, so I think we can use Martha's hat to try and find her. Save Martha? Yeah, we on it.
Oh, whoops, I've been talking this whole time, but my push to talk doesn't seem to have been working.
Oh no!
Yeah, oops.
I know, but welcome back.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Oh good.
I assumed that I set push to talk to alt. I assumed it would work with both alt keys, but I guess not.
Oh. It's only one side then.
Apparently.
Hmm.
Exposing how amateur I am with this, I guess.
Aw, you're doing fine. Heck.
I'm just thrilled to be here because, Bun, you are wonderful when your streams are always fun.
Gosh, Nova. I'm so sorry I haven't gotten a chance to watch more of yours. I do lurk on
totally
occasion, but...
Oh, I never even known you were in there because I mean, I look at the chat box, but if you don't say anything, I don't know you're there. And yeah, I apologize for being so amateurish with all of this. Anyway, so, yes. Let's see here. So yeah, it seems like the verdict between the two pastas was for Pale Luna.
Yeah, I'm down.
All right. So yeah, this is of the very specific game that is old and nobody's heard of, and all the known copies are destroyed, and it only lives on in the memories of people who happen to play it. Specific subgenre of pasta. So.
Oh my gosh,
Sorry.
Luna, no.
No, I'm sorry. No, that was I accidentally hit my Alt key while clearing my throat.
Oh, no, you're good. Luna in chat said that they did an 8-hour stream and realized they were muted the whole time.
Oh my goodness, no! This is why it's good practice at the start of your stream to if there's anyone watching, ask them if they can hear you. Although I never have anyone watching when I start, so...
Been there.
Yeah. I mean, everyone's been there. I'm still there, but it's not the point. It's not about me. Anyway. Seriously, Bun, you are a delight.
Heck no. Like, I feel like you're getting nervous because you think I'm like a professional at this or something, but like, I've been streaming for like a year.
Okay, so like twice as long as me. That's maybe a 6-month difference at most, but still, you have what, hundreds, thousands of people who are subscribed to you. I have like 40.
Hey, what if they're 40 really good ones though?
I on average get like one person watching, but again, this isn't about me. Also, you have the whole much more professional layout and setup than I do, but that's not the point. I'm just really happy to be here because you are wonderful. Your whole community is great. I am so glad that I could be here and just be a part of this community.
Gosh.
Seriously, y'all are great. Right, yes, sorry, Arcrat. Let me, I should get to that. Alright.
Jennifer, what have you got there? A knife! No! Oh my god, where did she get a knife?
No, you'll do fine. I'm sure you'll pick up. Right, so. In the last decade and a half, it's become infinitely easier to obtain exactly what you're looking for by way of a couple of keystrokes. The internet has made it all too simple to use a computer to change reality. An abundance of information is merely a search engine away, to the point where it's hard to imagine life is any different. Yet a generation ago, when the words streaming and torrent were meaningless, save for conversations about water, people met face-to-face to conduct software swap parties, trading games and applications on Sharpie-labeled 5 1/4-inch floppies. Of course, most of the time the meets were a way for frugal, community-minded individuals to trade popular games like King's Quest or Maniac Mansion amongst themselves. However, a few early programming talents designed their own computer games to share amongst their circle of acquaintances, who in turn would pass it on until, if fun and well-designed enough, an independently developed game had its place in the collection of aficionados across the country. Think of it as the 80s equivalent of a viral video. Pale Luna, on the other hand, was never circulated outside of the San Francisco Bay Area. Whoops! I was trying to scroll down and somehow my browser hit back, possibly because I'm holding Alt for push to talk. 1 second.
Nobody like put it up on a dial-up like BBS or anything like that?
I guess not.
Nope, just floppies? Alright.
Yeah. Pale Luna, on the other hand, was never circulated outside of the San Francisco Bay Area. All known copies have been long disposed of, all computers that have ever run the game now detritus buried under layers of filth and polystyrene. This fact is attributed to a number of rather abstruse design choices made by its programmer. Pale Luna was a text adventure in the vein of Zork and the Lurking Horror, at a time when said genre was swiftly going out of fashion. Upon booting the game, the player was presented with a screen almost completely blank except for the text, "You are in a dark room. Moonlight shines through the window. There is gold in the corner along with a shovel and a rope. There is a door to the east. Command?"
Oh, so is it a haunted text adventure?
Well,
It's
we'll
like-
find out together.
It's dark here. You
So-
may be eaten by a grue.
So began the game that one writer for a long out-of-print fanzine decried as enigmatic, nonsensical, and completely unplayable, as the only commands that the game would accept were pick up gold, pick up shovel, pick up rope, open door, and go east. The player was soon presented with the following. Reap your reward. Pale Luna smiles at you. You are in a forest. There are paths to the north, west, and east. Command? What quickly infuriated the few who've played the game was the confusing and buggy nature of the second screen onward. Only one of the directional decisions would be the correct one. For example, on this occasion, a command to go in a direction other than north would lead to the system freezing, requiring the operator to hard reboot the entire computer. Further, any subsequent screens seem to merely repeat the above text, with the difference being only the directions available. Worse still, the standard text adventure commands appeared to be useless. The only accepted non-movement related prompts were use gold, which caused the game to display the message, not here, use shovel, which brought up not now, and use rope, which prompted the text, you've already used this. Most who played the game progressed a couple of screens into it before becoming fed up by having to constantly reboot and tossing the disc in disgust, writing off the experience as a shoddily programmed farce. However, there's one thing about the world of computers that remains true no matter the era. Some people who use them have way too much time on their hands.
Oh no. They copied that floppy. Now they're gonna reap their reward.
A young man by the name of Michael Nevins decided to see if there was more to Pale Luna than what met the eye. 5 hours and 33 screens worth of trial and error and unplugged computer cords later, he finally managed to make the game display different text. The text in this new area read, Pale Luna smiles wide. There are no paths. Pale Luna smiles wide. The ground is soft. Pale Luna smiles wide. Here. Command? It was another hour still before Nevins stumbled upon the proper combination of phrases to make the game progress any further. Dig hole, drop gold, then fill hole. This caused the screen to display, congratulations, 40.24248, negative 121.4434, upon which the game ceased to accept commands, requiring the user to reboot one last time. After some deliberation, Nevins came to the conclusion that the numbers referred to lines of latitude and longitude.
I was gonna say, what are these coordinates?
The coordinates led to a point in the sprawling forest that dominated the nearby Lassen Volcanic Park. As he possessed much more free time than sense, Nevins vowed to see Pale Luna through to its ending. The next day, armed with a map, a compass, and a shovel, he navigated the park's trails, noting with amusement how each turn he made corresponded roughly to those that he took in-game. Though he initially regretted bringing the cumbersome digging tool on a mere hunch, the path's similarity all but confirmed his suspicions that the journey would end with him face-to-face with an eccentric's buried treasure.
Mm-hmm.
Out of breath after a tricky struggle to the coordinates, he was pleasantly surprised by a literal stumble upon a patch of uneven dirt. Shoveling as excitedly as he was, it would be an understatement to say that he was taken aback when his heavy strokes unearthed the badly decomposing head of a blonde-haired little girl. Nevins promptly reported the situation to the authorities. The girl was identified as Karen Paulson, 11, reported as missing to the San Diego Police Department a year and a half prior. Efforts were made to track down the programmer of Pale Luna, but the nearly anonymous legal gray area in which the software swapping community operated inescapably led to many dead ends. Collectors have been known to offer upwards of 6 figures for an authentic copy of the game. The rest of Karen's body was never found.
So it was a text adventure that led them to a dead body.
Apparently, well, no, just the head.
What happened to the rest?
Unknown.
Unknown.
Unknown. Ooh.
They left loose ends?
And you're a fan of Silent Hill. You know that the most compelling horror is the one with a mystery that is unsolved.
Well, maybe they'll answer the question in Pale Luna 2.
Pale Luna 2, The Quickening.
A puzzle of flesh.
Oh goodness. The rest of the body is in the DLC. Oh my god.
Pale Luna, Revengeance.
Kibbo says the answers are in the Pale Luna wiki.
It's all about circumcision. By the way, I don't think I talked about this, but that guy, Alex Shepard, who was the mod on the Silent Hill wiki that wrote about all that circumcision shit, was also one of the chief moderators for the Rule of Rose wiki.
Oh goodness. Also, hi Fiora.
Hi
Pale
Fiora.
Luna 2, the squeakquel.
Yes!
That's beautiful.
But hello,
Oh,
how are y'all?
Oh, good. How are you?
Can I just say that the background music in the game you're playing is pretty solid?
This game has a terrific atmosphere to it, and just shit-ass gameplay.
I have wanted to play Rule of Rose for almost a decade, but I have never been able to find a copy. And, I mean, I wouldn't even be able to afford it, even if I could.
I am an artist, not a game designer.
Meowdy Dax, how you doing?
Hi Dax, good to see you all here.
I know this butterfly. I think that's a boss in Dark Souls 1.
Oh god.
I'm gonna have to
It's
fight it.
Philemon!
It's a moonlight butterfly. Oh wow. This has been a pretty clean sweep.
Fun. Fun. No.
Really?
No.
We're
Come on,
just
son,
gonna
you're better
Oh
than that.
boy, Nova has two good-looking buns.
we're just gonna brush off that dead body. That's what we're gonna do.
Fair.
Fine.
No.
How has your Halloween been?
Pretty good. So yesterday was my girlfriend's birthday, and we had a nice breakfast and we had a nice lunch. After which we all fell asleep because we were gonna get a nice dinner, and we didn't. And then so today some friends came over and we had our nice dinner. And then we all fell asleep again because it was a big and nice dinner. Oh, look out for the murder goblins!
Yes, Dax, absolutely.
Yeah, I don't know how many the maximum group size for voice chat on Discord, but it's definitely more than 3.
Yeah, as long as like it doesn't get too hectic. Totally cool.
That is
with it.
assuming Dax only counts as one for the purpose of Discord and not every altar is a separate person.
Oh wait a minute. Do we need to just pick up that butterfly and run? Is that the plan?
Oh, Bun, it looks like Dax doesn't have the roll.
Oh gosh. Okay.
Oh, I see what's happening. This is the scene. This is the scene from.
Okay, they just got it.
Thank you, Big. I was gonna say,
third
Manji,
Star Wars
Big.
prequel movie.
Oh, is it where we're fighting the bugs?
You're fighting the younglings.
Oh, even the younglings.
Greetings.
Hi, Dax.
How we're really tired. We've been up for like 18 hours.
Oh.
But we did get a solid 8 hours sleep, but we woke up at 10 p.m. last night.
Oh no.
So resetting our sleep schedule has been a long process, but it's going.
Oh my gosh. I've been trying to do the same, but
Fair. We multiple times we've wanted to just kind of give up and let our sleep
What
schedule be
creepypasta
nocturnal.
would be best angry voice?
But also,
I'm thinking Jeff the Killer maybe.
like, logistically, we have to fix our sleep schedule.
Mm-hmm.
Feel ya.
Alrighty, boys. Heck,
Oh, it's Gra streams. Hey, Gra.
Gra's so good. Jeff the Killer's a good one. That's a hilarious one.
Jeff the Killer. Earlier this evening, we realized that we can do a pretty good TF2 soldier voice, and we thought that would be really funny to read some bad copy pasta in if somebody had one to provide.
Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Absolutely do it.
Heck yeah.
Those younglings had
just need-
lightsabers.
We just need to find one. We also had one that, like, I don't know if it's technically a creepypasta, but we wrote it like in our senior year of high school, which was like 16 months ago.
I just had thought, Dax, it's not a creepypasta, but assuming everyone is fine with streams of profanity, the perfect copy pasta for that soldier voice, the Navy SEAL copy pasta.
That's already been topped by the voice actor for the Scout doing a reading of it on Twitch.
Damn it.
Oh my gosh.
Gra has claimed Jeff. All right, we're going to leave Jeff to Gra.
Oh, maybe you can do, oh god, what was the name of it? The one that, but who was phone?
But who was phone? Actually, I really want to do the man car and hook car door one.
Do it.
But I have no idea how to find it because I have no clue what search results it will bring if we just type in man car hand hook car door.
It brings it up. I need something to read.
I'm looking for it now. I'll find it.
All right, cool. In the meantime, we might
Everybody
read
in the voice chat is
the
cute
thing
as
we
heck.
wrote a while ago in a normal voice because we've been told
I
it's
found
good.
it. I'll post it in the voice chat channel.
Cool. We've been told it's good, and it's. We trust other people's judgment more than our own, so we're just going to bank on other people saying it's good.
Note this is a screenshot because, it originated on 4chan, so the original thread's deleted.
And also, even if the post was still up, that's like going to a nuclear test site minutes after the bomb has gone off. Like with the levels of toxicity.
Yeah.
You just osmosize white supremacy and just die.
You know what else, though? Jim Sterling only read the first of immediately change your character's gender. So, I mean, there's another two.
I'm absolutely shocked that hasn't been read in its entirety, but also, holy shit, would I like to read that in the soldier voice?
If I have time tomorrow, I'm gonna download the VOD and clip Jim Sterling reading that copy pasta.
Oh, I'll highlight it tonight.
Post it somewhere because that needs to be preserved.
I'll definitely highlight it and just post it on Twitter or something because I was dying.
So we have had the links handy since it first happened. It's just a matter of scrolling until we can find it. So he only read part 1, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right, I was gonna get a big ol' drink of water before starting this.
Yes,
Hi,
get
Nick.
yourself hydrated.
Hello.
Hello, Nick.
Hello, Nick. We're about to read part 2 of the immediately change your character's gender thing in the soldier voice.
Wait, no one's read that? Like, I thought that would
Yeah,
have been read
I'm
in its entirety
surprised.
already.
That's what we said.
Yeah, Jim read the first part, but only the first part.
Oh yeah, and for the person saying that wasn't all of it, there's more. Yikes. There are 3 more parts, but technically 4 more parts because part 3 is in of itself 3 parts. And it ends with the guy just having like an a genuine meltdown. But we'll get to that. Just gonna angle the mic. Just give it a wide berth between the mouth and it.
Yeah,
I am incredibly disappointed in you. Not only have you broadcast this note of personal confidence to the world at large, not only have you put me out at my utterly weakest, but you treat me with such flippant disregard that you cannot even muster an intellectual reply to me. I deserve much better.
Unless it's a farm.
Unless it is a farm.
Here today.
You can't hear me. You can't hear me because I push to talk, but I am
An acquaintance of mine showed me the correspondence between us that you had besmirched to an account dedicated to creepy, crazy, and bizarre furry messages. Is this how you treat your following?
You're a disgrace.
Dex, that was a thing of beauty.
Than nothing. Your is worth nothing.
Alright, let's keep going.
This fits well. Yeah.
The people who look up to you and give you nothing but paternal wise advice, you think they are creepy, crazy, and bizarre?
I forgot how weird this gets.
Oh, it gets so good. Let us not forget him calling his, probably just an apartment balcony, a balustrade. And also him declaring in the final part that he is just screaming as he types it. Anyway. Abomination! Abomination! You are abomination to a high degree! You aren't an artist. You yourself admitting that you broke your wrist coloring, which is an unbelievably feat of weakness on your part. You are merely an art harlot who scrounges for requests and other unscrupulous methods of acquiring art.
That would actually make a great band name. Art. No.
Art Harlot's really good.
Art Harlot is
Art
probably
Harlot
one of the
and the
best
homophile
parts.
communist infiltrators.
Yep.
Yes.
It should be Harlart or something. I feel like there's a pun there you can make.
Those
By the way,
commie bastards are taking over the vor.
I need to point out that in the game, our the big torture scene was Jennifer got to cuddle with a rat. So
awesome.
Like
Yeah, I was
don't know
wondering what was going on there.
That sounds great.
I don't know what the big deal is.
What cold-blooded torture that was.
No.
I would snitch if I got to cuddle a rat.
Yeah, rats are adorable. I love them.
That's her baby.
Yeah.
This game is Rule of Rose.
God.
Ooh, also, because my voice has a tendency to be very loud. Am I too loud, too quiet?
You're a little
Everything
quiet,
okay?
I think.
Yeah, you're fine.
A little quiet, man.
I am.
Heck, throwaway. Oh my gosh.
I am.
All right.
Glad the chat.
Y'all entertain. I need to get a drink.
A good time.
You
All
do
right,
it.
I'll keep reading.
Yeah,
Keep
y'all
going.
are. Don't burn down my stream.
Now you gotta finish this thing.
You are not an author. Your reply being less than 20 words.
After all,
if anything,
it's all about
you
consumption.
are creepy, crazy, and bizarre. Creepy, you share extremely personal notes wherein someone bears their soul to you, their utmost weakness, pleading and innocent. God's fucking throat.
Soldier voice is pretty brutal, yeah.
Yeah. Crazy homophilia. Need I say more, invertebrate?
Pendivibble, I don't think rats have human hands. Maybe humans have rat hands.
I need a sec. Okay, let's go. Bizarre. I do not even like your rabbit character. They look to be a squirrel. And as for your question about Mandy, they were a female that I adore. God, people using the word female will never not be a red flag. I'm sorry I keep interrupting. I just need to, or else my throat is going to fall out of our neck.
How does Newcom Yell say it? Female, something like that.
Females.
Worms! Worms in my video games!
Anyway. They were a female that I adored, but I could not read subtext in their words and realized much too late when I had confessed to her in the view of a large gathering that she was a sapphic homophile, a pain which has struck me forever since.
Oh dear.
Just remembering, like, but 60% of our Discord friends changed their username to Sapphic Homophile for like 3 weeks after this came out.
That is perfect. That is beautiful.
When you say this was definitely a bit, we're on the fence. Like, we're on the side of the fence that this is fully genuine, mostly because of the nervous breakdown at the end, where the person who received all these messages said that they were immediately blocked after the last message.
Excuse me, I heard we were talking about females in here.
Oh my god, fun.
Fun, it has been too long since we've
Dr.
chatted.
Pebble.
You have disgraced yourself in front of me. This is so much better for the soldier voice than we realized. You have
really
disgraced yourself in front of me, but in my mercy I shall still grant you a single chance. Either change the gender of your persona, or I shall sally forth into debating you.
Sally forth?
Shout Sally forth.
Shout.
That was fatal when we first read that.
Who talks like this?
Nobody! Except, like, people who dropped out of a history major 3 months in because the college was teaching liberal lies
I'll
about
have
how...
you know he's an expert debater, though.
Yep, he's a master debater.
Master debater.
I was about to make the same joke.
You shall not change my mind, may I remind you. I am giving you 72 hours. The clock has been set. The Rubicon is crossed. Ilea eecta est lepus.
Oh my god.
I think my favorite thing about this one in particular is the response to it from the artist is literally just, so you showing up at my door or what?
Yeah.
The sudden line at the end is just perfect.
Oh,
yeah,
he's the Bachelor from it's the Bachelor from Pathologic.
Is it bad that the first time I read that, that's all I could think of was the fucking Bachelor?
Daniil Dankovsky, you
Dankovsky.
I need to drink some. I need some water.
You whatever, you buried us all. You prickly prick. You buried us all. Alia eecta est lepus. That was wonderful.
And the top. So we've opened up the tweet with part 3, which is again cut in 3 pieces. Or not cut in 3 pieces. It is in of itself 3 parts. And the top reply to the tweet is an edit of Paper Mario and the Thousand-Year Door, like the cover art, and it says, "What in the 1,000-year fuck was that?"
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah.
save that part for now. Fiora, have you picked a reading?
I have no idea. Yeah, no, I don't read much. Not much of a reader.
I see.
Okay.
So if you could provide me with something to read, that would be
Well, thank
wonderful.
you, Elvis. Heck.
Bef-
Hey, Vic.
Fair.
Before
has any
that, I just one thing from Twitch chat that I want to read out. What the hell did you say about 4, you little bitch?
Oh goodness.
The soldier voice is so much fun, but like it hurts.
Understandable.
Um,
Fiora, if you don't have anything and if no one has any better ideas, I had a whole second pasta that I'd pulled up that I can link you to if you want it.
I'll
Hi,
read
Fiora.
whatever.
Hope
I'm
you're
very
well.
good at a first dramatic reading.
Oh, my
And at some
character
point-
today, I'm dressed as a character named Riddle Rosehearts from Twisted Wonderland, which is a Disney made a visual novel game.
Yep.
Pogger champion.
Excellent look for you, by the way.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, it really suits you.
Bun, the voices spook me. I'm
Aw.
sorry. I'm gonna move the mic back to where it normally is because I'm done with the mic peaking scream voice. I'm sorry, the voices are spooky.
Am I?
I'm just-
Am I reading the theater here? Is this what this is?
If you want to.
I mean, whatever y'all think would be a good use of my talents.
Yeah. Because at some point, like, if we run out of sufficiently bad things, we do have at least decent thing as like a palate cleanser that we can send at some point.
I've got a few ideas for things I could read, but
Yeah. I mean,
Fiora
you
should
have
definitely go first.
All right.
you
am I
just have the
doing this?
mechanic as intro
doing this?
memorized, so that's going to happen at some point.
Please.
Sorry, go ahead.
Rigging.
Excuse me. I've never read this before. So we're gonna be doing this. You know, we're doing it live.
Fuck it, we'll do it live.
Have you ever heard of an old PC game called The Theater? Yeah, I didn't think so. Probably because many people say it doesn't even exist. You
It's pretty
see,
underground,
The
you've
Theater
probably
is
never
an
heard of it.
old computer game released around the same time as Doom. Today, if you ever find it, it's only available on crappy bootleg CD-ROMs, which, more often than not, don't even actually contain the game. The actual legitimate copies that say they were released back in the day feature a blank cover with nothing but the sprite of what has since been named the Ticket Taker. He
So wait a
is
minute, you can
simply-
find copies of it?
No,
You can find
no.
bootleg
But
reproduction
if,
copies.
But if you
apparently.
do find the real copy, it'll have that on it. But you can't
Oh.
find it, so don't worry.
So don't look for it. Okay.
He is simply a poorly drawn, pixelated Caucasian bald man with large red lips, wearing a red vest over a white shirt and black pants.
Are you sure
It's
it's
a
not
big
Bonk? Is it just a copy of Bonk's Adventure?
You gotta love. Also, you always gotta love the My Immortal level outfit descriptions.
Mm-hmm.
He is
Like,
completely emotionless. Though some
Yep.
say that if you smash the disc, his face is shown as angry the next time you look at the cover. But this is
Smash.
just dismissed as an urban myth. What? What?
Oh, this is good.
Okay.
What you're reading is the urban myth. What are they talking about?
Yeah, what?
No, this is true.
Oh, of course, it's a true urban myth.
What is peculiar about the theater, though, is that there is no developer named on the jewel case, nor a game description on the back. It is simply the Ticket Taker on a white backdrop on both sides. Are you telling
They
me
didn't
this is an
credit their
indie game?
devs.
This is the games industry.
Not crediting your
This is-
devs, especially on the box, was actually super common at the time. I don't know what they're
Yeah.
talking about.
Yeah, like there was like the first Easter egg was literally just the dev sticking his name in the game in a hidden spot.
Yeah.
Not credit, like not giving your workers credit. That's the real horror.
Indeed.
The game was initially known for its inability to install correctly. The installation process immediately locks up the computer when the user reaches the licensing agreement.
I think I've played
No
this
shit,
game on
it's
Steam.
a CD-ROM.
I think I played
It's
this
an
on Steam.
old bootleg CD-ROM. What the fuck do you expect?
Why is it that like all of these horror games are just like have just a bunch of technical issues?
That's
How
the scary part.
How come scary games
Yeah,
never
there's
work
nothing
right?
spookier than technical problems.
Yeah. Like it's just like a shovelware platformer, but it's just so much of a pain in the ass that the difficulty of the install becomes its own urban legend.
Also strange about the licensing agreement for the theater is that whenever the development studio is supposed to be named, the text is simply a blank line. Anyways, most people who have claimed to own one of the original CDs say that they figured out how to install the game by simply rebooting their computer on the licensing agreement with the disc still inside.
Did you try turning it off and on again?
They then are prompted to press I agree on startup. Okay. Then they continue with the installation. That is an entire sentence. Just that sentence. Okay.
Thank you, really.
The game then starts up without any introduction besides a main menu that is simply the sprite of a movie theater's exterior on an empty city street. The title fades in, and then the 3 menu buttons. New game, load, options. Selecting options immediately crashes the game to the desktop. Load is said not to function at all. Even if you do have a saved game, nothing happens when you press it. Thus, new game is the only working menu option.
So you're saying it's a load?
Yeah.
It's a load of shit.
This sounds like it was something written by somebody who just hasn't played a lot of games from that era, where that's like they're just describing the process of how installing an old game works. Like there's no fancy GUI. Like Bun said, oftentimes the devs were uncredited. They're a massive pain to install, especially from an old CD-ROM that's probably scratched to shit.
Would you like to use the startup wizard?
Yeah.
Would you like to consult a magician on how to set up this game?
Yeah. Like, yeah, plenty of old games will crash your computer because because the CD-ROM is scratched to shit, it installs corrupted files, it causes a memory leak, and your computer crashes. This isn't new information. This isn't unique.
Okay. It's not scary to have no Wi-Fi, and it's not scary to have Wi-Fi. It's scary to have only a little bit of Wi-Fi.
That's true.
It's not
true.
Yeah. It's not scary, it's just angry.
Once
That
it
is
is
not
selected,
fear, that is angry.
you are in the first-person view. You are standing in an empty movie theater lobby, with the exception of the ticket taker standing in front of a dark hallway,
Oh
which
shit,
one
it's
can only
pathologic
assume
too.
leads to the theaters themselves. There's nothing to do but look at the poorly drawn, mostly illegible movie posters, or approach the ticket taker. Once the
It's
player moves
pathologic
towards
too.
the ticket taker, a very low-quality sound clip plays saying, "Thank you, please enjoy the movie."
This came out the
Along
same
with a speech
time
box
as Doom?
saying
Yeah.
the same thing. You then walk into the hallway, and the screen fades to black, and you're back in the empty lobby, and you do the exact same thing again and again and again.
Oh, Yin's home.
Yeen's home.
Hi, Yee.
Hi, Yeen.
Hi, Ian.
Hell, Yeen, I said
I'm
hi.
afraid there's
Merry
there's no
Yin'smas.
room.
I'm afraid there's gonna be room.
There's nothing we can do.
Are we gonna
Ah.
get a Yeen face reveal? Oh, we
Face
said the
reveal.
same thing. Yeen face, Yeen face.
He knows who they take will come through himself.
There him go.
There him go.
Okay, so this next paragraph looks like it's gonna try to explain
I'll be on camera in just a second
that
for
where
me
it gets
to hold
spooky.
my breath for me.
Okay. Because it has completely failed to get spooky this far. 1
Well,
out of
this-
10 on intrigue, it's a 0.
While this may sound like a really horrible game, a number of peculiar things occur as you continue to play it. The number of times that you have to continue into the hall after giving your ticket to the ticket taker before the strange events happen is unknown. Most state that it's completely random and could take anywhere from the first playthrough to the 400th. What happens, though, has deeply disturbed some players. The first occurrence is when the player fades back in after walking into the hallway. This time, they will notice the ticket taker is completely absent. The player then,
Yeen,
without any
we
other
weren't
options,
jumping on
decides
the
to walk
couch.
into the dark
We
hallway.
swear.
The sound clip and text box mentioned previously still play in the absence of the ticket taker, but when the player walks into the hallways, the screen does not fade out. It goes pitch black as they walk deeper into the hall. But the player's footsteps sound clip is still playing as they continue to push the up button on their keyboard.
Wait,
Those claiming to have played the original game report to have felt extremely uncomfortable walking down the hallway, anticipating the whole way something horrible happening.
I'm confused as what kind of game this is. Is this like 2D or 3D or?
It
said it was first person.
It's first person, so it's clearly
like
just a Doom
Doom?
clone. It's a bad
Okay.
Doom clone.
It's a walking sim Doom clone.
So it's like it's like Super Noah's Ark.
Can I just say, on the thing of like illegible movie posters, how is that even slightly supposed to be spooky? It's like if it said around when Doom came out, that's 1993. That's you
kind of expected, yeah.
All of those poster textures are going to be like 8x4. Also, I'd just like to break away from the readings for just a sec to ask, like, what the fuck is happening in this game? Like, in the game you're playing. What the fuck is going on?
Amanda felt bad for poking us with a rat because she wanted to join the aristocrats, so she's making us a present.
The Aristorats.
The Aristorats.
So, like, what's going on in this game? Like, why are there, like, murder goblins and, like, just
Why are you in a
children all
plane?
over the place, like, fighting with, like...
It's vague
mobs?
and confusing.
Are the children, like, murder goblins at night or something? Like...
No, the murder goblins are like a different thing.
Okay.
Sorry, go ahead, Nick.
Mostly unrelated, but I'm trying to tap into the energy of the way she's holding that knife, and I'm sitting here with like one of my knives, just like trying to mimic that pose, and it's very awkward.
Oh, Nick, I got one for you. Have you seen the attack animation?
I have not.
You're gonna
I'm
love this.
terrified.
Does she
It's not
wildly
like-
swing it?
It's more of like a shank from what we've seen. It's like
No.
okay, that first one is a very slow shank. If it was
Okay.
faster, then it'd be like
When she was a child, her mother didn't want her getting hurt, so she never let her do cooking, and she made her really afraid of knives, and...
She cut herself slicing lemons and limes. Yeah.
Very reminiscent of
Yeen.
Yeen managed to hide her face.
Breath of Fire
Yeen
3
is cheating.
reused
I mean,
initial attack
face reveal.
animation.
Yeah. Also, I would like to say, Grostream saying not every element is meant to be spooky. Part of a creepypasta is establishing a bit of normalcy, and yes, like that's definitely an element of writing horror, especially more atmospheric and abstract horror, is having a base foundational standard of normalcy.
That's not what they're doing here.
And repeatedly tapping into that for the sake of creating a contrast between the normalcy and the horror. Like, that's just a fairly fundamental horror writing. That's a fairly fundamental good horror writing thing. This, like, the way it's all set up, it's like every detail about the game is supposed to be spooky and eye-catching. Like, the phrasing and pacing is all, like, every detail is meant to be like, ooh, creepy.
Ooh.
Yeen.
Hey.
Here she
Yeah,
comes.
if you make your entire
wanna
game
come sit on the couch?
spooky and creepy or whatever, you end up with, what was that game? Agony? The one where you're in hell and everything's made of flesh?
Yeah.
Honestly, there really aren't all that many good creepypastas out there.
Yeah.
Yeen,
Welcome, welcome the craft mother.
Hello, Yeen.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's happening!
Yeen face reveal.
Yeen face reveal!
Hello, Yeen.
Hi,
Cast a
Yeen.
spell on Bun. Yeen.
Aww,
Hello.
look at these cuties.
Haha, straight.
Hey.
Cuties on this couch.
So cute.
I'm gonna kiss you on stream.
Do it.
Oh no, look out! Oh no!
Aww.
TOS! TOS!
absolutely
No, that's rude.
disgusting.
What are your feet doing?
Did Bun just lose all their top energy? Is that just what happened?
This is a broad thing, considering the idea that Bun ever had top energy is a bold statement.
You mean appreciation.
That is an incredibly bold assumption.
That was cute.
That's
that was
what I
adorable.
said.
I'm glad I was here for it.
Yep.
Y'all are hella cute.
What a wonderful
Also,
couple.
Ying, your witch hat looks fantastic.
Thank you. I'm glad it turned out.
You know, Bun's never been a top in his life. At best,
I don't know
maybe
that
a
Bun
power
even
bottom.
knows like what a top
Bun
would
felt
be.
like a top. Until now.
Fucking hell.
Imagine getting called out.
That's like.
Beer is
Out
good.
of the 140 people watching, at least 3 people here would probably know who I'm about to reference, but Maple's pretty much the same in the same
Don't
spot.
you
Just
just-
like, what?
Alright.
Are we bullying
Like,
Like, there are
Maple?
things that go on top of things.
Yes,
I want to
good.
finish
Back to the
this.
reading.
Stuff.
Yeah.
Back to the reading, sorry.
Well, eventually the player is unable to
Witchy-na.
move forward.
I apologize.
There is nothing for a few moments before a strange sprite that is described as the ticket taker, but with a swirl for a face, appears and stands before the player.
Wait, are we
The
reading
original-
bad? Are we reading Crappypasta? And I wasn't.
Yes, we are.
Yes.
Yeah,
this is
pretty
a
much.
this is a Naruto character, isn't it?
Oh,
Yep, definitely.
fuck.
The original players of the game say their bodies immediately froze up
This is
and
the
their
sort of shit
stomachs
that makes me want to
churned
climb into my head.
when they saw the sprite, which has been appropriately named the Swirly Headman.
What? Okay. Okay. Question.
Are they trying to make this like a Slenderman thing or like Siren
know.
Head?
I feel like they're going for that.
Apparently?
They're like
Fucking
the
Christ.
swirly head
They
man.
called him. No, you have to say it like it's all one word with no spaces. Like,
Swirly
they
Headman.
call him the Swirly Headman.
The Swirly Headman.
Swirly Hoodman.
No, his like his origin story is like just like Jeff the Killer, he was bullied in school and they gave him a swirly, but they gave him too hard of a swirly and his face
Yeah.
became a spiral.
This is a
They
weird
gave
question.
him
Swirly
to death.
Yeah, you know what? Never mind.
Nothing happens as the swirly head man stands before them. Then suddenly a piercing screech plays as the game glitches out. This lasts for a few minutes, with the screeching being continuous. Then the players abruptly return to the lobby with all sounds and graphics
Which
being as
story
they should
are
be.
we reading? So I
The
know
game
which
continues
one not
normally
to
for the
read.
next couple of cycles of entering the hallway with a couple of the original players
This one's called the
claiming
theater.
the swirly headman would briefly appear and disappear in the corner of the screen as a brisk yelp sound effect plays.
Yelp!
Jinx,
That's
you owe me a
Talia,
Coke.
This is the theater.
I give this creepypasta 4 stars on Yelp.
Yep.
Then, at some point after meeting the swirly headman, the player sees the ticket taker pacing back and forth. Though there is no walking animation, the sprite's limbs are completely static, so he just hops up and down slightly as a substitute.
Why would he hide?
Why is
this
that?
is
Why is that
it's
scary?
1993. He would slide.
Why
Fair
the
point.
detail? Why that detail? That
Whoa,
doesn't seem
so
Why would
necessary.
he? That
Oddly
just
specific.
continuously takes down any possible hints of spookiness this has.
With
Just
his eyes
imagining
being
him-
wide and his mouth open to simulate a worried facial expression.
Wait,
Some players noted, don't
The
worry
swirl?
about it.
okay. The swirl's open wide?
No, this is the regular ticket taker.
Oh, gotcha.
Now
okay.
he looks worried.
I'm just imagining him T-posing and being like hopped
It's
around
like-
like a paper doll.
Yeah.
He posed with certain concern.
He's in the source engine reference position.
Some players noted that the movie posters had been replaced with images of the swirly head man, which caused them to immediately turn their character's head away from the posters and approach the ticket taker. Then another different low-quality sound clip plays, but the speech box contains nothing
trying to
but
poke you
corrupted
in the ear.
characters that cause whatever text would have been in the box to be completely illegible. Due to the extremely low quality of the sound, it is debated by players what exactly the ticket taker says at this point, though it is widely agreed that he says, "Never reach the other levels." Then the screen fades out once again and returns the player back to their starting point in the lobby. But the ticket taker is gone, and the hallway is blocked by a large brick wall sprite.
Sprite.
Scariest.
Why is it a sprite?
it wouldn't be a sprite, it would just be a wall. Again, it's 1993, it's the Doom engine, it would just be a wall.
No, it's one of those
Touch it.
sprites that like it faces you no matter which way you turn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a real
Large
I love you.
brick wall.
Forward-facing
Sprite.
sprite.
the touching
Well,
the
like-
brick wall immediately crashes the game,
Wait.
and that's all there is to it. No one knows what the other levels are, or how to gain access to them, nor is it known why the swirly headman causes such acute fear in those who have seen him in the game.
It's a
All
mystery
the
to me
original
too.
copies of the theater
Yeah,
have either been
seriously.
lost or destroyed. But the creepiest part is the fact that all the original players of the game claim to occasionally see a brief glimpse of the swirly headman out of the corner of their eyes. Oh, there's a sequel. There's a sequel to this
What?
story.
Yeah.
I
I don't know that I need a
It
sequel in my
is,
life.
Do-
very
No.
different. and
Does-
worse.
does the
Goddamn.
chat mind if we go full like literary teardown on this? Because holy shit.
I am always here
like-
for full literary teardown.
This
but
Is
then
that,
again,
is that
Okay.
necessary though? I feel like
I-
you're
I like this
I
one.
want
you're beating a
to.
dead
So
horse.
yes.
Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it.
Well, before you do that, I would like to. I've got some work to do, so I must
All right.
away.
Sweet.
All right. It's been fun
Uh,
Moon
having
just
you.
wants
It's
to
been
tear
lovely,
down.
friend.
Just to
It
tear
was
down.
lovely. You're wonderful, Bun. I'm glad I get to see you in with an extra dimension.
Heck.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Thank you so
and Ian
much
are
for
lovely.
coming on.
Happy to
It's
know
so good
you.
to see ya.
Happy to be around. And
all of you are lovely.
Have a lovely day.
Have a good
Why,
night.
thank you
You
for
too.
noticing, Yin.
Have a good night.
Be well, Fiora.
So, just as like a base concept level thing of there was that detail where the things wouldn't start getting really weird until like a number of playthroughs in, whether it's like their 4th or their like 300th or whatever the hell it was. It was that if I recall correctly, and we might not, we might have forgotten or missed something, but this was a game that most of the supposed players played when they were like quite young and as like a childhood thing from the 90s rather than a thing people are just now rediscovering. And if you are a child playing one of or just your first video game,
3.
you don't know how video games work. Anything can scare you.
Hi, Cisco.
Like the infinite staircase in Mario 64, because our grandparents had a Nintendo 64 at their house, and Mario 64. When we reached that infinite staircase, the music and the lighting and just the infinite staircase, as a child, that was terrifying. That was genuinely just so viscerally upsetting and unnerving.
How about that piano though?
The piano. I had repressed that memory entirely.
I'm so sorry.
Am I the only person in the world who never found the piano scary?
I don't even know what the piano is, so... Sorry, I punched the mic.
In Mario 64, there's this piano in the ghost house that if you get close to it, opens up and it's got teeth on the inside and it goes brown,
that
brown,
one,
brown,
yeah.
brown.
Honestly, that sounds... My sister was learning the piano when I was a kid, and I would wake up on Saturdays with, like, one eye popping open like Smaug in The Hobbit, to her, like, playing one song where she would go up and be like, da-da-da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da-da-da, duh, and just like,
oh my god,
like a quarter of a song played all fucking Saturday morning. That was life.
Oh no.
It was not
Ouch.
good.
But yeah, and things like as a child, you playing games, you start to piece together the rules of how video games work, but for most kids, you fail to account for bugs, and bugs in what sounds like just a shit shovelware game that came out immediately after Clone or Doom as a Doom clone. That's that's going to have quite a few bugs. Something's going to go wrong, and it's going to be unexpected and scary. That's like, it's so not a stretch. And so there's also the stuff I said earlier about how an important piece of writing horror is creating a baseline level of normalcy to create contrast to the things that are supposed to be scary. Everything in that story was worded, set up, and phrased as though that was supposed to be the spooky part. And every detail just really deliberately pointed out instead of just being offhand observational details about the environment. Everything was written as a thing you were supposed to pay attention to. And that completely shatters the tone because you completely lose track of what parts you are and aren't supposed to be latching onto.
It's trying so hard to be creepy. It's like, here's all the scary things.
Yeah.
Here they are.
That is a fairly common issue with writing horror, is that it is very tempting to try and make everything scary and try to make every single element be the scary element. But that's not how it's not how that works.
Oh no, Bun, all of these enemies, jeez. Who thought this was a good idea with this combat system?
The combat in this game's terrible, and there's so many mandatory fights and shit. Oh.
It tried so hard and got so far, but in the end, Swirly Head Man.
and got so far.
Jacob Swirly Headman,
Yeah.
professional theater usher, I guess.
Yep.
I
And also,
do have...
Mouth is dry, palms are sweaty, swirly head man.
Ate all my spaghetti.
No! No. Oh, God.
So what were you gonna say, Nick?
Oh, no. I have a couple of things I'm, interested in reading. It's mostly SCP stuff, if that's okay.
Oh,
Fair.
yeah, of course.
We at some point were going to read, we really, now I feel like we've really set ourselves up as a very confident, literary person, and honestly, we rarely use "we are paid to write" as a thing, as a flex. It's more like a, wow, whose fucking idea was this?
Considering that you use the phrase "serious literary person," I don't think anyone will be taking you seriously anytime soon.
As it should be. Look, words are really hard to say. They are easy to write, because when you write them, you can edit them and think about them and take your damn time before presenting them to somebody else.
Oh,
I ordered a pizza.
People are liking the idea of
Cool.
SCPs.
Yeah,
If you want some, you're allowed.
Yeah.
Good.
Pizza is
All
good. Also,
I
SCPs
want
are good.
pizza.
Also,
SCPs are very good.
I cannot promise that I'm gonna finish this game tonight, because,
I believe in
That's
you.
valid as hell.
I'll bully you
Fair.
till you finish it in the sexiest way
oh my
possible.
gosh, Zoomy! Hello!
Oh, Zoomy!
Hello!
Hi!
It's good to see you.
Hey, Zoomy. Welcome.
For the record, Zoomy is super
Oh my
pretty, if
gosh.
you all didn't know.
Zoomy is heckin' gorgeous.
I'm envious of Zoomi's eye makeup skills.
Voice chat?
Welcome, Raiders. You've just joined us with the Bun playing the newest game known as the Order 1886.
Yeah.
As you can see, we're fighting small children and apparently a bunny head thing.
Yep. We're fighting. Bun is fighting Bun.
I was gonna say, this looks like... People ask me why I don't want to have children, and it's reasons like this.
Oh no, Bun, no, you're killing
Valid.
your past self. You're making a time paradox.
Snake, what have you done? You've created a time paradox.
You've created a time paradox. What have I can't
killed
do.
your childhood self. How did you even do that?
I have
I
yet
can't-
to meet a single person that can do the Colonel. The Colonel's
we-
really hard to do.
Paul Eiding?
We-
Yeah, he's got a very
Yeah.
distinctive voice.
Is a yup.
We would try, but our voice has been our throat has been obliterated by doing a reading of the immediately change your character's gender thing in the soldier voice, and we just can't do gravelly voice things anymore.
Oh gosh, I'm sorry you missed it.
Oh
I
yeah,
need to highlight
you
it,
missed
but
that.
Jim Sterling came on and read the first part of it.
What?
Mhm.
What? I missed that? Jim!
Yeah,
I missed that.
Jim, you're my hero. How could I miss that? Oh
The
hush.
only like weird, stupid fur affinity note thing that I have like had any personal experience with is I have been sort of adjacent to the
Sees
furry
a bunch of
fandom
dead
for, like,
children.
a
This is
decade
why I don't
now,
want children.
and,
Same.
like half of my friends who are furries, a
Oh,
full
rub
half
it
of
in,
them,
all of you.
all got notes from that like half of my friends who are furries got notes from the charity transformation guy.
The what? I
There was
actually,
a
you know what?
guy.
I don't want to know.
There was a guy on Fur Affinity and other furry sites who would just get all up in people's DMs and ask them to do like a transformation roleplay somehow for charity. I don't even know.
For charity?
I don't know.
I mean, this is fine. I'm just like astounded.
I'm just confused.
I need to look this up later.
I'm also
How does that
incredibly
work?
confused, and I was hearing about this from a whole bunch of people all around the same time, and I still have no idea what this guy's deal was.
The charity transformation guy. Ugh.
Look, transformation
I mean-
charity stream. Oh dear. Also,
Yeah.
hi Zumi.
Damn, so could I get away with doing like a lot more like asking so instead of asking people for exposure, just like, oh yeah, can you totally record this for me for exposure? It's just like, no, can you record this for charity?
Force fem twinks to raise cancer awareness.
Oh my god!
I feel like people would be into that.
Look, a great way to cure cancer is to transplant your brain into a big titty furry GF synth body.
Uh-huh.
What?
Would you like to kiss me?
So in other words, the part of Ghost in the Shell we all apparently wish that happened, I guess. Like
For cause children literacy.
No, but Zumi,
Oh my God,
Zumi,
You win, Zumi.
Zumi,
Sit on my face and tell me that you're curing cancer.
What horror have I watched?
Oh man.
I intensely frown upon the word vor and children being on the same screen. Like, those should not be even remotely close to each other.
Notably, if you see on the screen the way like the bunnies jump on what's her face, that's if I leave for any length of time when I come home. That's how Bun greets me.
Aww.
Oh god, is this
Okay,
the boss
good.
fight?
That got this nightmare out of our mouths finally.
Oh,
Cool.
okay, it's not the boss fight. Alright.
Oh, that's
Nightmare
gross.
mouths.
There's something very. Can we all just acknowledge that like boarding children's schools lead to weird like children tribal behavior?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Like this is Lord of the Flies is brought to you by Gothic Victorian weirdness. Sort of.
Yeah, that's
Is this
exactly what
technically
Lord of the Flies
Victorian?
was doing.
No.
It wasn't supposed to be
Child
some-
vor
Okay.
is part of Greek mythology, though. Yeah, but you didn't have to phrase it like that.
There's
You
no
didn't have to.
arguing that. It's a true thing.
But you didn't have to use those words to express that.
But you could.
But
and
somebody
Oh,
did.
this is bad.
But
I don't
you
like
didn't
this.
have to.
Sadie Bubs, you can't just put words together like that and call it
It's
a
a
sentence.
1,000-year-old tradition. I mean,
This is a weird hockey game. It's called curling.
that is
It's called curling. Look, you're not Canadian, you wouldn't get it.
like
He kicked
I
the
did
dog, he must die.
Alright.
Oh, don't worry.
I feel like the dog is biting him in the crotch, which is causing him to like bounce backwards.
Yep.
Oh wow!
I mean, hey,
Tied up.
uh,
Yep, you bet.
So
Bite
he
him
has
in
to,
the grundle.
to quote Bonnie from Payday 2, aim for the bullocks.
So
Bollocks
is
is
this
an
like a
underappreciated
failed
word for
character
balls.
design from
really
the wall or
is.
something?
Ropehead man.
This is.
Shibari gone wrong, man.
Salt curling when I'm around.
Is this? I mean, is this footage from Cyberpunk?
Yeah, this is painful.
Nick, have
to
you
watch.
gotten an early access version of Cyberpunk?
Oh god.
Like, what the fuck? He's
How
like
can
got
you
his
have your
arm
pudding
like
if
just
you don't
tied to
eat your
his
meat?
face.
621. It did nothing as advertised. I don't know why I'm surprised. Well, you learned.
Yep,
Beat his
that
ass
sounds
with the
like your
pipe.
fault.
And other things I didn't expect to say today.
This is a boss fight?
Is
Like-
it?
Yes.
I love how all of
And
like,
it is
all of
I
mandatory.
love
her
he's like
attack-
trying to fight with a magic wand, like... It's
all of
got
her
dragon
attack
heartstring!
animations- All of her attack animations are the physical embodiment of.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah!
She does not want any of what's happening right now, and it shows.
Wait.
So he's
Did
trying to
y'all ever-
shiv you with a pointer?
Looks that way.
Spank him with the pipe.
Did y'all ever
Thank
play,
you with the fight. Good day, sir.
Did y'all ever play Breath of Fire 3?
Nah.
Nope.
Okay, because like the whole story of that game, the main character grows up from a little kid to, you know, a teenager, kind of a young adult over the course of it. And at the very beginning, when he's a little kid, his initial attack animation, he literally just closes his eyes and flails his weapon wildly, and it's adorable. And this just reminds
Beat him
me of
like the
that,
dirty
except
boy
instead of a
he
little
is,
kid, it's a
Wade.
grown-ass woman.
I do
Fantastic.
appreciate that, like, when you're on the
Just eat
ground, they
shit.
don't hit you. They're just
Yeah.
a real
Very
gentleman
courteous.
about the whole thing.
It's
You
very
know?
sporting.
Listen,
Yep.
we may be monsters, but we're not monsters about it.
Yeah. It just reminds us. We went to a convention in the before times before the
The
plague.
time
And-
before.
Yep.
Before the Dark
And
Times,
there were-
before the
There
Empire.
were. Yep. There were.
Easy.
Years ago,
Beat him
before
in the
Sigourney
grundle.
Weaver.
Okay.
There are people cosplaying. There are people cosplaying as the villains from. There are people cosplaying as the villains
That's
from
not good.
My Hero Academia, and they were holding trans rights flags that said like we might be villains but we're not monsters.
Eh.
I didn't like how that screen, that
Everyone,
camera
if your
angle
grundle
was
has
just
been
focusing
whacked
on that man's
off,
crotch for
please
too
go
long.
see a doctor.
Yeah.
Unless you whacked it off deliberately, which, like, whatever makes you happy.
Yeah.
The grundle?
But doctors were
I don't think we could do
probably involved.
Yeah.
I can whack your grundle off.
Off?
I mean, there's
So
different
Jennifer
definitions
found a
of
warm
off.
bag for where that man was dead. Okay,
Yeah.
I don't want to know what's in the warm bag. Thank you.
The
Nope.
grundle that was bitten off, obviously.
Oh, bitten, no
God.
thank you.
Burn it now.
Sure could go for some warm bag.
My entire undercarriage just vacuum sealed itself. Thanks, y'all.
I haven't heard you say that since you saw the fucking thing where like swivel chairs can just explode sometimes.
I don't like that either.
They can what?
Yeah, no, they just explode, and then there goes your perineum. Bye-bye.
Just all of it gone. It's a terrible
Look.
time.
Then that's
Welcome back
half
to the
of
Queen
bottom
Parts, Your
surgery
Majesty.
already done.
God damn it.
Fair
It's
enough.
just
Involuntary bottomization.
Step 1, cut a hole in the bag. Step 2,
Oh!
God damn
put
it,
your
bud.
dick in that bag.
More like cut a hole. Anyway, moving right along. Not
Make-
getting
that was
into
make
that.
like-
I was just gonna make a Capri Sun joke, but apparently y'all are just like completely out there.
Yeah.
Oh, Capri Sun. God, who remembers, like, the fight to get into a Capri Sun? Who's old enough to remember the fight of the
No,
Capri
I
Sun?
just grabbed it,
remember that.
and you just bite it in the
I-
middle, and then you suck all the juices.
Yeah,
That's a dominance
Bun's
move.
About the right idea. Yeah.
Shotgunning a Capri Sun.
Yeah, no, you just shotgun a Capri Sun. That's how you do it.
I've never done that.
I'm sorry. Was like, what, am I the only coordinated person that didn't have any problem like using the little tin foil, like using the straw through the tin foil? Is it really like?
Well,
So I don't know who just said that, but I
we
did
just did
not
it
have
fine.
that struggle. I generally was able to just get my straw right on in there. However, there was one time where I encountered the hyper reinforced packet, at which point I literally just chewed in through one corner because I'm that kind of person.
Well, yeah, no, like, I think it was honestly, for me at least, just more fun to
shotgun
find, to just shotgun the thing. I've always been obsessed with knives. This is not a new thing for me.
It's time to disrespect the pouch. Oh, there's gonna be like a baby in there or something.
Banui.
Yeah,
Banui.
See, baby.
Bunwee.
Bun is a baby. Everyone should
Well,
let
no,
Bun
like-
know that they're baby.
Maybe I just had way too much practice from like back when I was when I was like in the
Also,
like
you
late 80s,
smell
early
good.
90s. I was actually I was late 80s. I was in
smells
school in Michigan, and they got rid of all the milk cartons at school, and they had us all sit down and watch a video. They made us watch a video advertising, so you might notice that we've replaced all the milk cartons in here with these little bags. Don't worry, this is a new technology from Canada. I'm going like, what?
Oh god, bags
Oh
of
god,
milk.
milk in a bag.
Milk
Milk?
bag.
Yup,
Yes.
that's Canadian.
Yeah.
Milk
Step
for
1,
short.
cut a hole in the bag. Step 2, put your milk in that bag.
God damn it.
I don't fucking understand why you would ever put milk in a bag. Like, I can
don't
understand
understand bag
other
milk.
things.
Their reasoning. Their
Why would
reasoning.
you put liquid in a bag?
Their reasoning
I'm sorry,
was
I
it
just
took
thought
up
of
less
the
space
stupidest.
than milk cartons, and especially in landfills, which, granted, in Michigan, if you live there at the time I was, they may still have this. There's like a 10 what is it for like there's a 10-cent surcharge for any aluminum cans, so you actually were incentivized to bring bags of aluminum cans with you back to the grocery store, because they'll have this set up at the grocery store, and they'll like compress all the cans for you and then just pay you out right as you're walking in the as you're walking in the grocery store. So
bottle returns are a thing.
I wish to
Yeah,
thank you for
that's
gathering here
common.
today.
Oh, Sad Cheese, thank you so much for those 5 gifts subs. Holy heck.
Also,
oh my god.
I just
Janet,
want to say,
unsettles
You all are so
Yeah.
good.
that's by far the scariest part of this game is that
Welcome
child.
to the Court of Hearts, Your Majesty.
Mostly this is just a reminder to me of how terrible being a kid was.
Yeah.
Save the children, but not the British children. Save the children, but not the British children.
of the road.
To be fair,
The
like,
message reads,
Hey,
Oh, go
Bun,
ahead.
if you're in a
efforts
bad
this
place
month
mentally, would
deserve
you say you're
special
feeling some
recognition.
extreme
You managed to find
bunwee?
Peter and will be amply rewarded.
good job.
Thus concludes the message
So
from
yeah,
the princess.
for a lot of context, for also just to say,
Splendid
the reason
work,
we keep
Jennifer.
referring to ourselves as
You
multiple
are no
individuals
longer
with
a
we and us,
wretched
we are a
peon.
plural system, and for anyone who
Amanda, on the
doesn't know what
other
that means,
has
I
been
just Google it, I
demoted.
guess. But also for context, for like a lot of the things that we will and will not understand, we're 1, we're 18. 2, the only games we play are obscure indie games about zombies and
It's time,
90s
Jennifer.
shooters, and the only shows we watch are Star Trek.
Jax, you are not the first plural system I've met.
Poggers.
I have known you
Fuck!
long enough to like actually confirm most of
This is
I need
got
to
this,
stop
Jennifer.
saying poggers. It's becoming unironic and I hate it.
You are being subsumed into the Twitch consciousness.
Go, Jenny, you got
Pog-
this.
Pogger champion.
We are one.
Jenny, I've got you ready.
I'm curious.
okay.
With it in the
So-
face.
If I can interject here, now during one of my streams, a certain blood
Oh!
hunter said that they thought that I sounded that my blems were apparently like almost as good as Bun's.
Aww.
So
Nice.
to the point where they actually tell me that, hey, you should start blemming. I'm going like, I'm not gonna steal Bun's shtick.
Yeah.
I don't own a
But
monopoly
I
on
actually-
blems.
And I can
I
say,
Do you?
unironically did that, and immediately everyone just started spamming me with nonstop blems, and it was a nightmare.
Bun,
a
I am
monoblemly.
still I am still hoping to save up 100,000 tarts so I can redeem for 100 blems in succession, and I am currently a quarter of the way to invoking the Night of 100 blems.
Hell yes.
Blem.
Everyone's redeeming blem. Should we all start blemming?
Yes, help me out.
Blem.
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 Blem. Blem.
Blem.
Ah, my ears.
Blem.
I'm gonna eat Bun's ear.
No, no.
Blem. Everyone is redeeming it. Holy shit.
Blem.
Yo, Jesus Christ. Chat, calm down.
Peace was never an option.
What horror have I created?
Yeah, like I knew this was going to happen the minute
Wanna
you
tap out?
mentioned the word blem, but
everyone,
now
we
it's
have
happening.
We have to blem
So
faster.
Oh
Come on.
no! Oh no! We gotta find. We gotta find creative blems now.
Blem.
So I'll go.
Please
Oh
cease.
man, I'm out. I'm getting a drink of water.
Okay.
Good luck, everyone.
Blem. Oh. You know what? I'm gonna blem right now to
Apparently there's been a
honor Sean
request to blem
Connery
the
because he did pass today, and I'm so sad. He was one of my favorite actors.
Shit, he did?
Yes, he passed away at 90. Blem.
Damn.
Our throat has been obliterated by the soldier voice.
You mean ableminated?
Yeah.
Fuck.
Blem.
But you don't say mlem because that devalues it lowers the value of the blem. Yeah. It devalues
You're tanking the economy. What are you doing?
No, you're ruining the blem cube. Don't you understand?
Cablemism.
So you said that there's a
Stream only blem. Katie has spoken.
Yeah.
So
Also,
what you're saying is, are we setting up a crypto blemency?
Yeah.
I certainly hope so.
Welcome to Blem Connect.
Crypto blems.
I picked up the wrong book, but that's okay.
You can pick up my book any day.
More rum. More rum is the answer.
You mean Blum?
Real glad none of that was breakable. Okay.
Everything okay?
Everything
Bird of
is
happiness.
excellent.
That motherfucker is a parrot. Why would you ever want to own it?
Parrots are very obnoxious animals. Like,
Enter the Blender Dome.
my genuine IRL neighbor owns a parrot, and that it just does not shut up. Like, you can hear it. You can hear it from their house next door sometimes.
It's getting a little too hectic. A little bit.
They're
Sorry.
so hypersocial. But they're not hypersocial the way humans tend to be hypersocial. So
Sorry,
it's just
Gra, we get excited on streams.
this is hell.
Oh, I actually, a friend of mine, I got into ordering stickers again, so I'm actually thinking about maybe opening up a voting system or something like that to figure out what stickers to actually put on my different instrument cases, so when I take them out to go touring, what gets to be seen. 'Cause I like
Nice.
That's a neat concept. Alright.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Who had something to read?
I did come in with something
Welcome
to
to
read.
Blem Point, property of
Like
Blem
20
Tech in
minutes
the
ago.
provenance of Blem Benya in New Blem City.
Alright. And it's not going to be a long one, so I apologize for that.
Oh, that's
And we'll
perfect.
read our thing
I
afterwards.
wanted to read some SCP nonsense, and one of my personal favorite things ever on the SCP site remains the Ethics Committee orientation.
You did a
I'm
practice
back.
reading
What
of
did I
this
miss?
earlier.
Very good, and I love it very much.
Back, what did I miss aside from a bunch of blems?
Sorry, I would like I'm a little like stapled in here because of my earpiece.
Fair.
That's fair.
Also, I'm going back. Hey,
Do go on. Yeah.
Bun, do you remember when we were thinking about doing something like this, except we were going to call it Disaster Piece Theater? Because I still have fic that I saved from that.
Yeah, I figured.
I might have one or two to share later.
Mm.
But
Oh, dear.
continue. Was that... I don't remember who was reading. Was that Nick?
Oh, if you want. I was just gonna read the ethics committee orientation thing from
I
the
would
SCP
love to
wiki.
hear the
I'm
ethics
very
committee.
fond of it.
Go for it.
Alright. Alright. Then yeah. This is ethics committee orientation. You can find it on the SCP wiki if you are so inclined. It's very fun. Good afternoon, Doctor. Sit down. Your schedule has been cleared. Do not attempt to leave the room until you are told that this session is over. The door is already locked, but it is crucial you pay attention. Good. You are now part of the SCP Foundation's Ethics Committee. This is not a demotion. Sit down. Yes, you're terrified. You think you're being punished for some failure, some lapse of judgment, some horrible disaster that you were involved with. You think that your career with the Foundation is over. You might have even thought that transferred to the Ethics Committee is a euphemism for killed. This is not the case. You'll notice that I said killed instead of terminated. That's a deliberate choice. On the Ethics Committee, we don't use euphemisms. Because of the work that the SCP Foundation does, a lot of personnel think that the idea of the Foundation having an Ethics Committee is just a bad joke. Or they know that the committee exists, but they've got the impression that we're an ineffectual laughingstock, a bunch of purposeless seat fillers who wave a rubber stamp that says approved and never dare voice an objection. See, yes, I see you've heard the jokes. Here's one. How many members of the Ethics Committee does it take to change a light bulb? None! The Ethics Committee can't change anything! No, it's alright. You're meant to laugh. We make an effort to sustain the impression that we're useless because we are the secret power within the SCP Foundation. Sit down! Yes, there are the O5s. They judge what is and isn't safe, and what's a vital and important, and that's a vital and important function. But we are the ones who advise the O5s on what is and is not acceptable. You've done horrible, awful things while working for the Foundation. Don't try to deny it, Doctor. We've all done horrible, awful things while working for the Foundation. That is one of the unavoidable consequences of working with SCPs. And on occasion, you've wondered if we are the quote-unquote bad guys. Well, we're not. And that is because of the Ethics Committee. This is your first lesson. Do you understand? Remember this. The Foundation is not evil. We do not torture people just because. We are against unnecessary cruelty, which means somebody has to decide when cruelty is necessary, and that somebody is us. Stop trembling. It is important that you remember this. It is your second lesson. The Foundation does not rule the world. The Foundation serves the world. Do you understand what that means? Regardless of what the general population might think it wants, what we do, what the Foundation does, is in the overall best interests of that general population. Yes, I'm sure you did realize that already, but you haven't thought of the deeper implications. You've consoled yourself by thinking that all the torture and murder is for the greater good. This implies that there is a greater good and a lesser good. It implies that there are multiple distinct goods, and that these can be quantified and compared. That is what we on the Ethics Committee do. We are the ones who balance the moral costs of everything the Foundation does. And in order to balance those costs, we must know those costs. Do you realize what that means, Doctor? It means that we know everything the Foundation does, has done, and will ever do. Everything that has ever been redacted or expunged, we know it. Every last detail. Yes, including what SCP-447-2 does when it comes into contact with dead bodies. Yes, we know exactly what Procedure 110 Montauk is, too. We should. We're the ones who designed it. No, it's quite all right. It's a common reaction. Perhaps we shouldn't schedule these meetings directly after lunch, I suppose. Here, wipe your mouth. You will no longer be participating in active research. You may consider yourself a researcher at large, flitting from one project to another, from one site to another. Will, this is not a secret. You are welcome to tell all your friends that you've been transferred to the Ethics Committee, if you can deal with the jokes and the pity. You will observe what is done and ask the participants, and yourself, why it is being done. If at any point you feel that something is excessive or unnecessary or wrong, you inform us. We will summon the people involved and ask them questions in that meek, ineffectual way that your coworkers have mocked. And then word will filter down from the O5s through the many levels of our bureaucracy. And those who are unethical will be given reprimands, which will be noted on their permanent record, or their pay will be cut, or they will be demoted, or they will be transferred to another project, or they will be shot for crimes against humanity. That is your third lesson. Remember it. The P stands for protect. The Foundation protects humanity.
Or does it stand for
from
pizza?
SCPs.
Za.
God damn it!
SC Pizza Foundation.
I was doing so well.
You were doing amazing.
You were. This is incredible.
I'm sorry. Love you.
It's fine. All right.
Za's delicious.
Back into it. We protect the all right. The P stands for protect. The Foundation
Secure and
protects
contain
humanity
P in
from
the balls.
SCP.
Sorry.
Stop!
Secure, contain.
Chat, quit.
Secure, contain, piss on everything.
I'm very prone to corpsing, and I apologize for that.
The tone has been shattered.
It really has. The P stands for protect. The Foundation protects humanity from SCPs, and we protect the Foundation from itself. We judge what is and is not acceptable for the Foundation to do. We balance evils so that, on the whole and in the long run, evil is minimized. No, you don't have a choice about being on the committee. Yes, the irony is lovely, isn't it?
Sauce, cheese,
And thus concludes
pepperoni.
Ethics Committee orientation.
Aww.
Thank you, Nick. Like, Nick, what do you do for your day job?
I sell vapes.
Okay, because you could
I
be
sell
in
vapes
theater.
in stream.
Like, you could be in theater, seriously.
I have been told that before, but like, I don't know. I'm 25. I lack any formal training for theater. I feel like I've missed my shot at that.
You've got a
It's
rad
never too
villain
late.
there,
Harrison
though.
Ford was in his 40s.
That's fair, I suppose.
That's what the Ford is short for.
But yeah, I don't know. I've always been very good at putting on like genteel evil. It's always been something of a forte for me.
Yeah, you're just channeling
That's difficult to
Havelock.
pull off. All right.
Havelock
While
is
the
very
mood
fun.
is well and truly shattered, I have a troll pasta,
Nice.
and it's
Also
a
welcome,
classic
Paige.
troll pasta.
I have something I want to read later if no one else, when Dr. Thallium's done.
So, with honey, and you're making
we're just
out.
gonna rotate people in
Weave
and
the
out as we
phone
read.
Oh, I've got
riggins.
pizza on my skirt.
Who answer it, and the Vios is woot, are doing wit, my daughter, who tell girl, and she say, my dad is deed. Then who was phone?
I think our favorite reading is the one, like, of that was when it was on the Game Grumps, and Danny just read it as, "Then who was phone?"
Just
I
consider
mean, I
at
could
least the
have
terms of
gone
service
louder, but I
prevent
didn't
me
want to
from
break my
reading,
mic levels.
Fair.
Inga versus Captain America. I'll do my best not to talk about it.
Damn it, Bunani, now I want pizza.
It's delicious.
I had tasty Thai food before I came on, so that could be both good and or bad.
I need snacks. I will return momentarily.
Oh, go get snacks.
Alright.
Okay, so I was asking in the chat because I don't really know any good creepypastas, so I just went for whatever we had in the Wonderland server. So someone told me to do the one from Animal Crossing. I guess it's Come Follow Me, submitted by Ilum. I'm hoping I said that name correct.
Okay, I'm not familiar with this one. Sounds good.
Okay, hold on a sec. Hopefully my nervous yawning will not make this problematic. Okay, so.
If you were problematic, we'd have to cancel you.
Oh no. What if I was canceled all along? Metal Gear.
God damn it.
Okay, so since I'm cold reading this, I'm not going to do like any kind of dramatic kind of thing. So I'm going to be more of like just what I do for when I did voiceover.
You got it.
Come, follow me. During the first few days of the release of Pokemon Red and Green in Japan, back in February 27th, 1996, a peak of deaths appeared in age group of 10 to 15. The children were usually found dead through suicide, usually by hanging or jumping from heights. However, some were more odd. A few cases recorded children who had been sawing off their limbs, others sticking their faces inside the oven and choking themselves on their own fist, shoving their own arms down their throat.
We fought a boss that was doing that earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The few children who were saved before killing themselves showed sporadic behavior. When asked why they were going to hurt themselves, they only answered in chaotic screams and scratched at their own eyes. When showed what seemed to be the connection to this attitude, the Game Boy, they had no response. But when combined with either Pokemon Red or Green, the screams would continue, and they would do their best to leave the room it was located in. This confirmed the authorities' suspicion that the games somehow had a connection to these children and their deaths. It was a strange case because many children who had the same games did not show this behavior, but only a few. The police had no choice but to pursue this, since they had no other leads. Collecting all the cartridges these children had purchased, they kept them sealed away as strong evidence to look over later. They decided the first thing to do was to talk to the programmers themselves. The first person they met was the director of the original games, Satoshi Tajiri. Hopefully I said that correctly.
Got it more or less.
Yeah, close enough.
When told about the deaths surrounding his games, he seemed slightly uneasy, but admitting nothing.
Oh, the
He
Animal
led
Crossing
them to
games?
the main programmers of the game, the people responsible for the actual content. The detectives met Takanori Ota, one of the main programmers of the game. Unlike Satoshi, he did not seem uneasy, but very kept, explaining that it was impossible to use something like a game to cause such deaths, and also bringing up the point that not all of the children were affected. He brushed it off as some kind of odd coincidence or mass hysteria. It seemed like he was hiding something, but he wasn't giving way.
Is this going to be
Finally,
Mr. Rossetti's fault?
he did say something interesting. Takanori had heard a rumor going around that the music for Lavender Town, one of the locations in the game, had caused some children to go ill. It was only a rumor, and had no real definite backup. But it was still something to look into. He directed the detectives to Junichi Masuda, the music composer of the series. Masuda had also heard of these rumors, but again said they had no evidence that his music was the cause. Even to prove a point, he he played the exact song from the game completely through with no effects to anyone. The detectives, nor Masuda himself, feeling anything different or odd. Although they still had their suspicions of Masuda and the music of Lavender Town, it seemed they had reached another dead end. I thought this was supposed to be Animal Crossing. I guess this is all Pokemon.
I guess you found a Lavender Town one.
Who knows?
Yeah. Maybe it just
Was
turns
there
out to
any
be
trick
Isabella
behind
all
that?
along.
Nope. People just thought
More
Lavender
likely,
Town
I
had
suspect you just
creepy
hit the
music.
wrong link.
That's the whole thing, yeah.
Going
Cat,
back to
what
the
the fuck are you
cartridges
doing?
they had seized from the homes of the children, they decided to take a slightly more direct look at the games. They knew that it was these games that had the children the ill effects, so they took extreme caution. Sorry, I kind of slipped up there. Popping
I
in
thought
the
that was a
cartridge.
typo. Sorry.
It actually was a typo.
Oh.
They knew it was these games that gave the children the ill effects. I guess it wasn't. I just messed up. So they took extreme caution. Popping in the cartridge and turning the console on, the screen booted. The title screen appeared, and the option to continue or create a new game appeared. When they chose to continue the game, stats of the game appeared. They saw the names of the children who had played, usually Red or another simple name. However, the interesting thing was that the time played and the number of Pokemon they owed on every. However, the interesting thing was the time played and the number of Pokemon they owned. On every game, the time was very low, and all of them had only a single Pokemon in their inventory. They came to the stunning reality that it could not have been the music from Lavender Town that had caused such ill effects on the children, since it was impossible to reach that part of the game in such a small amount of time and with only one Pokemon in their inventory. This brought them to the conclusion that something early in the game had to be the cause. If it wasn't the music, nor the title screen, it had to be something within the first few minutes of the game itself. They had no choice but to turn off the game now and go back to the programmers, asking for a list of all the programmers from Takanori. They found, surprisingly, that one of the programmers had committed suicide shortly after the game was released. His name was Chiro Miura, a very obscure programmer who had provided very little for the game, even more interestingly, he had requested his name did not appear in the credits of the game, and so it was not. Looking into the evidence found at Chiro's apartment, they found many notes written in bold marker. Most of it was crumbled or marked out, making it very difficult to read. The few words they could fit in the mess was, "Do not enter, watch out, and come follow me" in bold. The detectives were unsure what these meant, but knew they had to have a connection. Further searching, they discovered that Chiro was good friends with one of the map designers, Koji Nishino, and this was probably the only reason Chiro had given a part in making the game. Koji Nishino, since the release of the game, had locked himself in his apartment, barely leaving in the dark of night to fetch anything he might need. He told his friends and family that he was mourning for his dear friend Chiro, but they didn't believe that, since Nishino himself locked himself up the day the game was put in stores, a few days before Chiro had killed himself. It was troubling, but the authorities finally persuaded Nishino to sit down and speak with them. He looked as if he hadn't slept in days, dark rings under his eyes. He stunk. His nails had grown black and his hair was greasy, sticking to his forehead and neck. He spoke in stutters and murmurs.
Oh
but
my
at
gosh,
least
Dragon
he-
figured it out. It's missing no. Misano? Missing no?
When asked if he knew anything about the children who had died after exposure of the game, and if it had any connection to the game, he answered them seemingly carefully, choosing his words thoughtfully before answering. He told them that his friend Chiro had an interesting idea with the game, something he had wanted to try since he had heard the project was starting. Nishino himself knew Takanori. the director and main programmer, for a long time, so he could easily get a mediocre programmer in on the project with a little persuasion. It seemed Chiro had convinced Nicino to get him in on the project, and it had worked. The detectives knew that they were onto something. This unknown, obscure programmer, Chiro, had to have something to do with it. Something. They asked what Chiro's idea was, why he wanted so badly to have a part in making this children's game. Nicino told them that Chiro never told him much about it, other than a few details every now and then. He wanted to insert a special Pokemon in the game, one completely different from all the others. It would serve as an extra, a kind of out of place thrill for the player. It wasn't, however, missing no.
Oh.
Is that missing number or missing no?
The plot twist. Story's got twists.
It wasn't, however, missing no.
twist?
It couldn't be. With the gameplay time recorded in the cartridges, it was impossible for the children to have time to meet that Pokemon. Nicino, throughout the entire conversation, seemed to break down even more with every question. The detectives pushed him more and more, searching through his mind for any and every scrap of knowledge. This man had no game and Chiro's intentions. It was when they asked about the notes found in Chiro's home that he snapped. From under the couch Nicino was sitting on, he whipped out a pistol, pointing it straight at the police while backing away a few steps.
Well, that escalated quickly.
Just as quickly,
Yeah.
he brought the pistol to his
Fucking
face.
hell.
"Don't follow me," muttered Nicino as he stuck the pistol in his mouth and pulled the trigger. It was too quick for the police to react. It was done. Nicino had killed himself, repeating slightly different from what was written on one of Chiro's papers. It seemed all leads had finally died. The team who had created the original game were splitting up, becoming harder to find. It was as if they were keeping a secret. When the police finally managed to talk with anyone who had parts in the game, even the obscure character designers or monster designers, it seemed they had nothing of interest to say. Most of them didn't even know Chiro, and the few who did only seen him once or twice working on the game itself. Throughout all of this, only confirmation they had was that Chiro was indeed the only one who had worked on the very early parts of the game. It had been a couple of months since the original children's suicides, and the death rate had dropped dramatically. It seemed that the game was no longer given any ill effects to any children. The callback of the games that was planned was cancelled, since it seemed that the game was no longer harming any children. They had begun to think that maybe Takanori was right, and that it was just a very odd coincidence or mass hysteria, until they received the letter. It was given to one of the detectives himself, quite directly out on the street. It was a woman who gave him the note, a very frail, thin, sick-looking thing. Apparently women are things.
Yikes.
She gave him the letter quickly, telling him that it was something he needed to see, and without waiting for a response or another word, she disappeared into the crowd. The detective brought it to his office, and calling others in, he brought it out and read it aloud. It was a letter written by Chiro himself, but it wasn't one found at his apartment. They had thoroughly searched and cleared out the place, so whatever this letter had come from, it wasn't kept at his home. It was signed to be given to Nicino. It started out quite formal. A hello, how are you? Regards to the family and such. After one or two of these normal paragraphs, they reached a section that requested Nicino to get him into the game team, to get him a programming position in Pokemon Red and Green. As the letter continued, the handwriting seemed to grow jittery. He talked about a glorious idea he had, a way to program something unseen in any game before. He said it would certainly revolutionize not only the gaming industry, but everyone. He went on to say
It would revolutionize everyone?
He went on to say that it was a very simple procedure to program this idea into the game. He did not even have to add any foreign programming, but could use what was already given in the game itself. This would, the detectives agree, make it impossible to notice any obscurities in the programming itself. It was a perfect way to hide whatever this was. The letter ended abruptly. There was no goodbye, no say hi to the family, no write back or thank you. Nothing like that. It was just his name, written hard in the letter where the paper almost broke through. It was only his name, Chiro Miura. This was the nail in the coffin for the detectives. They had no more suspicion about the case. Chiro had programmed something into the early parts of the game, something maddening, to further increase the streak of success. They discovered that the programming team had worked in pairs. Even Chiro himself. He had worked with another programmer, Sosuke Tamada. If anyone knew what the secret of this game
Sasuke,
was,
I knew it.
Sosuke Tamada would be this man.
Mm-hmm.
It was their
ninja
final
bastard.
hope of unraveling this mystery once and for all. They learned Sosuke had provided a lot of programming to the game and seemed to be an average, good guy and worker.
I love you, Cat, but you're not.
They were easily allowed into his home, a fair place,
You're more of a daddy's boy.
and they entered his living room where they sat. Sosuke did not sit, however. He stood by the window of the second-story floor looking out onto the busy street. He was smiling a little. There was
Just a
no
little.
direct witnesses to the events that followed. The only thing from the conversation that remained was found on a voice recorder sitting on a table in front of the two detectives assigned to talk to Sosuke. What follows is the unedited recording.
Oh God.
Sosuke Tamada,
Okay.
what part did you have in the games Pokemon Red and Green? Asked the first detective. I was a programmer. His voice was light, friendly, almost too friendly. That is all. Am I right in knowing that the programmers working on this game worked in teams? Asked the detective. One could hear the voice of the feet. One could hear the voice of feet moving on the floor slightly.
The voice of
You would
feet.
be right, said Sosuke after a moment of silence. And your partner, his name was? The detective was quickly cut off by Sosuke's eerie voice. Chio Miura. That was his name. Chiro Miura. Another silence. It seemed that the detectives were a little uneasy about this man. Could you tell us if Miura had ever acted strange at all? Any particular behaviors you observed while working with him at all? Sosuke answered them. I don't know him that well, really. We didn't meet up frequently. Only every once in a while to trade data, or when the entire group was calling up for a meeting. That's the only times I ever really saw him. He acted normal as far as I could tell. He was a short man. And I think this affected his consciousness. He acted weaker than any other man I met. He was willing to do a lot of work to gain recognition. This I do know.
Sounds like a beta cuck to me.
I think silence.
I'm sorry.
No, actually, it does say silence in here.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh dear, I just realized Bun is approaching the mermaid boss fight, which I heard is the point at which like most players of this game just completely gave up.
Yeah, it's pretty much the worst.
Yes, asked the
Bun is beating
detective,
it, though.
pushing for him to continue.
At least
You
a couple
think
of
what?
times, haven't you?
I think he was
It's
a
not
very
fun,
weak
though.
man. I think he wanted to prove himself regardless of his
Anything
point.
about this game being described as fun is a strong description.
I think he wanted to make himself known for something special. Something that would make people forget about the way he looked and pay attention to the powerful mind that lay inside his skull. Unfortunately for him, however, he didn't have much of a mind to back up that reasoning. Why do you say that? Asked the second detective. Well, it's the simple truth, answered Sosuke quietly. His feet could be heard moving across the tiled floor. He was nothing special, even if he wanted to believe so. You can't become greatness, even if you believe it. It's impossible. Somehow, I think Chiro knew this himself. Somewhere deep in there, he knew it.
Become as greatness. Become as greatness. This cannot continue.
This cannot continue.
The detectives were silent again, not sure how to steer the conversation. After a moment, they continued, Can you
More
tell
like
us what
Sho-
Chiro's part
Sosuke
of the game was over?
Rosuke.
What did he work on exactly? Sosuke answered more quickly than before. Nothing. I mean, nothing important. He worked on some obscure parts at the beginning of the game. A pause. And then a little more information. It was Oak's part, to be exact. He worked on some of Oak's parts. When he's seen first, you see. What else pushed the police?
My
They could hear it in Sosuke's voice. He knew something. We know about you. We know you know about the children and the deaths. We know that it was Chiro who did it. He programmed something in the game. What are you implying? Asked Sosuke. It sounded as if he was trying to maintain his voice. We're implying that since you're his partner, spelled Y-O-U-R, you are, sorry, yes.
Partner.
If you're hiding something from us, you could just as much be responsible for those children's deaths as Chiro himself. You can't prove anything, Sosuke shouted. Tell us what Chiro did to the game, they shouted back. What I told him to. Silence. Complete silence.
Sosuke Bosuke Jugemu Goku no Shirike. Oh man.
Isn't that the
It's like my favorite Rakugo play, yeah.
Because have we talked about how that weirdly made its way over to America in like the weirdest, most racist variant on what you could like do?
Sounds like America to me.
Like I think it was a Monty Python skit at some point.
Because if I remember, this is it's a what you say, like Rokugo, like a long funny story about a tradition about giving like firstborn sons absurdly long names.
Yeah, well, it's a specific father that just wanted to give his son the best name, so he chose all of them.
Oh, okay, so it's actually a little bit different.
Mm-hmm. And then...
Yeah, no, Yin, I think I know the story you were referring to, because I remember a children's picture book that was told this story about...
Yeah, in this
like
one,
the firstborn child who had a
like...
really long name, and the second child who had a one-syllable name, and then the elder kid falls into a well, and the younger sibling is trying to explain that this happened, but keeps getting out of breath because he's trying to say this full name.
Yeah, there's a couple ways that the Jugemu story goes, but like the basic gist of it is that he hits one of his friends on the head, and his friend goes to tell his mom, and by the time he finishes saying his name to everyone, the bump has healed and is gone.
Like his wound has healed.
Yeah. The bump on his head is just gone.
I find that the horrible American variant of this story, at least the name they use, is Tiki Tiki Timbo.
Oh,
yikes.
It's a yikes. It's one of those, and the version I heard was not about Japan. It was supposed to be a Chinese kid.
Mm-hmm.
And, again, it's very predictable for the 90s.
Yeah.
But it's one of those things where it's like, it gets stuck in your brain, and then when I'm seeing, like, this long list of names, finding out that there was an actual, like, Japanese story sort of sharing a root with this was one of those weird, like, where did the telephone game go that wrong, you know?
Oh man, I wish I had a copy of Haunting Grounds.
Oh my god, have you seen the Full Metal Alchemist animated short parodying this with the name?
No.
Okay, so have you seen Alchemist Brotherhood or read the manga?
I'm very familiar with Full Metal Alchemist, both the manga and the anime.
I watched the series, but I didn't read the manga, I'm afraid.
Asks Scar, and it's like, what's your name? And he's like, I don't have one.
I think I've seen this. This is the one where it's him and fucking Ed and Al's dad. And they're like yelling at each other about their names?
No, this is so there's a scene in the anime and also in the manga where King Bradley asks Scar's name, and he's like, I don't have one. And then Bradley's like, appropriate, I was born without a name too. and then they fight. One of the Honkoma, the 4-panel comic strips at the end of that Tankobon volume was later adapted into an animated short, and it's like, what's your name? My name, and then he says the incredibly long name.
It is
And then,
the
like,
president. I was
my name
mistaken because both him and Ed's dad have that beard. My brain was cross-contaminating. It's been a long time.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so funny.
The one where it's like Scar and Bradley have that incredibly long name, and it's like, what a coincidence! My name is also. And then they both got like, yeah, it's a great bit, and sure you can find that on YouTube.
Yeah.
Shall I continue, or have I completely lost everyone about this?
There's more?
There is more.
Also,
there
we're gonna
is
be
more,
right back.
But I will. Oh God, how much is left in here?
I was just gonna say that.
Okay. It's not terribly long, but it's still decent. I could totally stop if I've completely lost all of you.
No, man, I'm curious where this is going.
I was just gonna say we're gonna go for a bit, but the thing that we wrote a while ago is in the voice text channel if somebody else wanted to read it or something as like a decent thing, as like a palate cleanser, I guess. But yeah, we'll be back in a minute.
What's this thing that is out there to read? Because I'm happy to read it if y'all want me to.
Hey, Fluttershy.
I really thought that this was. I guess it was. I am not seeing anything that makes this an Animal Crossing one. I guess that I must have clicked on the wrong one, but here we are.
Honestly, I'm here for the amusement of all of this. Also, I don't remember.
I've got a thing to read.
Is that a yin I see?
Later.
That is the yin you see. Coalfire.
Alright.
Also, for whoever
Who
was
next?
talking earlier about the Full Metal Alchemist thing, y'all are awesome. And I'm sorry because I don't know people's voices to pair them with their names.
They're on the left there. That's
Oh, cool. Oh, I see.
I'm Pidge, hello.
Hi,
Hey,
Pidge.
Pidge. Hi, best bird.
Is Pidge.
Bird Kun.
Pidge,
Oh.
my love, my friend.
Hello. I have a thing to read when Dr. Thalius is done.
This
Stop
today, Yin carved up a pumpkin and a pumpchan.
Aww.
I'd love to see.
I don't know if you can see, like, the head orbit
Yeah.
that brought.
Well, you're on camera.
I don't know. Well, the thing is, because, like, the hat is pointed, but I don't know whether people can see that.
No, the point's on camera.
The point is on camera.
Okay, so that's like, because I know that sometimes the way that, like, again, it's not a flat plane because I fucked it up and it's kind of wibbly wobbly, but I don't know whether, like, there's a distinctive pointy business over my face or whether that's just a flat, like, visual plane.
No, it is very distinctly pointed.
Very
Okay,
pointy.
good. I'm gonna
Yeah, that
poke
hat's
fun
on
with
point,
it.
and the point is on camera.
It is amazing. Also, we're back.
Welcome back.
Okay, so after the silence, complete silence.
All these
You
very
want to know?
sad. I don't know if
The
these are
what?
children or rats.
They're fish children.
Fish.
Blem.
Blip.
Oh, I need a blem.
Oh,
Blem. Blem. Unfortunately, I don't actually have this story printed out in front of me. I actually have to read it from my screen, so all the blems that I have to do, which I would totally love to, like, dramatically include. Blem.
Coalfire, I am not a good witch. I can't be having with that kind of thing. Also, basically, while technically I am just a witch, my goal was to be young.
Are you a good
training by the
witch
ranks.
or a bad witch?
I'm a bitch.
I
That's
have to
what
say,
I
the
am.
witch look really suits you. You're like
Granny
a
is spectacular and aspirational.
you're like a Stevie Nicks up in here.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, this game sucks to play.
It does not look like a great time, Bun.
You trying to wade through these fish looks like fucking shit, yeah.
I was gonna say, this feels
Yeah.
like...
And also, if your health gets
fun.
low enough, you just slow to a crawl, and it's like, you're not going anywhere.
Yeah, this
Yeah,
feels
like Jim said earlier, to send him a cleared save file after you beat it. Please do the same with me, because I want to play it, but I really don't want to do this without instant kill weapons.
No prob.
Oh god, I have cheese in my cleaver.
Thank you, Bond.
I got this.
Jeez. Okay, is this where the fight is? I'm gonna.
You wrote a thing.
I'm
Want
gonna
to
do a
re-help?
save state here. Here, can I
Yes.
borrow my?
Yes, you can have your
Because we
headphones.
figured we had.
Sorry if anyone's
we'd
talking
already-
to me, I can't hear you. My head is not attached to the microphone.
So yeah, I just sent that because I figured
You want to start around in those heels?
it would be something for folks to read in absence of other things. But if somebody else had wanted to read it, then
I'm not
that'd be
late
fine because we've
for a
already
very
done
important
a
that
decent amount of
Yale,
reading with
he can catch
the
them
soldier
the
voice.
best team.
Yeah. Dax, I'm curious.
Oh, hey,
what
it's
was
Casey
you-
Explosion.
Oh,
Hi,
hello.
Casey.
Hey, Casey.
Casey.
Hey, Casey.
Anyway, what were you saying?
Cute sloth mom is cute.
No, I was just curious which one of you's fronting right now.
That is a hard question. We are quite blendy.
Casey.
Alright,
Hello.
it's fine.
How are you,
Just curious.
Casey? How you doing?
Alright.
Merci beaucoup, my darling.
Sloth Mom has arrived.
Turns out the terribly stated normal monsters from early Yu-Gi-Oh! Were actually an attempt by Konami to spontaneously combust children.
What the fuck?
Black Sheep, this makes me very happy.
Thank you.
Hello, Casey. Hello, Sloth Mom.
Hey, Bun. Do you think there's any possibility Casey might want to join the voice chat?
Casey is more than welcome to like give me a Discord call and come read something if you'd like. We've been like reading creepypastas and things.
Yeah. Specifically bad ones. I
Trying
mean,
to find bad ones, yeah.
what we read wasn't really a creepypasta. It was reading part of the immediately change your character's gender thing in the soldier from TF2's voice.
Oh my god.
It's just very funny.
Oh my god.
No worries, Casey. Anytime.
Yeah, I'm happy to donate my voice to whatever people want me to read if they are so inclined.
Oh god, I
for
remember
that.
this bit.
I mean,
thing
our
I
voice
have-
is kind of...
I figured we'd just rotate people out as we read new stuff.
fair.
Yeah.
Like,
Because
this
we
is
got a
such
lot of people
spooky
that.
scene, but that scream really fucks with it.
I figure
Yeah.
we got a lot of people that want a chance, so.
Yeah, also, if you want me out of here, just say the word. I can go chill elsewhere.
Same, we're really bad at figuring out how to tell whether or not we've overstayed our welcome.
Okay, so this is just an appallingly difficult...
Oh yeah. So when she comes down, she like vomits on the ground, and if you stand in it, it does damage over time, like a ton of it. And then she just comes down at random places, so you have to avoid her.
Bun, I think I hate
this
this.
fight sucks.
Oh, you have...
poorly
I've
defined
having
love.
watched Bun play this enough, this is an appallingly difficult fight.
The thing I have isn't a creepypasta, but it's something a bit scary, I think.
Pidge, please.
Do it.
Also, hi, Burp
Oh.
Bun. Hope you're having
Okay,
a
I
good
guess,
wow.
I guess we're just done with mine.
I'm gonna say if Dr. Thallium is cool,
Oh,
not
I'm sorry.
continuing there.
Yeah.
I mean, I could continue, or if y'all are just bored of it, like, I could just stop.
Honestly, I'm good with whatever. Y'all are amazing.
Thank you for the raid.
Oh, Gamaliel.
I-
Welcome in, raiders. How are you?
Entirely up to what you would prefer, because mine's a bit long.
I think we're gonna pop out just because it's been been here a while and don't want to take up space, and also we need to eat dinner
She
at some
really
point.
slaps hard for
There,
somebody. in
though,
that
I
position.
don't think
Enjoy
Discord.
dinner.
I don't think we're anywhere near the limit of people who can be in a Discord call.
We're near the limit of
Fair.
a number of people I could handle in a Discord call.
Well, can.
Yeah.
The can. The answer isn't can, but should be.
Yeah, like that was the main. Like that's the main thing. I'm
Zombie
more worried
gamer.
about.
Furnace
Like,
Gears, thank
just-
you so much for the follow. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Wow, that vomit attack
Yeah.
is really
Oh,
bullshit. Holy
Yes.
shit.
Yeah, that's awful.
Yeah, and you just get stun locked in it.
Yeah,
Yup.
goddamn.
Wow, that's
Uh,
really fucking
yeah.
shit.
And then she turns after she drops. So, oh yeah, there it is.
Yep, there
That
it
was the
is.
vomit.
Fuck this. Fuck.
So I-
Who thought this
feel
was
fun.
okay?
So
Okay.
I'll figure we'd say a
Load
brief
state.
bit before leaving. We're we don't really have anything to plug because we uninstalled the Twitter app a few days ago. It's been pretty good for our mental health. The account's still there, but we're not touching it, so we might as well not plug it. But Bun server is regularly advertised there in the chat. We're there. We like to write stuff and stream very occasionally. And also, if anyone has questions about plurality, you can feel free to DM us. It's something we like talking about. But for the meantime, we're going to go eat a frozen pizza. We're going to cook it first. But anyway, bye.
Oh no, don't
Y'all are
die,
great,
Bun.
Dax. Have a
Later,
good night.
Dax. Be well.
See ya.
Just fuck this fucking fight.
Mhm.
It does seem pretty atrocious.
Do you have any healing items, Bun?
Yeah, I've got some. I just want to save them.
Fair, but I
Nope.
think
Oh,
Nope,
this
dead.
fight might be a
Fuck.
good time to use a few, maybe.
Oh, this is my last one, so there we go. Nothing left now. And I don't want to get up, because if I do, I'm going to get stun locked back in the vomit. Yeah, there we go. Good.
This fight
Nope.
just seems
Fuck's sake.
atrociously designed.
Mhm. Hey, Silly. How's it going? Yeah, this fight sucks.
This is the worst moment of this fucking game. Like, I've never even actually played this game, but I've just watched you play it, and it's bad enough.
I'm trying to run away, and she has to, like, turn all the way. So,
Such a bad time.
Mhm. So you gotta run forward
Hit her
in order to
with a
turn.
stick.
Which is great. Yes, this boss is
The
on
thing-
a pulley system.
The thing I have to read when it's my turn is it was my final project for a translation class that I took. It's a short horror story.
I say go for it. That sounds fun.
Only if Dr. Thallium is still not continuing their thing.
I mean, I was just using this like a really good opportunity to practice my cold reading, and I thought I was kind of on a roll, but I think we've basically just like pulled ourselves completely out of the story by this point. So I'm asking the chat if they want me to continue. If chat's fine with it, then I'll do it. But seems like everyone's excited to kind of move on from me, so that's fine.
I'm good with whatever.
Same. It's your turn.
I'm
Finish
kind
your
of
turn.
sleepy. Okay, I think I figured out a way to stun lock her a little bit. I'm just gonna focus on this. Y'all do whatever. But somebody read something.
All right. Well, let me see if
I'm
I
sorry, I
can.
love how she falls with her hand behind her head like, oh dear.
You want to know, huh? Asks Sosuke finally, breaking the eerie silence, but replacing it with his voice. You want to know what all this is about? Chiro was an idiot. He'd do anything for a bit of attention, anything at all. He couldn't program worth a shit either. The one thing he could do, however, was be manipulated. You could tell him what to do, and he'd do it. He wouldn't even question it. He'd do it. Just to hear that thank you when he received the finished product. That was his reasons. That's all he wanted. 2 clicks from the detective's guns could be heard. I could control his flawlessly.
Oh.
He's a lot like Takanori. Of course, none of you knew this. But I was the one who brought up the idea of the game. The idea of the entire operation. I just told the fellow what to do, and he followed me without doubt. He knows nothing, just like Chiro. A sound of a window opening could be heard, followed by the detectives. Don't move or we'll shoot. Let me ask you about a mechanic in the game, continued Sosuke. His voice was more rushed, but still held that slyness. Consider it a hint, all right? If you walk around in grassy areas, enough Pokemon will appear, and you'll have a chance to go into battle with it. It's a necessary part of the game overall, you see. Step away from the window. We won't warn you again. At the start of the game, you have to walk into the grassy area before Oak appears, and you receive your first Pokemon. Understand me? Under normal circumstances, it was programmed that even though you're in a grassy area, no Pokemon would spawn. I made it different. I manipulated that Chiro and I told him what to put in the program, gave him all the instructions on how to do it, and he did it flawlessly. It's rare, but it can happen. Stepping into that grass, one can spawn. Sosuke, we don't want to shoot. Shoot me? Asked Sosuke, laughing at the same time. Shoot me? You're as dumb as Chiro was. Once he found out the truth, he had to end it. It was his fault after all. He shot himself because of it. If you're so determined to finish that case of yours, if you want to know, play the damn game for yourself. Roll the wheel and who knows? Maybe you'll learn the secret for yourself. A shot could be heard, loud enough to distort the audio. Sounds of screaming, murmuring could be heard. The table the recorder was on crashed, ear-shattering distortions, silence, then laughing. Sosuke was laughing. And then the words, "Come, follow me. Come, follow me." And then nothing. The recorder continued to record until the tape ran out. There was nothing else on it. The police arrived on the scene quickly, and to their horror, they discovered Sosuke and the two detectives dead. They all had been shot, but not after struggling. The detectives had been shot multiple times, at least 10 each, before dying after being shot in between their eyes. Sosuke himself had clearly died of 2 shots to his chest, straight through his heart. The game was causing a massacre. At least 100 children were dead. Nishino, the unsuspecting friend, dead. Chiro, the manipulated toy, dead. The 2 detectives, dead. And now, even the creator, the cause of this atrocity, Sosuke, dead. The game was stretching far over its original intentions. It was killing anyone and everyone who got involved. The lead detective had decided to put this case away. The man who committed the crime was dead, so there was no longer any reason to continue the case. All evidence, all the cartridges, all the notes, all the letters, they were locked away, kept in the darkness where they belonged. There were a few talks about the entire thing, small conversations every now and then, but over the years, even these began to fade away. Eventually, the case was only a memory in the minds of those who experienced it firsthand. 10 years passed. February 27th, 2006 was the date. The lead detective, the man who locked away the original evidence 10 years previous, was reminded of the awful event that occurred. Although he was no longer in the force, he still had access to files and was helped when he could. The remainder of the event caused him to look back, to open the sealed container that held all the evidence collected. He read through the letters and the notes. He remembered the woman who had appeared to him on the street that one day and handed him that letter that led to the change of the entire case. He wondered who she was and where she had come from. Perhaps she was Chiro's mother, or maybe Sosuke's. It was far too late to pursue any of this. Far too late. Sealing the container again, he saw a second one directly behind it. Pulling it out, he had read the note on top of it. Evidence number 2104A. He opened it up and looked inside. Filling the container were exactly 104 Pokemon Red and Green cartridges, each one in perfect condition, untouched since the day they had been checked them 10 years ago. He reached in and pulled one out, Pokemon Red. He hadn't seen one in a long time. He didn't know what he thought next, but he reached in his desk and pulled out an old Game Boy. He received it a long time ago, but it still worked. It was his son's, but he had died a few years ago. His wife was gone too. That was then, though. Popping the cartridge in the back of the Game Boy, he turned on the system. the title screen, then the option to continue or start a new game. Tanaka, that was the child's name, the one who played it first. He was probably dead, along with the others. He pressed new game and started a new game. It was normal, average. He walked around, talked to his mother, went outside. He started walking towards the grass. In his head, he could still hear Sosuke's words, even though he was not there. Even though he had never seen the man in his life. He could see him. Oh, he could still see him, hear him. Come, follow me. He was getting closer and closer, only a step or two away. Roll the wheel, and who knows, maybe you'll learn the secret for yourself. He entered the grass. The screen did nothing at first. Nothing at all. It just sat there. And so did the detective, completely frozen, as if time had stopped just for them. The screen went black, and then lit up again, the iconic green background with black text appearing. The lead detective's weary eyes grew wide. He couldn't help it, but read out what was there in front of him. Come, follow me. Come, follow me. Come, follow me. I miss you, Dad. I miss you, my husband. I miss you so much. Tears formed in his eyes, falling down his cheeks. Screens and screens of text appeared as he rapidly clicked the A button to continue it. It was his wife and his child. They were speaking to him, calling to him, crying with him. They wanted to see him. They loved him. He loved them. I love you too, muttered the man in a hoarse, scratching voice. Come, follow me. Become new again.
Come,
we
my
want
lady,
to see
come,
you and
come, my
hold
lady,
you.
be my butterfly, sugar, baby.
Oh, what are we talking? Are you talking about me right now?
And be with you forever and ever and ever and ever. How many evers is that? Forever and ever and ever and ever. And ever and ever.
5 evers.
Don't stay away. You can't see us too. We miss you. Come follow me. We love
I
you.
want your opinion.
A black screen. The detective's eyes grew wide, his jaw dropping. The screen lit back up, and Oak was looking.
Sorry.
And Oak was leading him out of the grass. Come follow me, said Oak. No, shouted the man, dropping the game onto the floor. He quickly fell forward, reaching for it, bringing the screen back to his face. Bring them back! Bring them back to me! The game continued on as usual, but not responding to the detective at all. My wife, my child, listen to me! Bring them back to me, I said! Voices. He heard voices. Hundreds of voices. He turned around from his seat, looking behind him, and standing in his small room were children, many children. Some had no eyes, some had rings around their throats, some were burned all across their body. They were screaming, reaching toward him. Bring back my mommy, bring back my daddy, bring back my pet, they all screamed out, reaching for the game, their mouths agape with horror and pain. I don't want them to go away. Bring them back to me, bring them back to me. No, shouted the detective, it's mine. My family is here, don't touch it. Horror was across his face. Come follow me, said a voice. The lead
Face kind of
detective
bun.
looked over,
Bun
and in the
looking
corner
like a
of the
cutie.
room, next
You
to an
looks
old
wicked.
desk, was Sosuke. He stood in the corner, tall, handsome, clean. A smile was on his face, stretching across his face. Come, follow me. The lead detective jumped up, stepping back, trying to force away the children crawling toward him, reaching out for the game held tightly with his hands. What's going on here? What's going on? Where is my family? Sosuke smiled generously. I'll show you. I'll help you get away from them, you see. Just follow me. Sosuke reached down and opened a drawer on the old desk. The lead detective, pushing through the crowd of children, trying to get away, looked inside. Sitting
He's just
there,
laying down for He's
covered with dust, was his old gun from when he was in the force. He had not used the gun in many years and had put it away, not wanting to remember the things he had to do with it. But right now he didn't see it as something that caused pain or that killed. It was shining. It was light. It was something that could set him free.
No. Okay.
Just follow me, said Sosuke, picking up the gun and putting it in the lead detective's hand. He formed his hand to hold the gun, then brought it to his temple. Just pull the trigger, that is all. the lead detective turned around, the children were crawling at him, grabbing his legs and pulling at him. They reached for the game. He turned back towards Sosuke and smiled. My family. I'll follow you. He pulled the trigger. Bang. His brains spread the wall as he fell to the ground, dead. It was a few days before the body was discovered. It lay on the floor, blood everywhere. In one hand, he held an empty gun, and in the other was a classic Game Boy with Pokemon Red on the back. The battery had long died, and only an empty black screen was left. This was the final murder that the remaining authorities would follow. This was the final murder that the remaining authorities would allow. The last detective who was ever a part of this case personally called all 104 cartridges away and burned them all, making sure not a single one survived. There would taunt no more.
Who made this mess?
However, this is not the end of the story.
Was it you?
The code was said to have survived, and was even passed to other language versions of the games. If you have an old Pokemon game, you can place the cartridge in the back of your classic Game Boy, turn on the system, and roll the wheel. Who knows? Maybe you'll learn the secret for yourself. The end.
No, jeez.
Charge after all.
Thank you, Thallium.
Well done.
So how is that? I don't even know how many years it's been since I've done dramatic readings of anything. So this was actually kind of fun.
I don't know how many years that story lasted.
This man is shaped like a pear, and I don't like it.
I'm sorry. I guess we need to vet these or something like that before.
Oh
we
no,
bring them
no, not you. Like that writing's not my favorite.
Yeah, no, that was
It was your fault that I got into trouble.
Thank you, Dragon Nexus. I appreciate that.
Give it
Super
here.
good.
At least it wasn't the horrible secret of Animal Crossing, which was 12 chapters long.
So that was the one. Okay.
Oh my. I see a stain. I've got to clean it
Alright, I
up,
need a pun for
or Mr.
silly
Hoffman will be
symmetry,
angry with
but
me.
they're being a little silly symmetry, so I don't know if I'm gonna go one. Anyone
love
for
seeing
Casey
Bunt's facial
Explosion? Which,
yeah, no, seriously.
like-
the facial expressions add quite a bit to this.
I'm so surprised that Casey plays the guitar, because I figured she'd be more of a bassy explosion. I'm sure she was in a band.
I tell you what, like,
Spell,
have
it became
any of you actually listened to Casey Explosion's recitation of the Raven?
Yes.
That's a channel points reward. Like,
Sure have.
if you actually save up the channel points, Casey will actually read the entirety of The Raven by Edgar Allan Poe, and it is delightful.
The Raven is very fun.
We have got to get her in here to do that.
Yep, I can't get up and reach the keyboard because I'm all plugged in here.
What do you need me
Could
to reach the
you
keyboard for?
exclamation Discord in chat, and then
I'm on it.
just- Oh no, it's not even on the window. That's fine.
Oh.
That's fine. Thank
Pidge
you,
got
Pidge.
Thank you, Pidge.
And then if you could give Casey the stream guest role, so she can hop in here. Hey.
Surprised she doesn't have it ready.
Aranthal, there's bunches of people in this game that will die and then keep coming back.
Oh,
The
dear.
time is not
Suggestion.
linear in this game.
Oh my god, Black Sheep. How did none of us
that's a
think
good
of that?
pun.
That's a good
very
one.
good pun, Black Sheep.
Explosion.
Where is Casey on the Discord?
I don't think she's
Well, you
joined
know,
yet.
if she casts a spell, that'll be a
Okay.
explosion. No?
When you're so good.
Oh.
Yeah, you is.
Dragon Nexus, you are absolutely right.
We love a bun.
Edgar Allan poem. Fuck. Well done,
Being
Coalfire.
showing PDA.
Well done.
So cute I can't even X3.
I would slow clap for that Coalfire, but I can't hold my push to talk and clap at the same time.
I'm I'm trying to find one of my favorite SCPs. It's in my list of them somewhere.
Who needs the silken, sad, uncertain rustling of each purple curtain when you can just let your butt sink upon the velvet? Edgar Allan Poe.
I love you, Yeen. 3.
Henry David that hoe.
Oh, you're not even listening, Conquest.
What?
Hi.
Hello, Casey.
What ass hattery am I
swear,
missing?
Conquest just said he loved you.
What?
Hi, Casey. How you doing?
Casey, a delight to see you and to hear you.
No, he's in chat. That's fine.
So, something for the chat. While I nodded, nearly napping, suddenly there came a clapping, as of ass cheeks, gently clapping at my chamber door. "'Tis a visitor," I muttered, "dummy thick, and nothing more."
Casey, you are a
That
treasure.
was beautiful.
That
You
was incredible.
You should be enshrined in a museum somewhere for the perfect cadence and the absolute, perfect emotions, but no more than necessary. Dummy thick, and nothing more.
Casey,
I was
you are a
saying how cute
slothy
you are,
embodiment of pure
3.
joy.
I have to say, Casey, I have a feeling you've probably
Edgar Allan Victim.
done that recitation more than once in that certain way. That sounded way too practiced.
Not really, no.
Well done.
Question, Casey. Have you seen the Winnie the Pooh, the clap of my ass cheeks just
Oh my
alerted
God,
the
yes.
bees?
Oh, I love that.
It cracks me up.
No, I have not.
If somebody has a link to that, I don't have one right off the top of my head. I can go looking. But if anybody has a quicker link to the Winnie the Pooh, the dummy thick Winnie the Pooh, please share it with Casey.
I'm on it. I'm gonna find that.
Oh God.
The Goat
wow.
Sisters.
I
Ah,
just
look, it's me
realized
and my
I
own
have that
sibling.
memorized, and I'm concerned about it.
Casey, how have you
So
been?
there are 3 results that come up on Google. Is it 2D animation, using clips, or what?
No, it's 2D animation. And it looks like the time that I saw it, it was 2D animation to the style of pencil sketches.
Okay, yeah, I found that.
Okay.
Let me just grab the link.
Clap my ass cheeks. Just alerted the bees.
There it is.
Alerted the bees.
And Symmetry
There, it's posted in the
successfully
voice
captured
chat
that
channel.
entire thing. Suddenly there came a clapping. Thank you, Symmetry.
As of ass cheeks gently flapping by my chamber door.
Oh dear.
The cat has loafed on the mail.
Oh, it's because I moved his square, I think.
Yeah, he's mad that you moved a square.
How dare you move the square?
Yeah, our cat actually... we can't really use any of these rhymes about him because our cat does not have ass cheeks. He just has fluff.
Oh, Casey, I have to highlight it, but in stream earlier, Jim Sterling was kind enough to read the first part of that immediately change your character's gender.
Oh,
So
God.
good.
And it was
I
marvelous.
need to hear that. I can't even imagine the wonder of,
I seriously need to listen to that later. I'm sad I missed it.
I'm gonna go highlight it. I'll post it on Twitter later.
You
It was
fucking
truly
best.
beautiful.
Anemic Bloodhunter, that's I'm too, the thing is that, bear in mind, currently I am stapled to bun through my ear hole. So I can't
true.
get up and go and get a glass, so I have to be like Viking and just drink out of the bottle.
Just don't spike it on the ground and say another.
I just about sprayed it out of my mouth and my nose, so thank you for that.
Weirdly enough,
are
we call
welcome.
it buffet a Viking in Japanese.
What? Run that by me again?
We call the word for buffet in Japanese is Viking. Viking.
Huh.
Like gorging your face like a Viking at a feast, I guess.
I feel that.
It tracks.
I imagine perhaps some of the first like people to advertise that kind of business in Japan used Viking imagery for it, and that's just what stuck.
Just run along the airship balcony thingamajiggy.
All good.
So, how has everybody's evening been?
It's been good.
Pretty good so far. Yeah.
And
honestly, I can't complain. I had a student earlier. I had some delicious Thai food for dinner. I had a chance to read a creepypasta on Bun's very own stream here, which is an incredible honor. Thank you very much.
Aww. No wiggy.
Yeah, it really is really wonderful to be able to be here with Bun, who has been just so welcoming and great.
Aww. Y'all too nice.
I tell you what, I actually had on my own music stream, which by the way, I actually stream like music production and sheet music, and sooner or later, I'm hoping to be able to perform live like a busker on Twitch for your entertainment. But the fact that Casey was nice enough to actually give me a shout out one day gave me like a massive spike in viewership, and I was really thankful for that.
Casey is also just heckin' wonderful.
Horrible.
And actually, on that note, there's something I brought up with Bun before any of this. You okay if I go ahead?
Oh, yeah, please.
Okay,
When
so
Capricorns fall in love.
I know. I wanted to take the opportunity since Casey's here. Casey, I wanted to say thank you directly because you have been just being you and being openly yourself. You've been a big inspiration to me, and it's definitely helped me come to terms with myself because I've realized lately that I'm transgender, and this is me publicly coming out.
Oh, wow.
Proud of you,
That is,
Nova.
that is
Congratulations.
Thank you.
I don't know what to say. I'm really glad.
Yeah, I wanted to do it soon, and just having you, who's been definitely a big inspiration to me here, it seemed fitting. Because yeah, I am a woman, and really, you're really wonderful, Casey.
Thank you so much.
A lot of love from the chat. Thank you very much, chat.
Thank you all. I feel so loved.
You are.
You're all heckin' great.
No, you.
It's just a delight.
Be careful. It's too much love. It's gonna overflow and cause an explosion.
Everyone in this chat and in the voice chat is wonderful.
To
And
reach
you are all
critical
cuties.
mass.
Critical cuteness mass?
Oh no.
Oh no.
Okay, so King Record, first off, thank you very much for the 10 bits. Everyone in this chat and in the voice chat is wonderful, and you're all cuties, which I say to everyone else besides me, that's great. I am still held up in court. I still got to find a good lawyer that will help make my case to argue myself being considered cute.
Oh man,
Yeah,
even
unfortunately,
my
it was
best
part of the
friend is
terms
here
and
in the chat.
services. So.
Hi, Thuban.
Yeah, it's
There's
true.
a loophole in there
Part of-
somewhere.
Yeah, no, part of being in Bun's chat. You're cute.
Mhm.
It's just how it works.
Will it cause a Casey explosion at critical mass?
I mean, I can hope so. You know, a whole bunch of clones of Casey scattered all over the place would just bring more love into the world.
Don't clone me! I do not consent to this.
I do not consent to this.
No, Casey's one of kind.
Yeah, Thuban's Casey's a delight. I'm sorry, I was looking at the chat and I just saw. Yeah, I. It's gonna need just to see my best friend showed up in the chat just to hear this. Hi,
Who's your friend?
Ubin.
Hello. Thank you for coming by and being supportive.
Yeah, Casey.
Actually, what's particularly funny is Ubin and I were dating at one point, and at the time we both thought we were cis, and now I realize I am a woman, and Ubin is wondering if maybe he's a man and trying to figure that out.
Look.
Not
I
to
have a
overwhelm
hypothesis
Casey,
that
but thanks for making
trans people just kind of subconsciously glom together into groups, and it definitely supports that theory.
Thanks for just making a space where people are comfortable being themselves. Whatever that one might be.
Succeeded that one.
Squid! I love you! How are you? Hello!
Hi, Squid Punk!
This is Punk.
Squid raid,
Hello.
squid raid.
Squid?
You
Hello.
gotta be
The
squidding me.
Fun. No, you're better than that.
I don't think so.
Yeah, no. I mean, you say that, and you say it with confidence, but...
Don't mind us. We're just squitting around.
No, squid. The quality's up there. I don't like this room. Yes.
Those children trying to hit you with brooms, but also also wearing paper bags on their heads?
Yes.
Like.
Okay, I'm just making sure I saw that right.
Who here has seen Skullface Bookseller Honda-san? Because there is actually one character who just wears a paper bag.
I really need to get around to watching that.
It's
it looks so good.
so, if you've ever worked retail, Skullface Bookseller will, like, resonate in a
I work
big...
at a vape shop.
I know you do! I'm just saying to people who have not heard of this shit.
This Bookseller Honda is really good.
It's so pure. Like, I think my favorite gif of all time comes from there, and that's Skullface, that's Honda-san trying to run away, with the tagline of, I don't like the phone, or I'm scared of the phone, I want to go home!
God, that is such a fucking move.
I hate phones. People who insist on talking to you on the phone are not to be trusted. They are like...
This?
They have no right emotions in some way.
I
because
need
it's
you, like, today.
Yeah, Squid, we'll make some room in a minute.
It's like,
Yeah,
yes,
like,
call and
I don't mind
speak
betting
to
it,
me.
If that's...
Yeah, neither do I.
No, I don't want to. Who would call and speak to anyone if they could help it?
Yeah, no, exactly. Like, today at work, like, this very day, I had a customer, like, we're a vape shop. Like, it has vapors in the name. And someone called me today and was like, hi, do you sell vapes? Yeah. Yes!
No, we
I
sell
do,
the
in fact.
vapors, we sell corsets and female
That's like
hysteria.
That's like asking Hank Hill if he has propane.
Yeah, I know. Then proceeding to follow that up with, do you have the liquids that go in vapes? Yes,
No.
those are specifically the two things we sell.
Vape liquid?
I sell vapes and vape accessories. Like that's it. That's what I sell.
So what you're saying is that vape shops, the names of vape shops fall in the same kind of line as what ska bands do, where they have to have the word ska somewhere in their band name.
What are the chances of a squid sitting on your knee? Personally, I would not say they are safe lap odds. No, Wastaby, bad. Go to Meme Fair. Go to Fundrail.
Welcome to the
Yeah, exactly. That's the
Visage
joke I
souriant,
damn
we
near
welcome
made over the
Riddle
phone
Bernard.
today, Morrigan. That is
Aw,
damn near the joke
Lord
I
of Con-
almost made.
Oh, Lord of Conquest, thank you so much. I really do feel so welcomed.
Pepperminty gold, thank
Alright,
you so much for the fun.
I'm sure people are sick of hearing me talk, so
Vibe
I'm gonna
check.
cycle out for
Is
a bit.
everyone
If
in
you're
voice
doing
chat
a real
feeling
long
safe
stream
and
to get
happy?
company later, hit me up. What the fuck is sleep?
Thank you, Nick. You have a good
Oh,
night,
I'm
okay?
happy to drop in.
You're great.
I enjoy
well,
helping
I
Bun
try.
because him is small.
Bun is fresh, and we all loved a bun. But yeah, later, friends.
Would you like to duck inside the hat for a
Bye.
smooch?
Not right now. Sorry, I just started to
No, it's
figure out
okay.
where to go next.
I figured as much.
So, I was going to mention today we watched horror movies all evening and painted minis. So that was cool. And ate a little too much chocolate.
Which miniatures were you painting? I do a lot of Games Workshop stuff myself.
Mechanicus.
I'm sorry.
Mechanicus.
Oh, you do mechan. You play Adeptus Mechanicus. Okay.
Well, I don't really play, but we got some minis just to paint. I was like a little tech priest, and he's coming along very nicely. So we're watching the movie Fido, and then we watched Step 9.
Fido's
so if
fantastic.
It's so good. Not a lot of people have heard of it, but if you've never heard of this movie, Billy Connolly plays a domesticated zombie in this kind of like pastiche 1950s kind of world where everybody has domesticated zombies, and it is a very, very fun little movie that I think just completely got forgotten, but it's really fun. And session 9 is, do you like Silent Hill? Then watch this movie.
I do like Silent Hill.
In session 9?
I have not.
It's up on Netflix. I would recommend everybody to watch it. It has fantastic sound design, and it's just a wonderful slow burn. And it was filmed on location at the Danvers State Hospital before it was demolished. So it's quite glorious just to see this place.
Huh. I gotta get in on that for sure.
I think you'll like it. It's definitely a movie that it's a bit of a slow burn.
Yeah, I saw your tweet earlier. It looked interesting.
It's very good.
Another one of those, similar to Fido, there's like a dark comedy movie that a lot of people slept on. And I know I've recommended it before, but 2011's Detention is like really kind of neat. It's like, what is it when a chef like takes all the ingredients from something and just like disambiguates them? But like, it's like a horror movie because it's using all of the tropes of horror, and then saying something with them. It's really neat. It's about like horror genre in general, and also about like nostalgia and cycles of nostalgia.
Are you maybe thinking of A Cabin in the Woods?
No, it's called Detention, and it's about like a group of students in like the mid to late 2000s or mid 2000s who are all nostalgic for the 90s. And it's got every horror trope you want. There's like a slasher from a movie running around. There is a guy that was born with fly's blood because he touched a meteorite at some point. Like his dad put his like horrible fly hand inside a television, so kids made fun of him because he had a TV hand, and like it's just everything in one movie. There's a time travel plot. There's Canadian vegetarian aliens. There's a little bit of everything.
I've not seen this. I will have to check it out.
It was directed by the same person that did the music video for what is it, Freak? Freeek.
Oh, God.
You know the one?
I know the one.
Yeah.
Got yourself an action. You got yourself somebody. Got yourself an ad with something to the party.
That's
what
the
was
one.
the wait, that wasn't a similar name to like an older black and white movie. I think it was just called Freaks, with like an exclamation point where we get the ever popular one of us.
Yes.
Google
Oh, yeah, I
gobble,
know that
Google
one.
gobble. We accept you. We accept you.
I believe
That
the
escalated
original,
quickly.
Yeah, with
That's a
actually with
weird
that
one.
movie, I believe the original cut of the film that debuted at a film festival is actually lost in media because a couple scenes were removed from it for the theatrical release, and
Careful as the crown is part of
removed
is
clips
part
are
of
just
Slumber.
gone.
I'm not gonna mess with that.
Thank you.
I may at some point mess with my own hat, but y'all would have to persuade me to take it off.
I'm sorry, but has chat and everyone else like complimented you enough on how much work you actually put into that costume and
Heck.
like how well you pulled it off?
Aww.
Bun looks amazing in the costume, and I've been like watching him do all this work. I also made
incredible.
For somebody who doesn't recognize it, what's the costume?
The character I'm playing is Riddle
Look at these
Rosehearts
look at these
from
amazing
a
boots.
game called Twisted Wonderland, which is like a Disney-made visual novel.
With the artist from fucking Black Butler
Yeah.
designing the
In my
characters.
opinion, Bun hasn't pulled that costume
cool.
off enough.
Very
I
clear,
think
that's
the
what
gimmick is that,
Bun and
like,
I
all
do
the
in the privacy of our
characters
own room.
I think the gimmick of that, if I remember correctly, was that all the characters are like by shonen dudes based on Disney movie characters.
That's
and Riddle is
correct.
supposed
My
to be
character is the Queen of Hearts. Yes.
Yeah, meanwhile, I'm just young Granny Weatherwax. Pretty much all that's happening over here.
Man, I haven't dressed up. Like the only costume I even wear anymore is just like the lab coat and everything I wear on stage.
Oh, baby dragon.
Yeah, I think the last time I ever did like a full cosplay was when I was either 5 or 6 years old, and my mom helped me make an Ash or Satoshi costume from Pokemon.
Aww.
I'm doing my best, Dragon Nexus. This was kind of I didn't intend to make this costume. A lot of this costume I actually did sew. The hat is handmade. The coat that I'm currently not wearing is also handmade. A lot of what I'm wearing is handmade. And I didn't take the time to do, like, age makeup, which I thought about, but I was not... Normally every year this time there's Spirit Halloween shops where I can get, like, face paint and makeup. But there weren't this year.
No, you look great.
I love you, honey. How those boots treating you? Pretty comfortable. Honestly, I thought they would be. Oh my god, the cat's so loved.
Is Bun enjoying the challenge of walking like 1700s aristocracy?
Pretty much. The high heel was invented by Louis XIV, so he didn't feel short, and they also fit better in stirrups. The type you put on a horse, not the type you experience on an OBGYN table, for the record.
And you know what? It makes me feel tall. I'll give it that.
Honey Bun, you will never feel tall. Even if I'm shorter than you and I stand up, I'm still taller than you.
Am I gonna have to like pick Bun up and then hold him up just so he can feel taller?
There's no way, because the thing is, the only way Bun can feel tall is if I pick him up.
Ah.
Just stick him on a table.
He likes to feel tall.
The heels were made for butchers, so their feet were not close to the blood. Does anyone have any research on that?
So there's been a couple over the history of shoe wear. There's been a number of like foot elevating shoes that predate the existence of what we would consider the high heel. The high heel basically starts to become a thing in like the late early 1700s, and really takes off and becomes a staple of like the French court.
Can we get
Before
Bun
that,
to show up on the cam?
I am on cam. Hi, this is me.
I mean, get Bun to show the boots.
Oh, the
on
boots.
cam.
Yeah, no, I've been trying to get Bun to put his feet on the camera because they are beautiful. No, I don't even. That's not part of. Anyway. But yeah.
We saw
Try
the
to get his boots on camera, not like that.
Yeah, just slap a leg over here.
Yeah, we saw the boots
Sorry,
at the
I'm
start of
trying-
the stream, but not everyone's been here for that long.
I'm not meaning to sit on your cape.
To Wiki Feet.
Oh my goodness. Oh, bunny boy.
To
You know, I just realized, Dean, remove the hat, get some platform boots, you look like Stevie Nicks.
People have brought that up before. I mean, the thing is that Stevie Nicks has big witch energy just to begin with, so it's very
That's a fair
much
point.
a same street, different houses. Oh boy. Oh my. I don't know whether I'm going to be able to let you guys finish the game after Bun gets all dressed up, because I might have to borrow him for a bit.
Ooh.
I'm getting hungry.
You need some of my pizza? Olay. I'm just gonna dance here. Make gifts out of this, everybody. Dancy, dancy.
Tons.
If you haven't heard Tons mit mir by Fawn, y'all are missing out musically. That song is fantastic, it's sassy, it's sexy, and it's awesome. Tanz mit mir literally means dance with me in German. The band is called Fawn, F-A-U-N.
Could you point the camera over here for a sec?
I can do that.
Oh, we're gonna point that camera over here.
So, like,
Hey.
this was the whole outfit we came up
Yes.
with?
I'm showing your feet right now, honey, so your head is not entirely on screen.
Okay. But yeah, like, the whole outfit turned out pretty good, I think.
Look at those shoes. You
That
can
was
curtsy
amazing.
better than that. Curtsy for the people. Here. There we go. As a boy.
The dashing Prince of Hearts.
Give us a spinny.
I'm just waiting for you to go like, all right, now do a little turn for us, please.
Paint me like one of your French witches.
Oh, great. Barry Claire was thinking the same thing. Do a spinny. Give us a spinny.
Okay, here, Bun. You sit and adjust everything.
Yeah.
I'll tuck your cape in.
Oh, thank you.
It's a good thing you're wearing pants.
I know how to treat a boy.
Thank you all. Heck. Y'all are way too nice.
Look at these fucking gloves.
What, these? Ah! Heck. I just googled the character. Oh, thank you, Green Hat.
Fun show.
Better squeaky than squinchy.
Oh my gosh.
The Bun Show.
My earphones in.
You could
Oh no,
take
Green
the
Hat
gloves
Hero,
off.
it's like we bought this
They're
costume,
hot,
we didn't
but
make
they're
it.
a lot.
Squatch.
Right now you're like... Most of you is just... sexy Wonderland. But the gloves are like... I want to be part of the Matrix.
It's a little bit underworld, yeah. Heck.
Wait, did you say Alucard the Matrix? I'm just
No,
making
I
sure
said
heard
just
that
a
right.
little bit overly Matrix.
Overly Matrix. Okay.
Yeah, like I liked the Matrix back before it got overtaken by dipshits, and I had a pretty damn good Trinity outfit that had gloves like the ones that Buns are wearing, so I'm like having post-facto jealousy. Tarthalus, I'm not putting a spell on all of you because you are all bewitching enough as it is.
Hey, Squid.
I'm on a small screen, so I couldn't quite see Yin very well until she got close. Yin is very pretty, Candice's heart.
It's true.
Oh no, I'm gonna have to climb into my hat. No.
Heck.
Hang on. Is there a squid punk here?
There
Yeah,
is, apparently.
Oh, good, delightful, and fantastic squid punk.
Are we doing whale song?
How are you doing?
Casey, what was the noise?
I almost was expecting you to like launch into a musical number at that point, like, oh.
Who lives in a pineapple under the sea? Squid
Squid
Punk
Punk,
Squarepants! I'm sorry
Keep her
it
down
was
here.
there.
Leave me alone.
I like it down here, it's private.
I swear to God, has anything ever been said by anybody that's like more relevant than fucking Jamie Heineman in that goddamn like anti-fire suit?
Weird question. Are you emulating this, or are you playing it from your disc?
Okay,
Like,
great question. So I am emulating this. However, that's only because my PlayStation's in the shop. I've got my copy, like my physical copy right here.
Oh shit, hold on to it.
With like my manual and my disc and everything. So
Like just Vanna White over here for it.
I've got my
Yeah.
copy here.
I have such a sad story about this game.
This is a really, really neat game that sucks to play.
So it's Silent Hill 4.
The PS2 has no shortage of those. To be fair.
Yeah, what was the FromSoft one? The horror game they made?
Echo Knight? We didn't get the second one?
No, not Echo Knight. Although they did do that one. Yeah, it was like this feudal Japanese one, and I think it's Kuon.
Oh,
Who won the Grudge? Yeah, I heard about that.
No, not that one. It's a PlayStation 2 game.
Hang on.
Clock Tower Demon.
I'm sorry, I just can't get the Onimusha Warlords out of my head. That's the only thing that like I kind of remember, but I never really got too
Kuon is
far
correct.
into these games.
Okay. Yeah.
Yep, Kuon. They made a Kuon game.
Yeah, that game's neat.
Yoshitsune Eiden,
Sucks
the
to play.
story of Hiro Yoshitsune, Fuum Bakumatsuden, Tenchu Wrath of Heaven. I'm just looking up all of their PS2 games that took place in Japan.
Oh my gosh, I love the Tenchu games.
They did some they did.
Oh, and one of my favorite From Software games, Ninja Blade. The
Oh my
Xbox
gosh, I never played that
360
one. I've heard
exclusive.
I've heard it's wacky though.
I
They actually
think
have that Dororo game on PS2, not fairly close by to me.
Echigoya, where have you hidden?
It's called like I don't remember what it's called in English, but it's like an incredibly rare game in English, and I guess it's not here.
Lucky 20 derp.
I don't know. Although, what's
Thank you
interesting
so
is,
much for the subscription. Welcome to the Court of Hearts, Your Majesty.
so I have a Japanese friend who is really into horror games, and we were discussing just weird PS2 horror stuff recently, and he brought up Echo Knight, and he didn't know that we didn't get the second one over here.
It's Echo Knight Beyond, right?
Echo Knight Beyond is the third. There was an Echo Knight 2 that was only in Japan on the PS1.
Huh. Interesting.
Yeah, Blood Will Tell. That's the English name of the game.
Yeah, I think there's a fan translation patch.
Fuck.
Of the Dororo game.
Who wants me to spoosh Bun?
Every time I've seen it, I just have zero clue what's happening.
Smoosh the bun, smoosh the bun, smoosh the bun, smoosh the bun.
Rule of Rose is like...
Yay, smooched.
The smooching will happen.
Muches are always welcome.
Rosehearts is such a weird game.
Oh yeah, Bun.
Hmm?
Claire wanted to know if they could come on and read a little copy pasta.
Oh.
Yes. Yeah, we should rotate people out. Let me see.
I'll time to drop out because I'm getting rather sleepy, and it's nearly 3 a.m.
Oh my goodness!
I just kind of want to like kick back and watch the stream and relax. But before I do, how about I read something for you?
Please.
Yeah, Sloth Mom reading. Go for it.
Once upon a midnight dreary, while I pondered weak and weary over many a quaint and curious volume of forgotten lore, while I nodded, nearly napping, suddenly there came a tapping, as of someone gently rapping at my chamber door. "'Tis some visitor," I muttered, tapping at my chamber door. Only this, and nothing more. Ah, distinctly I remember it was in the bleak December, when each separate dying ember wrought its ghost upon the floor. Eagerly I wished the morrow. Vainly I had sought to borrow from my books surcease of sorrow, sorrow for the lost Lenore, for the rare and radiant maiden whom the angels name Lenore, nameless here forevermore. And the silken, sad, uncertain rustling of each purple curtain thrilled me, filled me with fantastic terrors never felt before, so that now, to still the beating of my heart, I stood repeating, "'Tis some visitor entreating entrance at my chamber door, some late visitor entreating entrance at my chamber door. This it is, and nothing more." Presently, my soul grew stronger. Hesitating then no longer, "Sir," said I, "or Madam, truly your forgiveness I implore, but the fact is I was napping, and so gently you came rapping, and so faintly you came tapping at my chamber door, that I scarce was sure I heard you. Here I open wide the door. Darkness there, and nothing more." Deep into that darkness peering, long I stood there, wondering, fearing, doubting, dreaming dreams no mortal ever dared to dream before. But the stillness was unbroken. The silence was unbroken, and the stillness gave no token, and the only word there spoken was the whispered word, "Lenore." This I whispered, and an echo murmured back the word, "Lenore." Merely this, and nothing more. Back into the chamber turning, all my soul within me burning, soon again I heard a tapping somewhat louder than before. "Surely," said I, "surely that is something at my window lattice. Let me see then what there it is, and this mystery explore. Let my heart be still a moment, and this mystery explore. 'Tis the wind, and nothing more." Open here I flung the shutter, when, with many a flirt and flutter, in there stepped a stately raven of the saintly days of yore. Not the least obeisance made he, not a minute stopped or stayed he, but, with mine of lord or lady, perched above my chamber door. Perched upon a bust of Pallas just above my chamber door, perched and sat, and nothing more. Then this ebony bird beguiling my sad fancy into smiling, by the grave and stern decorum of the countenance it wore. "Though thy crest be shorn and shaven, thou," I said, "art sure no craven, ghastly, grim, and ancient raven, wandering from the nightly shore. Tell me what thy lordly name is on the night's Plutonian shore." Quoth the raven, "Nevermore." Much I marvelled this ungainly fowl to hear discourse so plainly, though its answer little meaning, little relevancy bore. For we cannot help agreeing that no living human being ever yet was blessed with seeing bird above his chamber door, bird or beast upon the sculptured bust above his chamber door with such a name as Nevermore. But the raven, sitting lonely on that placid bust, spoke only that one word, as if his soul in that one word he did outpour. Nothing further then he uttered, not a feather then he fluttered, till I scarcely more than muttered, other friends have flown before. On the morrow he will leave me, as my hopes have flown before. Then the bird said, nevermore. Startled at the stillness broken by a reply so aptly spoken, doubtless, said I, what it utters is its only stock and store, caught from some unhappy master, whom unmerciful disaster followed fast and followed faster, till his songs one burden bore, till the dirges of his hope that melancholy burden bore of never, nevermore. But the raven, still beguiling all my fancy into smiling, straight I wheeled a cushioned seat in front of bird and bust and door. Then, upon the velvet sinking, I betook myself to linking fancy unto fancy, thinking what this ominous bird of yore, what this grim, ungainly, ghastly, gaunt, and ominous bird of yore meant in croaking nevermore. This I sat engaged in guessing, but no syllable expressing to the fowl whose fiery eyes now burned into my bosom's core. This and more I sat divining, with my head at ease reclining on the cushion's velvet lining that the lamplight gloated over, but whose velvet violet lining with the lamplight gloating over she shall press, nevermore. Then, methought, the air grew denser, perfumed from an unseen censer, swung by seraphim whose footfalls tinkled on the tufted floor. Wretch, I cried, thy God hath lent thee, by these angels he hath sent thee, respite and nepenthe from my memories of Lenore. Quaff, oh quaff this kind nepenthe, and forget this lost Lenore. Quoth the raven, nevermore. Prophet, said I, thing of evil, prophet still, of bird or devil, whether tempter sent, or whether tempest tossed thee here ashore, desolate yet all undaunted, on this desert land enchanted, on this home by horror haunted, tell me, truly, I implore, is there balm in Gilead? Tell me, I implore. Quoth the raven, nevermore. Prophet, said I, thing of evil, prophet still, if bird or devil, by that heaven that bends above us, by that God we both adore, tell this soul with sorrow laden, if within the distant Aiton it shall clasp a sainted maiden whom the angels name Lenore, clasp a rare and radiant maiden whom the angels name Lenore. Quoth the raven, nevermore. Be that word or sign of parting, bird or fiend, I shrieked, upstarting, get thee back into the tempest and the night's Plutonian shore. Leave no black plume as a token of the lie thy soul hath spoken. Leave my loneliness unbroken. Quit the bust above my door. Take thy beak from out my heart, and take thy form from off my door. Quoth the raven, nevermore. And the raven, never flitting, still is sitting on the pallid bust of Pallas just above my chamber door, and his eyes have all the seeming of a demon's that is dreaming, and the lamplight over him streaming throws his shadow on the floor, and my soul from out that shadow that lies floating on the floor shall be lifted nevermore.
Can we get a round of applause for Casey here?
You knocked that out of the park, Casey.
Goodness.
Holy shit.
Seriously, that was incredible.
Thank you. I made a few boo-boos there and there, but...
Do you know how many times to
I'd
date
be
people have
hard-pressed to
actually
find
like,
them.
claimed that channel points reward?
Casey readings evermore.
Casey does reign evermore.
That can't be anxiety, says Green Hat Hero. I am so glad to hear that. Aww.
Oh my gosh. Casey, thank you so much. Heck.
No.
Thank you so much for being here.
I am very glad to, and really, really glad that you're having such a wonderful, wonderful time. And if there's anything else that I can do before I head off, please let me know.
Okay, so you've done so much. Heck, go enjoy your evening. Whether it's watching streams or watching movies, and just have a wonderful time.
No promises.
I demand it.
Nope.
Casey, you will have a wonderful Halloween. It's the
We
last.
will make so.
I have had a wonderful Halloween. I had was watching movies and painting
For
painting
anyone
miniatures.
interested,
Had a
T-Turtle
spooky
has a gray shirt that has a
spooky
raven with the
time,
word
but,
Nevermore under it.
Let me just link in the chat something.
What's Casey gonna link?
There was a save point up here somewhere.
Oh, what's this?
Oh, whoa.
It's what I spent the evening doing.
Holy crap, Casey, that's awesome.
Oh,
My first.
good. Did you use contrast paints with those?
I have no idea what I used with them. It's all my girlfriend's stuff. So she's been very she's been into like miniature painting stuff for a long time. She did she's a lot of little models and things and is it the Airfix, the model kits and things like that.
Okay.
So that's all kind of her thing. She's done a whole like army of Skitari, right? Like rangers.
Mm-hmm.
They look so good. Oh my god, she just blows me away. So she got a load of Warhammer paints and things. We were both playing Mechanicus a lot. And I'm like,
these are so good.
I wanted to paint a little tech priest so that I could stick him up on my shelf with my other little tiny little gamey stuff. So he's gonna pop up there. And I wanted just something that I could do with my girlfriend. So we've been spending a few evenings this week just putting together little models, little miniatures, and painting them. So I don't like all of my Warhammer. Everything like it's all videos game Warhammer rather than any actual tabletop stuff. So I don't really play, but I've been having a really lovely time just painting them, and it's also good practice because I was thinking about painting my Dark Souls miniatures, but
oh right, yeah, the ones that came from Steamforged.
Yeah.
Oh right, yeah, those are good models.
Those are amazing, and I think I can if I could manage the tech priests, I think I can manage the Dark Souls ones.
You are favored by the
I can tell you
Omniscient,
as another
Casey.
miniatures painter, especially because I've actually been like painting miniatures on and off since like college years, like since like 2007. And I gotta say that like out of all the you actually have a very good foundation of colors here. I have I honestly thought that this looked like contrast paint to begin with, and contrast is actually a color line that's come out recently that's supposed to make things a lot easier for folks to kind of get into. But able to kind of get what you have so far using the classic line, I say well done. That's actually that's better than I started out with.
I think they're the official Warhammer paints.
That's the thing. Like Citadel Miniatures actually has they have their classic line, and in the last few years they actually introduced a contrast line, which what that means is that it effectively takes like the base coat and a matching shading with that too. So like the shading that gets in all like the little recesses and crevices and things. They just released that like this. It's still the same company. They just released something to help make it easier for a lot of folks to kind of get into that may think that like the classical method is a little bit kind of a steep learning curve.
Okay.
But you already got it. Like you're doing great.
you.
No worries,
Still,
darling.
still.
Have a great lurk.
I just wanted to check on the jack-o'-lantern.
I don't know anything about miniatures painting, and I'm glad you're enjoying yourself, Casey.
It's really relaxing as well.
Thank you, Tori.
Sorry, you could get me going on this like like a top of music. Honestly, miniatures as well as like Games Workshop, tabletop gaming, and stuff like that is basically what helped me keep like sane during the 4 years of undergraduate work, where technically I should have been in the practice room more, but that was like miniatures and tabletop gaming really kind of saved me from a lot of really bad problems.
It's awesome. It is something that like I've had no experience with, and I've been just doing it, and I thought it would be a little more stressful, but as it turns out, it's really relaxing. I was kind of surprised, so I'm happy, and just for something that picked up to kind of. One of the reasons was to spend time with my girlfriend, and it's been wonderful.
They came out super well.
Thank you so much.
I'm really impressed.
Honestly, like if you want to, I could totally like shoot some of my work your way, just so you can see like it's actually like, just to see how far along you are, even to kind of get to like where I'm at.
Yeah,
and I'm no pro painter by any chance.
I would love to see some. Absolutely.
Because actually, I should honestly, just looking at these kind of reminds me. Oh man, I actually I was painting some D&D models I had sitting around, and when I sort of looked at it, I didn't realize that this guy looks a lot like Stephen King, and I thought, oh my gosh, this gives me such an opportunity. So I actually like made some took some modeling putty and made little glasses for him, and I'm gonna paint him
You
up
have
so
got
he's
to be kidding me.
Sir Stephen King.
There you are. There you are.
I don't know if y'all noticed, but while you guys were talking miniatures painting, I took the opportunity to change my little Discord icon.
Aww. That's great.
That's cute.
Thank you.
There you are.
Yeah, I see
Why do
now.
you have it?
Gonna have to get some art of them as a girl, but yeah.
How could she? How could she do that to me?
Right, I'm
What did
gonna
I ever
scoot
do to
along.
her? I can't get along with girls like her.
Take care, everybody.
Bye, Katie.
Have a good
Thanks for
night,
stopping
Casey.
by.
Thank you so much.
It's into the onion.
It's gonna be. I'll be lurking in the chat anyway, so I'll be here. Take care.
See you.
Bye.
Good night.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Okay, can anyone else like think of how incredibly professional it is to be able to recite in its entirety the Raven as well, just as well as she can in her own streams, but at 3 a.m? I can't even do that.
Casey's a delight.
So Squid, welcome in. How are you?
Hi. Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt. Everybody was just having a good time.
Oh no, we are. But you're a delight. Good to see you. What were you playing today?
I was playing DreadX Collection 3
Stop
and a
complimenting
little
me.
bit of Outlast 2.
Never. Ooh.
Nah.
Okay. What are you thinking about Outlast 2 so far?
Oh god.
Never.
Do you want me to start with the negatives or the positives?
I've got a lot of negatives. But go for it.
Let's start with positives.
Yeah.
I do like the Arizona setting.
I agree.
Yeah.
I think that's really creative, and they did a good job of kind of capturing kind of the eeriness and creepiness of the desert.
Mhm.
I live in Texas, and that's
It's an awful lot like the dessert. Yep.
the dessert. some of the interactions with the cult members are a little creepy, but now going into the I feel like it's worse paced than the first one. Because the first one had a very slow burn before it got to like the jump scares and And I feel like it's trying way too hard to like be shocking. Like the first one had its shocking moments, but I feel like this one's unnecessarily trying to push the envelope.
I would agree with that. How far have you gotten so I don't spoil anything?
I have gotten to the part where I just took a nap in some guy's basement. And
That sounds like every touring musician I've ever known.
It's so odd, especially in the story context, because you just like make it out, and some guy's like, "Hey, you there? You're the one they're looking for.
I want to sleep in my basement.
Get on down in my basement." Well, you haven't immediately tried to kill me, so I guess I'll just comply.
Get down in my creepy basement.
That's
down in my
fine.
creepy
Don't worry
basement.
about it.
Hell, I just stand out on my porch yelling at strangers, "Hey, you! You're the one they must be looking for. Get in my basement."
Get in my basement.
Get in my basement. And yeah, so I'm around there. So
I constantly expected that game to start to
Be more
escalate
interesting?
at a certain point, and I feel like it sets a tone of that kind of jump scares, which is way too high in the beginning because like there's no slow burn or anything like that. And then it's way too low at the end because it just keeps this constant tone. And it makes the game feel kind of monotonous.
that, and I feel like, and I know it's a horror cliche to have a horror game in a mental asylum, but
Yeah.
I mean, the first game I feel like made the best of it, because like whenever you were in like half the, like I would say like at least a quarter of the patient weren't violent. They were just as scared as you are. So that did add like a level of unnerve, because you could like break through a room and you see somebody and they're just kind of like in the corner and you're like, oh, is this person gonna be violent, or are they just like just as scared as I am?
Yeah.
Whereas like in this game, because it's all about cult members, everybody's crazy.
Of course.
Everybody's trying to kill me. There is no uncertainty. But
I just crashed through here. Who are you? I'm a cultist.
Get in my basement.
Sorry, but get in my basement.
Get in the basement.
Jesus told me to kill you.
Question: who wants me to keep the head on? Who wants me to take it off? 'Cause I'm torn.
I think that's cute.
But
You're
Dread X
not torn,
Collection.
you're yin.
How dare.
Dread X Collection 3 is pretty good. If you've ever played any of the Dread X games.
I have not.
They are a series of horror anthologies. And the third one has a game by a developer called Blood Machine. And
Nice name.
it has a soundtrack by Patricia Tax.
Good punk.
Yes.
What's the difference between a shag carpet and a captive in chains?
I don't know. What's the difference?
I don't have a shag carpet in my basement.
Oh.
Get in my basement.
Get in my creepy basement.
Yes,
Get in my basement.
You want a pizza roll?
Welcome to the family, son.
Yeah.
You like popsicles? I got a
Ding-a-ling,
basement
ding-a-ling.
full of popsicles.
Oh God.
Oh.
Okay.
Really, is that where we cross the line?
Family Guy references? Yes.
Family
Yes.
Family Guy and Deliverance.
There is
Apparently.
no coming back from that.
Hey, Lois, I'm in this town called Silent Hill.
God damn it.
Oh, look, it's Pyramid Head. Oh, Peter, it's Pyramid Head.
Hey, Lois, you remember
Welcome to
Jacob's
basement.
ladder?
Signed.
I'm strapped to a chair, to a table.
Smell death on you.
Lois, they look like monsters to you?
You're the only monster here, Peter.
Oh, what the hell?
Hello, I'm Brian, and I'm
real.
I don't know who did the Stewie, but wow.
That was me.
I dirty.
Hello, it's me, Brian, and I'm just Seth MacFarlane. Atheism. Neoliberalism. Ha!
I'm a dog.
Hi there. You scared the crap out of me.
That's it. That's the show.
Yep.
That was the entire series.
Giggity, sexual harassment.
Why, thank you, Mario. I'm here to tell you kids about puberty.
Why, thank you, Mark. Well, I'm here to tell you kids about puberty.
I'm here to teach you about witchcraft. Whoop, 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 whoop.
Wrong show.
I know, I don't care.
To be fair, it was a better
Cares
show.
not for your reference material.
Zoidberg is kind of life in some ways.
At
Oh, I'm
least you're
Dr.
not alone
Zoidberg.
like
Homer.
Zoidberg.
Zoidberg.
Hooray! Now who's king of the box?
We need to examine all these doors. Oh no, we're going to the creepy basement.
Hey,
Oh,
Lois,
God, we're in the
I'm
basement.
trapped in the basement.
Oh my god.
Peter!
That stupid dog.
Yeah.
Wait a
From
second.
the
Doesn't
moment
this
I
seem from
understood the
Smiling
weakness
Friends?
of my flesh, it disgusted me.
Oh my god.
I craved the strength and certainty of steel. I aspired to the purity of the bliss machine. Your
Okay,
kind
okay.
cling to your
I'm gonna
flesh
read
as if
this.
it will not decay
Oh,
and
the
fail
text-to-speech
you.
already
One
is.
day the crude biomass you call a temporal
It
will wither, and you will beg my
Hang on
kind
one
to
I
save you.
crave the
But I
strength
am
and
already
certainty of
saved,
steel.
for the machine
I
is immortal.
aspire to the purity
It's
of the
impossible
blessed
to
machine.
imitate Family Guy
Your
and reference the
kind
wrong
clings to
show.
your flesh as it will not decay and
The
fade.
text-to-speech was talking over you.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry. That's fine.
I had the stream muted. Sorry.
Mhm. It's all good.
Didn't want to have the echo effect.
This is a choice.
I have a creepypasta that I would like to read whenever there's.
Ooh,
No time like the present.
Yeah, I think. Did Pidge have a thing they wanted to read? And then Squidpog.
Hello.
Hello.
On
I
the
know-
off
I
chance
know you've
that
been waiting
anyone
for a while.
wants to hear any of it, I have a couple of poems, but none of them are like funny.
Yeah. We've
We
got
can
like.
intersperse them. None of
yeah.
them are long.
Okay. I got a couple people we want to get in, so.
There's and we can.
We have a
I am-
queue.
consider me on like the back of the list because this is just all impulse poems that sound good. I think.
Alright, go for it.
What, me?
Pidge was next, I think.
Okay.
Yes, go Pidge. Go Pidge Kun.
Okay. So this isn't particularly funny.
But
it is a. This isn't particularly funny, but it is a short horror story by Ayatsuji Yukito. It is called I believe the collection it's a part of is called the Midorogaoka Incident, and the name of the story itself is called Kao, which I translated as face. This was translated by me around 3 years ago, so it is rough in places, but I think it still holds up okay. Chit, 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 chit. That was the first thing I heard. At least it felt that way. Chit, 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 chit. What bug chirps like that? Not a moment later, the sound wasn't quite chit, 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 but more like kick, kick, or jit, 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 followed by things like starting to hear all that really began to unnerve me. What the heck is this stupid sound? Chit, 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 chit. This weird sound. It's definitely not a bug clicking. It's almost like a bird or like a small animal's voice, maybe even a person's voice. If that's the case, then who could be making that groaning, that crying that I'm hearing right now? It's almost like someone's trying to keep from laughing. If it is a person, what human on earth could be making that noise? And where is it even coming from? In the middle of these muddled laughs, halfway through panicking and thinking about nothing at all, I abruptly open my eyes. In a dark room, in a cold bed, lying all alone. What is this place? This is a hospital room. I remember now. Midorogaoka Hospital, in a private room on the 4th floor, is where I am. Even though I'm awake now, that strange noise continues.
The 4th floor of a hospital.
Yep. It's exactly the same as when I first heard it. I'm not quite sure if that's an appropriate phonetic transcription, but I can't believe it's just a bug chirping anymore. It's not the same as a bug or a bird or even any other small animal. Can a human mouth even make that sound? This feeling of danger just won't go away. I don't have any specific reason to think I'm in peril, but this instinctual fear just keeps getting stronger. Whose voice is that? Like it's trying to form a word but can't. Like it's smacking lips or grinding teeth, but it's different from those for sure. It's like I've never heard the sound enter my ears before now, and my body is just terribly disturbed. I fumbled around for the light switch, which left me stumbling and vulnerable for far more time than I would have liked, even though all the while that voice continued. As soon as I flipped on the switch, it vanished just as if the light had drowned it out. Other than me, there's no one in this room. This is a single bed, small room, and humans are pretty big, so there's no cover anyone could hide behind anyway. The door is shut tight, nothing's going out of the window either.
Welcome in. Oh my gosh.
Hello.
Welcome, Amelia. Welcome, Raiders.
The door is shut
spooky stories.
The door is shut tight and nothing's going out the window either. What the heck was that? I sit up and roll my head around to wake myself up a bit. Was that a voice from one of the adjacent rooms? Is it simply that I'm still half asleep, but I'm just hallucinating noises that aren't there? It must be some after effects from the sleeping pills I took before I went to sleep. No matter how much I try and shake my head, I just can't shake this haze from my thoughts. My eyes immediately slam shut, and even though I'm sitting up uncomfortably, my body just wants to fall right back asleep. Right now it's 2 a.m., and I'm all alone, in the dead of night, in a hospital room. I wasn't admitted for some dire sickness or injury. I'm not sure if I'll be discharged this morning, but this suffocatingly small hospital room is really starting to get to me. I'm feeling crazy hungry and thirsty, but I don't have any choice but to deal with it. I've got a stomach examination first thing in the morning, so they've had me fasting since last night. They told me I can't even smoke. I'm already totally exhausted. It's not even light outside yet. I'm so exhausted, I muttered to myself between yawning sighs. Just then, that sound, as if on cue, I could suddenly hear that exact same strange voice from before again. I stop breathing. I take a step back as my line of sight scans the entire room. Even then, I still don't see what's making this noise. It must be a patient in another room, or... No way. Is it coming from under this bed? No way, I thought. As I listlessly began to move, I lied prone on my stomach and put both hands on the side of the bed. But... And then... The faintest blur of something flashes silently past my peripheral vision. Somehow there's some weird thing reflected back. There! In the corner of the room, on the wall. The white cloth canvas stretched across the wall. Across the floor near it, a 30 centimeter long part. That's a part that's clearly different than the rest. What that thing? Is it some kind of stain on the canvas? Is what I thought at first, but I can definitely see something jutting out. I stop moving and rub my eyes in disbelief. Oh God, that was not just some stain or smear. Not only did the color shift to light brown, but some really weird form is bulging out of that part. That form was seriously a human face. I'm not even sure it resembles a human face not to be called a face. But I'd still have to say that was an unforgettably hideous one, like smashed bowls with crooked holes drilled in the center, 2 tiny eye sockets, the nose apparently just some disfigured bulge. Below that, a figure like a diagonally running flesh wound, the mouth, and then that eerie voice is undoubtedly from that person, whispering out of that wound-like mouth. At least I'm pretty sure that's what that was. I quickly slammed my eyes shut. What should not be seen, what should never be able to be seen, I just saw. That panic creeps and crawls through my mind. What was that? What on earth could that have been? My mind was a violently scrambled question mark. I just couldn't bring myself to try and open my eyes to make sure it was still there. That thing's voice faded out, and so did I. My deep unease finally coming to some peak to take down my consciousness with it. I was sinking into a deep sleep. Next, my eyes opened to 7 in the morning. It's so late already, and no matter how much I searched, I couldn't spot that face in the wall. So surely that was a nightmare. I think that's it. That has to be it. Chapter 2. To provide some context, this happened just about a week ago. It was the middle of April on a Wednesday evening, as I was along the mountain to the south of my home. In the middle of taking a walk along, for no particular reason, I was hit with some terrible dizziness. With no warning of any kind, the ground started to shake, so I shot down into the fetal position. Then, without the ground even stopping, the thought vestibular neuritis once again reared its ugly visage into my mind's eye. Must have had it for 10 years. I've been hit with this exact same sudden vertigo far more than only once before. One morning, I woke up to the world twisting and rolling. I barely made it from my bed to the bathroom before waves of seasickness started overwhelming me, and I vomited. At the hospital, they did all sorts of tests, and the diagnosis they gave me was vestibular neuritis. It's a problem with the vestibular nerve in the inner ear. It controls your sense of balance. Something or other causes this inflammation, and which in turn brings all this dizziness. All things considered, it's not a terribly dangerous disease. If I drink my medication, it should all be fine. At least that's what the doctors say, despite their word. About 2 weeks later, the world kept spinning, I think. This nonsense has been going on for more than 10 years, and it just keeps on happening. At least that's what I had been going with up until now. But this incident in particular wasn't anything serious. After a while, I tried to stand up. The shaking and spinning slowed, and even walking wasn't so hard, regardless of what came from then on. I was certainly relieved to be feeling better for the moment, but it wasn't too long before I was petrified with worry about the whole thing. If I think about it even a minuscule amount, it's clear to see that I'm in fairly poor shape. It's worth mentioning that despite the diagnosis, that hardly covers everything I probably have wrong with me. I tire out and catch colds pretty easily. I'm no stranger to insomnia and headaches either. My vision fades into a blur occasionally. I'm terribly forgetful, and my appetite is dangerously sporadic. And saying that, this particular fast they have me on now really wasn't necessary, in my opinion, but I've noticed I've lost a remarkable amount of weight regardless. Due to the nature of my job, my lifestyle tends to be fairly irregular, as I'm not employed by any specific company. I'm not obliged to get regular checkups either. That's hardly healthy, so I've decided to schedule my own checkups every year. But every year, I inevitably have to skimp out on that, as I'm so busy that even that decision usually gets stuck somewhere indefinite in the year. Well, that's not good. While walking, I thought to myself, I don't exactly want an early death. Being attacked by this sudden bout of vertigo in an unexpected place, I had been thoroughly unnerved. It's because I'm so prone to worrying, so once I begin to feel uneasy, my thoughts just fall into a vicious cycle. None of those old wives' tales, like trying to settle down somehow through deep breaths, ever works. No matter how much I attempt to calm down, my heart palpitations keep getting faster and faster. It won't even be hot out, but my brows sweat like crazy. And that one time, continuing up the gently sloping hilly road, raising my eyes to see it, the hospital looming there. Saisekai Medical Organization, Midorogaoka Hospital. I can see those letters dimly glowing on the sign against that background of approaching dusk. 4 floors of rebar concrete rising up into the... that time. Even trying to think about it brings in dizziness. I instinctively sheathed my forehead into my palms. Sheesh, this is too much. Actively fighting against being doubled over with dizziness yet again, I tried to look at the hospital's directory signs. Surgery and internal medicines department, neurosurgical department, gastrointestinal department, respiratory department. Sheesh, they just have about all of them. Just the admissions facilities are probably as well equipped as the full facilities as most of the smaller clinics out here in the country. Anyway, I had to get examined here. Performing a bit of a snap judgment, I directed myself towards the hospital entrance. That said, from somewhere faintly, I do have a memory of hearing a sound like sometime, but it must just be me. Of course that's it. It's just my brain playing tricks on me. I'm sure that's it. Chapter 3. I'm about 2/3 of the way done. About a third of the way done, for the record. If that's okay, if I keep going.
Yeah.
Okay. No, there's no need to worry. How are you? Are you feeling dizzy? No, I'm fine. Well, it's not vestibular dizziness, rather the source of your automatic nervous system. If you indeed have vestibular neuritis, the system should persist, and it doesn't seem like you have any kind of continuous ringing in your ears, so it's probably not Meniere's disease. Uh-huh. But it's not so serious. If you get some rest, you'll be much better, as long as you take some painkillers. Ah, well, what? Actually, doctor, I have been experiencing some other conditions as well, I'm pretty sure. The doctor giving me my examination had a very oppressive atmosphere about him. I'm around 40 and fairly tall as well, so I gauged he was at least as old as me, if not older, for how broad and dour he carried himself. If that wasn't the case, was one disturbingly barrel-chested male. His name seemed to be Ishikura I, at least that's what was embossed in white in his name tag. He wore this grassy green colored eye patch over his left eye, which really freaked me out at first, but his manner and way of speaking were so calm and collected that it drew some of the power away from his hulking appearance. He proceeded to carefully explain the medical effects of my condition. But as for me, I cannot escape my vicious cycle. This weird feeling of being extremely trapped, given that this was the first time I'd met this particular doctor in person. I poured out everything I'd noticed about my condition so far. I was so excitedly nervous for any kind of answers that at times I worried that I was speaking too fast to be understood. A lot of stress has been piling up for you lately, huh? Dr. Ishikura calmly remarked, back with a chuckle. So, you write books for a living? Yeah, well, it's been keeping me on my feet for now. What kind of books do you write? Well, it's not exactly a perfectly accurate description, but most people would call what I write mysteries. Oh, is that so? Edgar Rampo, Yokomizu Seishi, Mina, Mikano Samu, that kind of thing? Where is he pulling names like Maki no Samu from all of a sudden? Very skeptical of his input. Yeah, that kind of thing, I answered. Do you write under your real name? Nah. I nervously informed him of my pen name. Whether he already knew me or not, a long moaning was all I received in response. Are you busy? His questions continued. Yeah, a little, but I'm fine, really. Always rushing to meet some deadline? Always, that's certainly what you'd think, but it's going all right. Is that so? As the questions continued, he unflinchingly stared me down with his right eye, the one the eye patch wasn't hiding. Like I said before, that's just how things are in your line of work, right? Regarding that constant paranoid feeling. How is this little meeting, this checkup we're doing? To be sure about today's dizziness, just in case, there's nothing better for your brain's health than a prolonged doctor's examination. Uh-huh. How is the latter half of the week for you? We should have a room vacant then, so you can come by in the afternoon. You can stay one night for an examination. That advice is all he left me with in the end. I decided to go through with the examination. This 5-year-long magazine series I've been endlessly struggling with is finally coming to an end. It's just this home stretch left. After returning home and telling my wife that my decision, she absolutely agreed with me. Speaking of then, Midorogaoka Hospital. Once she heard that name, I could just see this look of terror leap onto her face. I asked if she was okay, but whether she heard me or not, when she blankly replied, huh? With a small tip of her head to one side, I just couldn't help but feel that it was my fault that she looked like that. Chapter 4. So you heard a weird voice in the middle of the night? It was morning and a nurse, no, caretaker is the new PC term, right, had come to the hospital room and, against my better judgment, I began trying to inquire about my earlier experience with her. A patient in the next room over. Could it be that I'm hearing their voice?
Hello?
A patient in the next room?
Oh, I was just saying hi to Tanky.
Oh, hello.
Do you always stream from your couch? No, I usually stream from the floor right here. Got like a pillow that I sit on.
The young caretaker continued on with some surprised movement in her eyes. That was what I considered at first as well, but right now there's no one in the adjacent... Yeah, that was what I considered at first as well, but right now there's no one in the adjacent rooms. Really? The name tag she wore on her chest of her white robe read Sakitani. Come to think of it, I definitely remember seeing her here last week. She was a short, sweet woman, but I noticed she had this bulky bandage wrapped around her left wrist. Now that I mention it, I think it was a bandage in the same place last week, too. An injury that doesn't heal for a whole week. That's sure to cause some real trouble for your skin. It's a weird story. It's a weird story. Hesitating and kind of unsure what to do, I continued my line of questioning. So, about this room, is there any kind of history to it? History? Asked the caretaker in a rather surprised, nervous fashion once again. What do you mean by that? Well, for example, if there had been some patient who died here while harboring some violent grudge, or if someone suffering a very painful illness committed suicide here. While saying this, my gaze naturally focused in the corner of the hospital room. When I woke up in the middle of the night, that hideous face's imprints appeared somewhere around there. Well, this is a very old hospital after all, so who knows what's really happened here? Leaning her neck in a doubtful fashion, she followed my line of sight. Anything over there? Oh no, I heard a shot back. Nothing in particular? Nothing like simply when you're hearing a strange voice, some little thing appeared over there or something? Oh, no, that's... No, huh? Perhaps a ghost, if you believe in that kind of thing? Never! I heard a shot back again. Never, huh? I think I've already pressed this stupid issue farther than it deserved to go. That thing I saw in the middle of the night, I'm sure it was just a nightmare. Otherwise, it was just some weird shadow that light made on the wall, and I saw it as something like that when I was half asleep. Yeah, it's just one of those crazy stories. Mr. Novelist, how are we doing? As I heard this, I knew it wasn't a great idea, but I carefully shifted my attention away from the caretaker's face to the doctor I'd spoken to previously. Sure, you've been admitted, but this, going off and imagining such weird things, don't you think it's going a little far? No, that's not. But of course, there's no such thing as ghosts. I mean, I haven't seen one even once. Yeah, you're right. I deliberately tried to give a strong nod. Of course I'm right. That's it. Yes, of course. Even though I've been a horror author for so long, this guy began to make me question staying in the profession. One who decided to believe that there was just no chance that ghosts or anything of the sort could exist. That mystery, mysterious events, this bizarre enigma, to be able to look at it all in such unflinchingly logical resoluteness. I just couldn't come around to that. That was just too much for me. The nurse began rubbing her bandaged wrist. Yeah, don't be ridiculous, she remarked, and stepped away from my side.
They got an hour to run.
Well, you said you had some extra time, so how's about you wait just a little while longer? Suddenly, as she backed
You
away, a
best
faint
start
smile began to
believing
run
in
across her
ghost
face.
stories. You're in one.
I feel like that's just a JoJo run.
Suddenly, as she backed away, a faint smile began to run across her face. It was only there for a moment, but I knew it looked very suspicious. It quite possibly looked even like something evil. No, this is surely just my mind playing tricks on me once again. Chapter 5. I waited 30 minutes, then the summons arrived. I was brought downstairs. It was in the same room as yesterday's stomach ultrasound, and once I noticed this, and this naturally brought a certain problem to my attention. Today they're supposed to be taking x-rays, but how are they supposed to do that if we're in the same examination room? Surely this room lacks the proper equipment. They showed me a long, thin examination stand left in the middle of the gloomy room. Please sit here for a moment. Sakitani, the young caretaker from yesterday, ordered me with a smile. Somewhat differently, a caretaker, some indeterminate age older than her, came in and brought out a small paper cup and presented it to me. It contained a small, clear liquid. Yeah, that's a bit... It's your anesthetic medicine. Take it in your mouth, move it to the back of your throat a little, and then let it sit in your mouth. Be sure to swallow it completely. That's... anesthetic for an x-ray? I've certainly never heard of that before. Is this the first time you've had an endoscopy? To solve some of this confusion, I asked the young caretaker, endoscopy? In the state of my shock, I'd nearly dropped the ever-dangerous paper cup on the floor. Is that stuff for the stomach camera? Yes, it is. Is this your first time? No, yes, just one other time. The stomach camera, are you using it on me? Did you not hear my question? I have. I've definitely taken barium before, but no, I've never done anything like this before. The young caretaker made a surprised sound, and the older one turned to lock eyes at her. Just then, I noticed a thick bandage wrapped around the back of the older caretaker's neck. What is it with these? She has one too. Anyway, go right ahead. At her urging, I reluctantly raised the cup to my lips and poured the medicine into my mouth. It was so horribly painful, so horribly sweet, I almost spat it out, that disgusting slop. The gastrointestinologist is on his way now, so please take it easy and wait just a moment. Just like she said, the doctor came. As soon as I saw his face, I did a solid, and tilted my head. That grassy green eye patch and that huge frame. Isn't that Dr. Ishikuda? His specialty is neurosurgery, but he also does internal medicine and respiratory work as necessary, I suppose. The labor shortage has even reached the gastrointestinology departments. Wait, no, that's wrong. I jumped to conclusion. The eye patch is not on his left side. This doctor here doesn't have an eye patch on his left side. This one has it on his right, so... Looking at his name tag, Ishikura Ai is written on it. The neurologist Ichikura was also Ishikura Ai, so I guess these two must be brothers, maybe even twins, I guess? Doctor? I successfully endured the anesthetic medicine's agony in my throat, so I started to ask the doctor, so, today's stomach examination, drinking barium beforehand, that's all part of the plan.
Yep, that's it.
He answered back, exchanging looks with the young caretaker. Absolutely at my wit's end, I burst out. Just using a stomach camera wouldn't be simpler?
Kind of, but an opportunity to use one of these is far out into the countryside doesn't come around very often. This compares much more favorably. Do you hate endoscopies?
Wondering how any human who enjoyed them could possibly exist while internally cursing his nonchalant bantering, I spat out an answer. I had one a long time ago, but I damn near thought I was going to die.
No one dies from endoscopies these days.
Well, even then, I'd still have to do some serious mental preparation for it.
Do you have much of a tolerance for pain?
I don't think anyone does for something like this. The doctor adjusted his eye patch into a more comfortable position.
Anyway, so yeah, speaking of all this, how's about we do a way where you don't feel any pain?
Sure, that definitely sounds preferable.
That oral sedative is really starting to come into effect, so you've probably been spacing out this whole time, I guess. This method will likely be much nicer than the normal method. How's that?
That's... of course. I didn't have time to think too deeply about it, so I went along with this line of thinking.
So then, let's start.
Chapter 6.
Okay, please just relax.
I got up onto the table and lay down on my left side, holding the mouthpiece hard in between my teeth. In the very center of the mouthpiece was a hole no bigger than a centimeter across, which the doctor began inserting the long endoscope into.
Okay, it's in. Now please take it into the back of your mouth and swallow.
Upon hearing the doctor's orders, I braced myself for it. A thin black hose with a CCD camera on the end, and swallowed. I got the timing just right.
Just saying hi to people in chat.
Okay. I got the timing just right, and so proceeded the hose down the middle of my throat. Erupted the disgusting sound from the back of my throat. There wasn't anything I could do with my mouth and throat separated like this. Compared to the first time I had this done, this was definitely nowhere near as bad, but even then, my gag reflex was triggering like crazy the whole time that thing snaked down my throat. They had stuck my limp right through your arm with an IV needle, and I could immediately feel the medicine in that thing starting to fill every vein in my body. Once that happened, I started spacing out into oblivion. I couldn't feel anything at all.
Slowly breathe through your nose. Good, yes, slowly like that.
I could feel the tube slowly moving down my esophagus. Every time it moved, kept right on flowing out of my mouth. I couldn't do anything to stop the drool flowing out of my mouth either.
Okay, you're doing great.
The doctor's words, they were like he was comforting a child.
It seems like the medicine is working.
Yep, you've certainly got a happy place look going on. Is what it seemed like he was saying, but that is definitely not what I was feeling. I opened my eyes just a crack, and I saw a television monitor right in my field of view by the side of the examination table. That examination table I had once, a long time ago. This is very eerily similar to that. Through my dim, watery eyes, I could faintly see the broadcast of the endoscope's camera on the television monitor. The dull, pink, slimy color, that's my stomach lining. Or could it be that it's in my esophagus still? The hose pushed deeper and deeper. My mouth was still ajar, and the horrible, strange noise continued emanating out of my throat. But at the same time, mixed with that sound was definitely another sound. I heard another voice. At least it felt that way. It's that same voice I heard in the middle of the night in the hospital room. Where is it coming from? In a confused, panic state of thinking, what the heck that could possibly be? I was laying on my side, so all I could move was my eyeballs. They flew around like mad, trying to grasp the situation. That voice! I just kept hearing it, there's no doubt. It's so lively, it's coming from so close by. Where is it coming from? Its voice! I can see the doctor's head. It's dark, but his right eye patch is... Something is moving by itself. Squirming by itself under there. I can see the two caretakers too. The wrap bandage on her left hand. The bandage on the back of her neck. Squirming.
Okay, we've reached the inside of your stomach.
The doctor continued in the same condescending voice of before.
If you need to breathe a bit more, it's okay if you've got to burp a little. Let's see if we can't get a little further inside.
The pipe pushed deeper. And at the same time, still. Yes, yes, you're doing great. You're fine. Everything's looking good in here. Okay, that's good. I'm safe. I can see the fat TV monitor again. What I saw, I really didn't expect. That weird image. Something jutting out of that dull pink wall of my stomach. Something weird. Like smashed bowls with crooked holes drilled in the center. 2 tiny eye sockets. The nose, apparently just some disfigured bulge. Below that, a fissure like a diagonally running flesh wound. A voice. That ominous sound is leaking out of that face's mouth. You're doing great, very great. While hearing the doctor's unchanging words, I just stared dumbfounded at the image on the screen. Is this the medicine's fault? What else could possibly be making me feel like this? That face the inside of my stomach is making. That thing from the wall of the hospital. That extraordinarily ugly face. When it did it. No, that's wrong. Wrong. This is just a hallucination caused by some side effect of the medicine. Yeah, that's it. Of course, that's. The end.
Yeah. That is amazingly spooky. Well done.
Curious.
Thank you. I can't really
That
take
really
credit. Like, the author is that much credit. The author is very good, but I do quite like my translation, despite the fact how long it was.
Like, just
I gotta say, like, how long did it take you to translate that?
Holy shit.
That is that was the final project, so that was something done over the course of, I want to say, several months, and that was something I went to one of my Japanese professors several times and asked her, like, hey, what does this really mean? Hey, does it, like, what is, like, this getting at? Like, and they use a lot of archaic kanji, or like, what are they even trying to say here? Like, it was. Thank you. I definitely should have used a different voice of the doctor, though. As soon as I was like, he has a assuming I tried looking through it earlier, seeing it mentioned what he sounded like, and then it eventually did when I was reading through it. I was like, damn, it does. Like, you should have a much deeper, calming voice. Fuck.
It was a great story, and your delivery was fantastic.
It was amazing. Like, that
Very
was
nice.
legitimately
Very-
scary, as opposed to some of, like, just making fun of it.
Yeah, it's a really good story. Like, I wish I still had that little collection of short stories.
Have you performed this anywhere before?
Hmm?
Have you performed this anywhere before?
No. I was practicing a little bit silent with my mic muted earlier before, but not that much. Only really the first bit.
Yeah, you could do that, like, actually perform that. I would slow down a bit, because you were talking a bit fast, but otherwise, that was really good.
It's definitely, like, there's some stuff it's like I noticed, like, oh, like, this is a weird translation bit, or like, oh, like, I probably when I edited it a little bit, like, 3 years later, because I haven't, like, I think my last edit on, like, this Google Docs is, like, May 17th, like, 2017, which sounds about right. But, yeah, like, there's some, like, weird things of, like, when he says, like, oh, no, like, the nurse entered, it's like, oh, no, like, they call them caretakers now. It's like, that's just something that doesn't really work. There's, like, an explicitly female gender term for a nurse in Japanese that is a little bit old-fashioned, that, like, that just doesn't exist in English. So I was like, It's, like, that was something I just was reading it. I was like, oh yeah, I remember this bit. Like, there's just no good way to do that. And like, there's certain parts of this work a lot better in text. You can tell this is a story that was written down, because like the concept of like needing to read out those phonetics, like read it with your mouth, like you need to hear them, like making them audible only in your head, definitely makes it scarier. Like reading it only in your head. Yeah, like familiar alien, like I was thinking of is like, because a nurse like isn't a specifically like female gendered term, but it's like like I was, like even now I'm like I don't really know what I put for that, but yeah, that's.
With the
I'm
automatic
pretty proud of
piano,
that. That's
I
how
thought they
that
were
part
being
of
haunted by a Chia Pets commercial.
That's something that would work.
Thank you.
It was very good.
It was
Very
very good.
Absolutely.
Oh.
Aw. Squid, what was it you chose?
Both of them are very silly.
Silly's allowed.
But
Unfortunately, before you get started, I gotta go because it's getting really late. It's nearly midnight here, and I gotta get some sleep.
Have a good night,
night.
Nova.
Have a good night.
Have a great one.
And
Thank you for
wonderful.
hanging out.
Thank you so much for having me. It's been a lot of fun. All right. Have a wonderful rest of the stream, and everyone have a good night.
No, you.
Bye.
Good night.
Bye-bye. All right. And before I read my first one, I would just like to say I'm sorry.
No.
My girlfriend baked all the beans. Now I consider to end our relation.
Wait, does this take place in Boston?
What does it? Hello. Me and my girlfriend and me have done dating for 5 months, and I thought this girl is very good, and became in love with her. Yet even so, on this Monday, I come home and found she has baked all my beans. Yes, all. Oh, brother. In my cupboard, I store several bags of beans to make soft and to bake on some day. To have a bit of baked bean on my dinner, or heck, a lunch too some days. But on the Monday, I find his girlfriend baked all the beans. I say, "Why do you bake my beans?" And she say something as, "I bakes them good to save time, so I bakes them all now." I am astonished and full of dismay. I say, "I can for not eat all the beans?" She says she has froze many of the beans, so we can unfrozen the on a later day and eat some at a time. But if a bean is froze and unfroze, the very good and very nice flavor of bean is gone far. A bean is baked fresh as a Sunday pie, not to be froze and unfroze. I told my girlfriend I am so sad of this. As to my opinion, the baking of the beans and to freeze them has ruined all my bean. She say I am gone haywire by my enragement and sad manners. But I hates what she did to my bean! On the days before Monday, I thought, will we marry the girlfriend? Well, it might be so. But now I am so sad she baked them beans. I am to consider to end our relations and not be the boyfriend and girlfriend anymore. But is my idea wrong? Could my girlfriend to make promise to not bake the bean? I do not know what to doing to how to feel on forgiving on her. What can I do in this situation I said here and the text I write above this? Thank you.
Oh no, not the beans! Oh no, not the beans!
No, you don't understand. It's not beans. It's
Oh
the
god, they're in my
bean.
mouth!
The bean. Singular.
Now,
Based on a true story.
all kidding aside, I have to kind of admit it does sound kind of like a deal breaker if they go behind your back and bake all your bean.
Now hang on a minute. Dragon Nexus says this is based on a true story, but I have the feeling that they're pulling my legume.
You are so lucky that you're wearing a wig right now because I'm so tempted to just like do one of these.
Alright, this one's slightly scarier.
Spoopier?
It's a work. What?
Lay it on us.
Oh, I thought you said wait on us. I was like, oh, okay. Okay. October 22nd, 2020. Streamers should be worried about their content pulled because they use music. They didn't pay for what should be. They didn't pay for. Should be more worried about the fact that they are streaming games they didn't pay for as well. It's all gone as soon as publishers decide to enforce it.
This
the
is
real
true horror.
truth is that the streamers should be paying the developers and publishers of the games they stream. they should be buying a license, like any real business, and paying for the content they use.
I'm
I
sorry,
can't
I'm gonna
believe
mute my
that
mic for a
guy.
second so I can go change my drawers after that one. That was so scary.
Oh yeah, terrifying. Am I gonna get DMCA'd for this? For reading this tweet out? I'm Lord.
But that's not how it works. Streamers are essentially a value-added business. But unlike in other industries where you need to pay for it before adding your spin to resell it, they are not paying. Each game is unique, and the path to a sale changes all the time. I'm not saying stop streaming or stop YouTube. I'm saying that if someone is essentially running a variety channel, then using your content, then you should be supported as a creator if they make money. We sold plenty of games before streaming existed. But they're not promoting the game. They're running a business. It may also sometimes promote the game, but that's not their business.
But that's not their business. Oh my god.
I gotta say, these dramatic rating of bad text is actually good.
How is this anti-consumer? It's just pro-developer. You should read a bit deeper.
I can't believe this guy lied about being a developer for the Google Stadia.
Of all the things to lie about being a developer for.
He worked on a studio that got bought by Google. So technically he's right, but at the same
So
time,
he basically worked on the Stadia.
he works on the Stadia, but at the same time, it's really sad when even Google is like, take your fucking name off our product. You're ruining the good name of the Stadia!
It was
Both of our fans are upset at us!
It was like he had like creative director for the Stadia like on his Twitter profile, and it's like he is not at all like.
Was he a guy who came up with the name what is it? Gooyagle?
The Gooigle? Gooigle.
The Gooya. Is there gonna be another fight over here? I don't want there to be another fight. I don't want to fight more things. I don't want to do more gameplay. Please don't make me play more game.
Don't make...
Okay.
I'm good.
Wait, yeah, no, I was just reading a bunch of his dumb tweets. And the last thing he said that he was gonna go stream Fall Guys. Ha ha.
Probably if anyone wants weird, creepy poetry, I have weird, creepy
my god.
But only if anyone wants it, for the record.
I'm gonna try to get through the rest of our readings so that I can go and get food, because I am hungry.
Hungry.
Hungry. I desire calories.
I desire calories, mate.
Blech.
I have those.
Alright, let me see. Which ones do we have left? I think... Let me see. Hi, Transferum. How you doing?
And everyone lived happily ever after.
That's quite a voice. In the game. Hungry wungy. Yes. Yeah, I am starving, so let me see. Oh, heck, Squid, thank you so much for coming on to read stuff. You're such a delight.
What else?
Oh, it's no problem. Do you want me to take off?
No, you don't have to leave yet.
That was a beautiful reading, Squid.
Give me just a sec.
Dragon Nexus, the one thing comes to mind is, I guess, maybe like the like if you've ever played like the Overlord games, like the little like smart minion who kind of like gives you things to do, like he talks a bit like that.
All right, y'all. I think I'm gonna take off and get me some food.
It's been 7 hours, bun. It's been a good old stream.
Yeah.
Get some.
Maybe we'll finish this sometime. I don't know. Thank you all for hanging out. It's been wonderful. Thank you for all the delightful compliments, the amazing amount of like, gift subs and bits and everything. Y'all are like, heckin', I appreciate all your support. Gosh.
Thank you for the opportunity to come on and help you a little.
Heck. Appreciate you.
I appreciate you. And I love you all.
Thank you
For the
for letting
record,
me
so you
stink up your
have an idea of
stream.
what I actually look like out of this.
Squid, you are such a benefit to any stream I do. Heck. And yeah, thanks so much to all of our amazing guests. We had Nova, we had Dax, we had Nick, we had Dr. Thallium, Pidge, Squid Punk. I hope I'm not forgetting anybody. We had, oh my god, Casey. And obviously Jim Sterling as well. Everybody was fantastic, and I'm
Hope
so
everyone
thankful
had a happy
to know them all.
Halloween. Good night, everyone.
They were all amazing.
Oh my gosh! All right, who are we gonna raid? What
Question.
are we gonna do?
While you're figuring out who you want to read, may I share the one poem that I thought people might like?
Yeah, go for it.
It is very brief.
Here.
Thank you, my darling. And it's a pretty simple poem, and it's a pretty brief poem, but I wanted to share because it's something I thought you all would like. The poem is called Green Man, and it goes as follows. Oh my god, so many follows.
Oh, hey. Oswald, thank you! Heck! Bianca!
Figures, I try to take. Green men grin and gurn from blackened beams that creak and groan as ancient houses dream and are swayed by wind and branches long since snapped. Foliate faces flower in memory of an antique hour unwind beneath the carpenter's craft. Masons too saw their face sleeping in the stone, so everything is forest then. Vegetable, mineral, ash, bone. The world tree becomes the column of my spine, eyelids leaves of oak, fingers ashen pine. I am lost within a wood that is lost within me. Green men grin and gurn, for truly only they know who is and is not tree. And that's it. Thank you, everybody.
Nice.
Well, I get my hair fucking down because it's uncomfortable to have your hair pinned up that long.
Yeah.
That was so nice.
Also, if you like that shit and if you like crafting stuff, I made this hat. I'm the crafty type. I'm the bun girlfriend. My name is Yeen. If you like that kind of thing, you can follow me on Cacklecraft.
Alright, you know what we're gonna do?
What are we gonna do, Bun? What are we gonna do?
I'm gonna take over the world, Pinky.
Alright, I found 2chan is a Sonic the Hedgehog speedrunner that I found because she was doing an amazing run at SGDQ this year. Or AGDQ this year. She's doing a cosplay stream and playing Luigi's Mansion, which is such a good spoopy game. and is just an absolute delight. I really hope you enjoy. Oh my gosh, do I have anything else to say? Oh, I'm gonna be taking a couple days off next week, just to like recoup. It's been a long one, and I'm really sorry because I know it's also the week of the election, so people could probably use some like distraction. But I just need a couple days. But I'll post my schedule as usual on the tweeters and the discords and all that. But thank you all for stopping by. It's been a delight. I always love to see you, and have a great one. And good night.
Notably,
Bye.
if you are looking for stress relief during the election period, I'm gonna be streaming during that. We're gonna be just doing like chill craft streams, and I'm gonna be teaching some tarot cards. So if you want to learn about that,
that was the time.
I love you.
Love you too.
We love you
Well,
as
Bun,
well, Brad.
thank you